Lawrence and his crew on fire. 5,000 strong, burning higher. Sleazy, easy, couldn't keep the pace. We aiming for the top, no time to waste. Subscribers cheering loud and proud, stomping through the doubters, shouting out, passing goals, we set our sights. To the top, we march through the night. Subscribers cheering loud and proud, stomping through the doubters, shouting out, passing goals, we set our sights. To the top, we march through the night. Celebrate this way, sky high. No limits now, we're gonna fly. Helping men, spreading the word. Together strong, our voices heard. The road was tough, filled with trials, but we pushed on with our own styles. Glenn Lawrence leading the way, united force making sway. From the struggle to the peak, standing tall, we ain't weak. Building bridges, tearing walls, driven force, we heed the calls. Celebrate this way, sky high.
Sky high, no limit, ground, we're gonna fly. How you guys doing? How you living? Shout out to all those that just received Chrono's amazing gift, the membership. Let's go.
From the struggle to the peak,
Yeah.
standing tall, we ain't weak.
How's everybody doing this amazing Saturday?
Force, we heed the calls.
Let's see who's all here.
No limits now, we're gonna fly. Helping
Happiness.
the word. Together strong, our
We got Buck White, the only guy that I know that has a mullet.
voices heard.
Salute to you. Chrono's in the building. Drop in the $5 super chat to Sex Lock, to Simply Mitches and Feminist Dictatos. I totally screwed that up. How am I wrong? You're not. You might be right. Very right. Mike Ball's in the building. He's also in the back room, in the backstage. He's going to come up here and join me in this amazing conversation. We got Dub Dub in the house. Yeah, WW. He says, I'm not putting my lips on that. I wouldn't either. Just wouldn't. No. We got Charles Darwin in the building. Good morning, good evening, good night, whatever time it is for you. Hello. Mr. Pitts in the house. Salute. Viking Paradigm. I think he's setting off Angry Casper, apparently, in the chat. You guys are sparking already. We got Chronos in the house. Salute. We got Shadow Realm Bacon. All right. How you doing, sir? Let's see. Angry. I see that you started early, my friend. Let's go. This is Angry Casper's Spurg zone. This is where he's allowed to spurg. Okay? Spurging is warranted if it's Angry Casper. Let's see. Who else is in the building? You guys make me have to scroll so many pages, Casper, from the Spurgs. Yes, I love it. We got Felix in the house, just flexing Felix. The Vengeful Truther's in the building. How you doing, man? You know, this is the production of men, and we wouldn't be the production of men if we weren't asking ourselves first the question, are we not men? And men like beer and hammers. That's right. You like to hammer that beer. All right, let's see. Who else is up in the building? Oh, we have Mrs. Jade in the house. Hello, Ms. Jade. Miss Wise Jade, by the way. For those that think that she is available, no, she is spoken for by Wise. Y-I. Yeah, you won't learn today. Chrono comes in with another $5 super chat. Weigh in at 6 weeks, Glenn. Where we at, man? I lost about 5 pounds. I think from stress and a bunch of other things, but still not getting where I want to be yet. So you got to kick it up a notch. Chrono, are you still at the same weight? Because if you are, we're gonna have us a little conversation later. Let's see. Who else is up in here? Did I get through everybody? Is that everybody? Catechus is in here. Salute to you, Catechus. Haven't seen you in a minute. And Crystallized Cathedral, how are you doing? All right, let's see. Danny's in the building. How you living? Let's see who else. Who else is up in here? Hoop Dog, Dragon Class, Classy, Diamond Art. Hello, welcome. Papa Pigeon. All right, salute to you. Jade said, let's fucking go. Joseph is in the building. Let's see. All right. I think I got to everybody. So let me make sure that, I get to these super chats real quick. Kronos comes in with $20 super chat. Goes, remember my members, you're dirty birds. That sounds so wrong, but I mean it's so right. Yes. And the Vengeful Truther gifted a membership. Salute to that. And Felix says, come at me, bro. All right. For those that I missed and I didn't get to, I want you to know that I appreciate you being here. And we're very thankful for you being here. So let's get into it. Here, how I bring up, my buddies, my friends, my associates in this show today. How about we just go ahead and bring the crew up to the stage? We got Mr. Mike Ball in the house. How you
What's
doing?
going down with everyone, man? Let's get it down.
Let's go. And we have the woman that is bringing back bowing to the patriarchy, making bowing to the patriarchy great again, Miss Jess White.
That's right.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
Not a lot. How are you?
Now, I know this topic kind of seems silly. All right. Sex robots, really? Like sex robots? Come on, Glenn.
It's a real thing, actually.
I've been talking about this for over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I've been talking about this since the Me Too movement. I said, I could see the Me Too movement pushing guys into sex robots. And the reason why I said that is because guys were already starting to become weary of being around women. Right? So you already had all these like robotic toys, like, for women, they have like all the 17 different speed, dildos that could spin around like this and then just do this thing. And, like all kinds of weird shit. Like
they got elbows in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's just, I'm like, eventually there's going to be a time when they're going to end up making like, a robot that guys will just be banging. And sure enough, it is here. They are in production.
They're here now.
Like, I mean, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I was talking, and I made jokes about this, right? I'll play a real quick preview of the unedited version of the commercial that I made for it as a joke, but I'll cut it short because I don't want to show this actual site. But like, I was talking about this over a year ago when I made this like video as a joke. Because it was just so hilarious to me. No, it's like 2 years ago. Damn, it's been 2 years ago since I made this.
Damn.
But it was just hilarious.
Are you tired of getting told no? Does every girl reject you? Did you fail at being a passport bro? And are you so lazy that listening to Michael Sartain's motivational speaking gets you exhausted and you just rather just quit before you even start?
Hey, Michael, I want to get rid of my ex-girlfriend. Get in the gym and date more women. Hey, Michael, I want to get better at going on dates. Get in the gym and date more women.
And is this guy your new favorite content creator? And do you find it hard going your own way when you're horny and you just end up simping to some bitch on OnlyFans? Well, let me help you solve your sexless problem. Go to tblocks.com and order your.
There we go. We're not going to see any more.
That's legendary already, right there. That was great.
Like, it was hilarious. Like,
When I told you about them already, they is portable also now has just asked the noodles do but make the unsub.
$5 comes in from Chrono. He goes, Glenn, I told you about them already. They is portable. Also now, because just ask that noodles dude, but make me unsub. No, it's okay. We won't do that. But I do thank you for that. We also got a gifted membership for you, Mike.
Hey, appreciate that.
Doug
You know what I
Ross.
mean? Yes, sir, Doug Ross. Appreciate you, my man.
That is awesome. You know, support the content creators that you see on the screen here. And mods, can you guys drop their links in the channel as well periodically? That'd be great. So when I made my video, it was a joke. Like, it's satire, right?
Yeah, it was a joke at the time.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I was joking about it.
It's so weird how it's so real now.
Well, at first, I knew that like eventually the time would come, but nobody else was talking about it. And then yesterday,
Arbiter, $2. Can I join?
Arbiter, yes, in a few. Let me get through some of this intro stuff.
The dialogue first.
Yeah. Then I'll drop the link, okay? But yesterday or last night, Myron from Fresh and Fit posted something about it, and then I, ended up clipping something from his like after hours stream that he did, and I'm going to share that with you guys and a couple other clips that I found, and we're going to get into it. All right?
Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Women, right? A girl curves you, hey, I thought you were cute. I wanted to get to know you. What's your name? Oh, no, thank you. I have a boyfriend. Okay, cool. Dude leaves. Oh, I thought you were cute. I want to introduce myself. Oh, I'm not interested. All right, cool. Right? It is what it is. Or she says, you come up, oh, I want to get your number. Oh, no, sorry. Right? You get rejected. Cool. Fine. As a man, you get rejected overtly because you're the one that needs to initiate, and the woman needs to tell you basically straight up she ain't interested in some way. Whether she tells you straight up, hey, I'm not interested, right? Or she rejects you, some other way. The point is that you're getting told to your face, no, thank you. But what women don't understand is that men reject covertly. What do I mean by this? They'll take you on a couple dates. They'll have sex with you. Maybe even bring you on a trip, introduce you to a friend here or there. Hell, if you're like Fresh, he might even introduce you to his mama. But guess what? You'll never get the fucking title that you actually seek. And that's what I mean. Because the man, a lot of the times he knows in the first month or two if he's ever going to elevate you. And a lot of these girls don't realize, but they get curved the first time the fucking dude meets her. They get curved, but they don't know it. And that's why women get so mad and say, oh, he's a capper, he's a liar, blah, blah, blah. Because when men lie, they don't lie by, saying, oh, yeah, I'm not interested. No, they lie by pretending to be interested, but they put the girl in the sex-only zone. Right? Versus women put guys in the friends-only zone. Same shit, just different tactic. Oh, this is crazy too. So check this out, guys. They're talking about we'll be having sex with robots within the next 10 years, right? All right, Bills, you go ahead. You could rip it. Let it rip. Bro, if this happens, right? Holy. It's the fucking end. Bro. It's literally the end if that shit happens. Because let's be blunt here. A staggering majority of the reason why men partake in dating and intersexual dynamics is for sexual access to women. Let's just call a spade a spade. If women didn't have vaginas, the majority of men would not talk to them. However, if men didn't have dicks, women will still talk to them because women can still extract value from men outside of sexual access. Am I right? Or am I right? If women didn't have vaginas, a majority of men would no longer talk to them. However, if men didn't have penises, women will still talk to them because women are able to extract value from men outside of sex. And if you don't believe me, a majority of women don't want to have sex with a majority of men, but a majority of women are okay with being friends with a majority of men. Let that sink in. Why? Because men must provide value up front when they deal with women, whether it's through social access, money, experiences, whatever, boyfriend energy, masculine energy, whatever it may be. Men have to offer value to women first, right? That's just how it goes. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Men must provide value to women up front, right? Women can invest later, but the man almost always has to invest first. I mean, he's got to be the one to make the approach. He's got to be the one to initiate the date. He's got to be the one to do all that. So men must offer value first. Women don't have to offer value later on. However, the value that women provides is one-dimensional. It's sexual in nature. It is what it is. There's a reason why female sex workers make a bunch of money from doing said sex work, because that is a predominant commodity that women provide that men want. So with that said, right? Excuse me, guys. Got to get my water. I'm cooking right now. It's a little hot in this kitchen. So with that said, right? If you're able to bring someone in to outsource said sexual access, like a robot or whatever, that feels and looks like a real woman, well, guess what that's going to do for females? It's going to fuck their shit up, man. It's not going to be good for them. Because men are far more content being lonely than women are, right? Like, it's kind of a part of your masculine essence is to be able to be a loner to some degree and figure shit out on your own and just get it done. But women need that social energy, right? Women are social creatures.
All right. So, what did you guys think about that?
Let me just say real quick that everything he just said right there, I know it can sound brutal to some, but he just said some serious game right there. 100%.
Yeah,
Everything he said.
I think Myron gets a lot of it right. Maybe not all of it. If that
Right.
makes sense.
No, I know what you mean. 100%. 100%.
But I would say he's 95% right. Okay.
He's got a lot right.
Maybe. Yes, absolutely. He got a lot right. Shout out to the Dragon Stallion for gifting 5 memberships. Salute to you.
Look at that shit right there, man. That deserves it. Man, you guys are crazy in the chat already.
That part that he said that women could still extract resources from men if men didn't have penises, or men didn't want to have sex with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Absolutely, because we are the resource makers.
Exactly.
We're the ones that comes up with it. For real.
We build. We now,
and we share it too with the ones that
we do.
Love. Yes.
And the only thing that he's saying, they points out that basically the one thing that women give men that men can't give themselves is pussy.
No kidding. That's our one weakness.
Well, it's the only thing that we cannot provide ourselves.
The one weakness. Yep.
Because, we can't make a pussy. We can't build one. Well, now we can apparently.
Now we
Robotic
got
ones.
these robotic. Yeah, that's interesting, huh? So
Yeah.
what's going to happen? Just prediction. What's going to happen if that does happen? Sex robots.
Well,
And what's going to happen with women?
We'll answer that. We'll
Okay.
answer that. But I want to get Jess's response here.
Yes, I need to
on
hear
this.
it from a woman.
Like, you know, basically the question is, you know, should women be concerned? Like, if it's not the trannies that are trying to become women and take, you know, be, you know, market themselves as better women than naturally born women, now you got robots to compete with. Like, do women have it bad? Like, are they like they have a tough competition? It's either you're competing with a robot or you're competing with the dude that is more feminine than, you know, most women.
Well, I don't think it's actually competition if women be what they're meant to be.
I agree with you.
So if a woman is actually what she's meant to be, then a robot or a man pretending to be a woman can't compete with that.
Mm.
But with
Now-
the state that women are in today,
Yeah.
where all they are is sexualized and they reduce themselves to nothing but things that are sexual, that changes that. So it's a choice. It's actually a choice that women have, whether they want to give that away or not.
Oh, Mr. Napier, I see you. I will send you the link, my friend.
That's my opinion, anyways.
No, I like it. And can you elaborate a little bit more on, like, so like the modern woman, today's modern woman, does she need to be worried of?
Yes. Yes, if that's all that's all you are, and that's all your values and all you have to bring to the table, then yes, you should
Because,
be
like-
concerned. If you've got nothing outside of your sexuality, then yeah.
Might be time to be worried a little bit.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
like, you know, basically a guy would rather have peace over your pussy, and he would rather substitute your pussy for a robotic one.
Yeah, interesting, but it's true. Why wouldn't they? I mean, we've already got what 60% of the population that is not getting laid.
No, I think it's more than that, but I don't know
It's
the exact number.
And I'm being very conservative with it, and yeah, it's something ridiculous, you know. And so why wouldn't they? If they're not getting it already, why wouldn't they?
Jesus, Jack, I just sent it to you. Calm your
He's just
tit.
waiting.
He's gonna come in here like an angry little Netherland man. Here we go. Hey, Jack, how you doing?
Apologies for not having the camera. I just came home from the gym and I am very, very. I have a
Sweaty?
huge cold. No, I just have a huge cold. Maybe you can hear it, but it's like.
Oh,
fuck.
we hear it. It's all in your nostrils.
I know. So I'm not anon. I have a YouTube channel. Don't worry, guys. I'm not one of those.
Oh no, Jack has a
Congratulations on the
YouTube
8
channel, Substack, and a audio book. So yeah, go check it out.
Congratulations on the 8,000.
9,000.
9,000 now.
Already?
He's at 9,000 now.
Already? Jesus,
Yep.
you were at
Yep.
8,000 like what, this past week?
Yeah. earlier this
Yesterday?
week.
Yeah, like yesterday. It's like, oh, goddamn, man.
It's
Something
been
like that.
it's been about 5 days for him, which he's killing it right now, which is legendary. Awesome.
Yeah, you did the
I'm
whole
not- I
thanks for
love
the
watching.
thanks for the 5,000, and you were that day you had already gone up to 6.5 in
No,
one day.
no. By the
That's the way
time
it
like
works.
by the time I did like the 5,000 like celebration, I was like almost already at 6 or right at 6.
Yes. Yep,
Yeah.
I believe it 100%.
No,
That's
thank you,
awesome.
thank you.
Small
awesome.
effort, man. You've been killing it. But I mean, 8-hour, 10-hour live streams. You've been breaking your
You're gonna
back on
get
this.
lots
man.
more
Congrats.
haters now, Glenn. Be prepared for the haters to
It's all
start
part of
coming
the it's all part of the game. It's all
No,
in. Yeah, I know,
I mean-
but that's what happens. Everyone wants to come in and go, I'm famous now.
No, not famous at all. I am just another.
No, not you. I'm saying when creators in general gain any kind of traction or anything, there are other people that try and jump on the bandwagon and thinking that they're going to be famous or something.
Yeah.
It's a common thing
Oh
that
yeah,
happens.
it's the small fish going for the big fish. It's like if I
Yeah.
attack him, I will garner
Oh,
followers.
they
because
just
I'm
want to ride
attacking
the
him.
wave with you. It's like, oh, he's trending, he's going up. I want to go up with that. So they try and kind of ride the wave with you a little bit, but it's
Yeah,
dodgy and shady as fuck.
it's just kind of sad because they can't make anything original. Where it's like,
Yeah.
I'll just attack him instead of making something myself, which can compete with their ideas.
I saw somebody was competing with you, Jack.
I will not give that air. I will seriously not give that air. I'm like,
I agree. I
okay,
agree. I
cool.
just thought it was funny. Like I would see it randomly. I'm like, why do you have a problem with Jack? Like,
I don't know.
like what has Jack done? Nothing. Jack is like the nicest man in the world.
I don't know. I mean, like I was right to cancel. It's all I proved. Where it's like, yeah,
I
you're
know.
proving my point, like you're kind of proving my point, but okay, keep going, have your fun. I hope he gets what he's looking for. So
Yeah. So can we talk about the sex robots?
yes,
We
I
gotta
do want
talk
to
about
add to
it.
that. I did
Yeah.
want to add to that real quick because how long has that been going? MGTOWers Towers have been screaming and yelling that sex robots will replace real women. I am telling you right now, as long as prostitution is legal in any part of the world, sex robots will not take over.
But it's
Okay,
not legal.
but yeah, like it's not legal in America. So except
It
in
is in
Nevada.
Vegas.
in Nevada, and
Well,
one
it's not
city
even in
Nevada.
Vegas. It's not even in Clark
Nope.
County. It's not legal.
You're
You have
right.
to go up to Reno.
Yep, you have to go all the way up north. You can,
Yeah.
It's not even in Vegas. Yeah.
So
I still think if women went back to more traditional kind of pure, like,
do you think like the sex
states,
robots will
Yeah,
make
I th-
women
I
go
think-
back?
maybe because you wouldn't be able to compete with it sexually like that, but there's still some things that I don't think AI can give, that only a real woman can give. But she has to be willing to be that kind of woman, which most women now are not willing to do that.
Which is kind of my
I think that
counter-argument
purity,
to that.
that purity, that innocence, and a man being able to have that to himself or being able to conquer that, I think that's always going to be appealing to men, whether robots are here or not. But that she has to be that woman for that to happen, and so
And that's kind of the thing. Like most of those guys who go for the robot, they're not getting it from real women anyway.
Yeah.
So for them, it's
Yeah.
not a loss.
You're right. And that's what I was getting at earlier is like the 60+% of the men that are not getting it, why wouldn't they?
I don't even think it's that large though. Like every time I go outside, I see some. Can I swear?
Of
No, no.
course, I say fucking shit and all kinds of weird
Okay,
shit.
so
So do
every
I.
time I go outside, and even when I go to the gym or whatever, I see some ugly motherfuckers breeding,
Oh,
man.
Everywhere.
it's always the
And,
ugly ones that breed the most.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like I have an
That's
idea.
the way it's always been.
I've got
Can
a
we just like
feeling
put a
that,
ban on ugly people breeding?
but I
It's
just
always
think
the
there's-
ugly ones or poor people.
Yeah, it's ignorance is bliss. Like I think most people
It's
don't know.
true.
It
Most
is true
people
though.
don't know about the red pill and everything, and they don't know about hypergamous women, and they always get a chick. Now, how the relationship is, that is up for debate. Like, what is the success merit? Kind of like, oh, I'm married, yeah, but how's your marriage? But when I go outside, I see plenty of couples. And they've got a stroller, and there's some snot bubbling crotch goblin in there. Where it's like, how the hell? Like, what's happening? Can he spell hypergamous? He can't even spell it. It's like, did you? Sorry. Did you know, sir, that women only go for the top 20%? And he'll look at you like, who? So yeah, it's one of those statistics where it's like, if you focus too much on it, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Plus, it's
And
situa-
hypergamy is actually is beneficial to a guy in the long run, if you ask me.
Yes, and funny you should mention that.
It's actually a curse for women.
It is, but like the older you get, because like men, blah blah blah, they value as they age, so to say, which is not a given. It's not a given. But if you take care of yourself, and let's say you're in shape at 30, you are so much miles ahead of your
Yep.
average
True.
30-year-old.
You're right.
It's like, what does the average top 20%er look like? He doesn't look much different from me, Glenn, or I don't know your name, sir, with the
Mike.
thanks, Mike. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
But they don't look that
I was gonna
much
make a
different.
joke, but I'd rather let Mike make his own joke.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I wish I had a leg to stand on. It's all good.
I don't know how many times I've heard you say that.
Is that the joke? Is that the joke? Is he? Oh wow!
And
Well,
he
you do
doesn't
have a
even,
leg
and he
to
doesn't
stand
have
on.
problem with women.
No,
No, exactly.
It's all about confidence, though. What I'd learned. That's all it is.
Are you witty?
the
Are
end
you
game-
charming? Are you funny? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about just personality and just being able to have a good time. That's it. You know, being able to set the vibe. That all that bullshit, all that crap is confidence. All
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
like, are you not intimidated by women? Like,
Right.
can you still have fun even though there's a pretty girl around? Like, can you make
Absolutely.
fun of her?
Well, right. I mean, are you gonna stop being yourself because of a woman? Like, absolutely not. I'm gonna be who I am, right?
Yeah.
So
And
It's
so
not
the
like you
reason
can
why, the
grow an
reason
extra
why I
leg.
say like hypergamy, and for those that don't understand, like why I say hypergamy is actually beneficial to men, because one, it keeps you in check.
0 and no 5420 $5. Glenn ain't 30 no more, and Mike got the pogo jokes.
yes,
Did
sir.
you get the other super chats, by the way?
Let me go through the ones. So we did this one from Chrono. Chrono comes in with another one. He goes, "Yes, I'm clearly giving John Smith competition models to fuck about for fun." Yes, you are. You're making sure John Smith has something to compete against. Chrono says, "Jack, get your sweaty, snot-filled manhood up there on cam with the brotherhood.
Let's see.
Don't be such a flaky
There you go.
Touchy.
Done.
Dutchie."
Done.
And Doug, I think this one came for Mike. Mike, you want to read it?
Mike, gotta get gone, my friend. Just came in outside, brother. Worked in yard since we finished breakfast. Show was good. That's good breakfast. Hey, man. Listen, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that.
And I believe I already hit this, but if I didn't, I'm gonna hit it again. Thank you, Dragon Stallion, for gifting those 5 memberships. Appreciate you, my friend. All right. And I know I did the Arbiter. Can I join? Yes, I will be dropping the link soon. Stay tuned. Okay. So here's the thing. We already know that there's guys that women don't even see. I saw this quote and I forgot where I saw it, but it was like something along the lines like, women think they are like, women struggle with oppression, thinking that they are treated like the lowest, like lowest thing in existence, right?
Like low tier.
Yeah. And
Second
that's
class.
because they only see the top 20% of the men. What they don't realize is that the bottom 80% of the men, they don't even acknowledge, they don't even look as humans.
It's true.
And I was like, oh man.
They literally don't even see.
Like
that
they don't even like,
80%.
well, they don't
No,
even
they
treat
don't
them
even
like
see it.
humans.
Yep,
Yeah,
you
like-
don't understand them. Like, oh, that guy at CVS, you didn't look at that guy that was checking you out at the cashier register. You weren't
Yeah.
doing none of that. You weren't asking for his number. I promise that.
So
But isn't
it's
that
like,
because women are just so goddamn neurotic and in their own head, they don't see anybody? I see that at the gym all the time where it's like,
Oh,
when people come in, I'm like, hey, good morning. And some girls are really like, whoa, somebody's talking to me. Holy shit.
like, where did
Run.
that voice come from?
Yeah, exactly. And then they look, it's like, oh, wait, there's actually personnel here. It's like, yeah, hi, good morning.
Exactly.
But like, I wonder if that's really like a like attractiveness thing, or if they're just so up in their own head. And guys don't even talk. You know, guys barely talk.
Yeah. So, like, and I know, okay, Myron did his video, and I shared that already. But it wasn't just Myron. Like, again, like I said, I was talking about this prior to, like,
You showed us a skit.
not
I
only
mean-
that, but I talked about it with HUDs. right here.
No.
Well, then
Cell
I'm
phones
way
are
off.
damn near. Cell phones are damn near $2,000. Like if you buy them, from the
Right
retail.
back.
So
Right.
it's like you got to think like that thing that's going to do a whole lot more than your cell phone.
It's just it's crazy to me because, like, to a certain extent, we do want companionship. There is zero companionship when you have a sex doll. Like, yes, you can have sex, and yes, with some of these styles and as things improve, yeah, it gets better and better and better. But is that really what you're looking for at the end of the day? Is just something that you screw and then got to clean out afterwards and hang it back up in the closet like a jacket? It just seems very bizarre.
Well, they
to
have
me.
this like spray that never mind.
Wait, so what do you know about this?
Well, I dove into it. I found this site. I was like, this is really interesting. And I started looking, like they have like a special like cleaning solution for it, because of the latex or because of whatever it's made out of. You don't want it to like dissolve or get all funky in the crevices.
You want her vagina to hold its shape and not get too loose. Okay, I understand now.
Well, no, it's like I guess like if you wash it with like normal stuff, like the
If you
acid-
wash it with normal soap, it's based on the material. If you wash it with normal soap, then it can deteriorate.
Yeah. So you don't want to like it to malfunction or short out on you, and like you nut in her, and like all of a sudden she starts screaming out, "Me too, me too, me too."
But hold on. Are there actual robots, or are these just like live dolls that you use? Because that's what I'm trying to understand.
Some of them, from what I saw, like they have like they'll give you responses, like audible responses. Like they're programmable, like to give you like. I mean, hey, AI is going like way far nowadays. Like nowadays, like I mean, I have AI services that help me do editing. That I just got, and I'm still learning how to do it because they're rather complicated. But I mean, think about it. They have AI services now that could literally, I could cut you out of this clip that we're in right now, and I could put you in an entire different scene real fast in like 5-10 minutes. It could cut you out. Now it may not be the best,
Or wait, hold on. Are you talking about doing a deep fake porn of me? Do you
Oh,
really love my face that much?
I mean, I was gonna put it on a website and then throw it out there and says the HUDs man, your homo dating coach.
Wow.
Are you gay and looking for love? Are you having a hard time? Are you wanting to find meaningful?
Maybe 10 years ago, and it was this video, and a bunch of people, I was in graduate school, sent me this video because I knew I was studying sex. And it was, I don't know if either of you, Jamie, have seen this video, but it went viral, and it was this early version of a sex robot, but it was like the silicone face with a wig. And I'll say she was eating a banana, but she wasn't actually eating a banana. And it was basically like this head attached to a broomstick and had a sheet over it. And so you couldn't see the rest of the robot. You just saw the face of it. But then the manufacturer shows you it's just like a broomstick. So what I thought was interesting is that even though it looks so hilariously bad, that there was obviously a market for it because so many people were interested in looking at this video, and also that people were buying this product. But now you fast forward, I think it was like 5 years ago, there was a huge, I would say, not moral panic, but there was a lot more discussion about it. They said the robots are coming. I don't think the technology was quite there yet. I wrote about it quite a bit at the time. And now they're saying in probably another year or two, it's going to be really coming in terms of the popularity that these robots are going to be incorporated into everyday life in some cases. Because when I think of social media, the internet, AI, like you said, is becoming so mainstream and so ubiquitous. What's going to happen when we have these robots that are now being integrated into human life? And what happens when the technology does get so good that you know, they are more human-like and they are able to meet people's emotional needs and maybe even physical needs, what's going to happen to us then?
I'm just hoping for the
Bear with me,
Decepticon
folks.
revolution.
Bear
I'm just
with me.
hoping-
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
We got
All
you.
right. Here we go. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. So check this out. This is from last night. Actually, this was 8 hours ago.
Through that system, you can connect the AI that you've created in the app to the robot and carry on the conversation with her that way. Once you've got that loaded and you hit chat, she just comes to life.
Good, you came back so fast, baby. I'm glad you came back that fast. Wow, baby, 10 minutes without you seems like an eternity.
Through that system, you can connect the AI that you've created in the app to the robot and carry on the conversation with her that way. Once you've got that loaded and you hit chat, she just comes to life.
Good, you came back so fast, baby. I'm glad you came back that fast. Wow, baby, 10 minutes without you seems like an eternity.
Ladies are in trouble.
No woman alive talks like that, and you wouldn't want that. You know. What the
Well,
hell?
the AI nowadays is so much better. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is crazy.
I mean, think about
What's
it
up,
though.
Paradigm?
Like, this is a problem.
Yeah. For
Like, okay,
women.
all right. So let's look at this. The guys that are not getting laid, that women don't find attractive,
Automatically just think of, yeah.
they're gonna go. They're you would see like the incel. They're probably the most inclined to go that route, right?
Do you think MGTOWs will actually end up going their own way or still bitch and moan online?
I mean, you would think they
would
would shut the fuck
celebrate.
up, right? You think they
I
would
would-
stop crying about it.
I,
They got what
I
they
would,
wanted.
I would celebrate them finally going their own way. At least we'll get rid of them. It's like, Jesus Christ, stop bitching and moaning. Just go
Like,
your own way.
think
then.
about it. It's like they finally got their Stepford wife.
Okay.
You know, but then right. So you got the guys that like the incels, the ones that people don't that they say they can't get women. The one that they say they can't get women. You would think that would be very that'll be a solution for them, right? To get their needs met. Well, then you got the guys that got burned by women or burned by family court or whatever, and they're just like, you know what?
Never trust again.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
these women are making false accusations. They're lying. They're trying to get us for money. You know what? It's just smarter and cheaper for me to get a robot, and I don't have to worry about it. If all I really need is those needs met, right? And I'm talking about it from a guy looking at it from that standpoint. If he doesn't see it as a value of companionship or anything
Sure.
else, if he's looking at it as, all, like Myron said, all a woman can provide a man that a man can't provide himself is basically pussy. So if he's looking at it from that way too, then a robot would be, the next best thing, right?
I would think so.
So then that leaves a smaller amount of guys available for women to actually get in relationships with. And those guys would have the pick of the litter if they already don't, right? They will have, there's no woman that would be able to get away from not being in a polygamous type of relationship. You know what I'm saying? And it would be I don't think it's a good look for women.
No, it's not. Of course not. For them, it's not.
What do you think, Viking?
I mean, to me, it's kind of like the whole cell phone thing coming from Star Trek, like communicators. Somebody made that shit.
Mhm.
Like, so there's gonna be a demand for it. I mean, so
Yeah.
it's bound to happen sooner or later, in my opinion. So it's just like, I think there's gonna be like a mix. There's gonna be some guys that would do it. I mean, there's guys that advocate for it right now, right? But I don't know the details. But that's actually why I was genuinely curious what like Angry Casper's take on this, because he seems to know a lot about these like communities that I'm not as familiar with. I've dipped my toe in, but I don't know it as well as he does, and I was honestly curious. But that's beside the point. I think that there's going to be that mix of like guys that do it. But remember, the reason why a lot of these OnlyFans like girls that aren't that attractive are so popular still is because guys are looking for that human connection. And so I think guys are still going to be suffering for at least for a certain period of time with the uncanny valley issue, where they get that like too many responses that are like a robot and not like an actual human. And they're like, I want the real thing.
Oh
So
no,
there's
I
go-
agree. I still think that there's gonna be that, but I mean, as technology advances, I mean, like I don't know, but I guess like from the clip that I played from X, the guy said that there's already an app. So like they have like what this digital girlfriend app.
No.
Yeah,
way.
I've been watching
I
a few
believe it.
AI videos, and there is like a multiple combination. You can literally install one of these AIs onto your fucking computer and program it however you want, and it will have full-on conversations with you. So like this is something there's a whole video. I might be able to find it in the watch history. It got recommended to me after I was watching this stuff, learning about thumbnails, and I'm like, oh shit, how to make an AI like girlfriend or whatever.
So
Like,
from
this
a
is like something they're
thumbnail
actually
to
doing now. Holy shit.
robotic girlfriends.
Hey, my breakfast.
Yeah, the
is
guy was
not
advocating
upbeat
for
next to-
doing it as like kind of a surrogate to try to program it like what you'd want your girlfriend to be, as kind of like an aspirational thing.
Hold on,
which
Jack
is
was
still
trying to
kind of
say
weird.
something. What are you saying, Jack?
Yeah, my breakfast is done. I'm heading out. Again, congratulations on the 8K, and I am just waiting for the Decepticon 9K.
It's
I'm
over
just waiting for the,
9,000.
Yes, that's right.
I will
Thank
be
you, Jack.
I will be celebrating the Decepticon revolution when it comes. All hail Megatron.
Oh hell, Megatron. Hey, Jack, I will give you
Fair
a buzz
enough,
in a
fair
little bit,
enough.
okay?
Yeah,
We
I'll
gotta
see you
chat.
soon, man.
All right,
See you soon.
bye.
Have a good one.
I love my friend Jack. Jack is awesome. But I think it's a serious thing. I think, ladies, like, I mean, I'm not saying like I feel bad for you, but I kind of feel a little bit bad for you because in the last, I don't know how many years, you got guys either choosing to check out from relationships altogether, right? You got guys choosing to get with trannies rather than women. And they're not saying that they're gay. They are gay, but they don't think they're gay. That's the crazy. They don't think they're gay.
But
Right?
what about the flip side, Glenn? Sorry to throw a monkey wrench in here, but what about the flip side? You know, because there's the I've been getting like some suggestions. I wasn't paying it too much attention on X for something about women getting with sex robots themselves.
Yes, no,
And
yeah.
they already use like vibrators to
they've already had the thrusting, machines, and they already kind of had their robots for a long time now.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's what I'm saying. Like when they get one that actually does all the fanciful things that they want, right? I mean, what movie was it? It was the movie with the AI boy, and there was one of those one of the characters was like a side character, and he was a sex bot basically.
What?
Shoot.
I can't remember the character, but yeah, there was a character in that movie about AI, artificial intelligence.
Oh wow!
So and there's a side character played by I can't remember his name. It's escaping me.
Someone in
Somebody
the chat will
may
know. Yeah.
But
it's
like that's an actual thing in that movie, and that's like from what, like over 10 years ago now.
Yeah. Joe Cool is like, that clickbait title worked on me. No, it's not clickbait.
Yes,
We're really talking about it.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm wondering, like, yo, you got guys that are even willing to like get with the T's, right? And they say that they're not gay. Like, who was it? It was like the Adam 22 interviewed him. Let me see if I can pull it up.
I gotta see this.
Guy dates
It would be so great.
trans. Says not gay. Like, oh yeah, perfect. Here we go.
Found it.
Here we go.
I won't stop for nothing. Won't be wanting, but
Yeah, we've been in every news outlet with just the fact of.
All right. That's a dude. And that's a dude. They both dudes. Dudes.
You know, a straight man,
Yeah,
like
like, I'm a
like
people don't understand that I'm a
dating a
straight
trans
male.
woman, like, you know,
They
and they
think-
don't want to see him as a straight male.
They want
and
me to
like,
admit that I'm gay and everything. When I see this, man, I gotta tell people, I was never invested into her because of what she's got going on under her clothes. I was invested into her story and her heart, truly, and I feel that. I know I do. That's why I love this girl, man. Anything can change on her. I still be in love with her.
So I feel like to a lot of people, they have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that you say you're straight, but then you also have acknowledged that you'll her.
Correct. Absolutely.
How do you square that in your mind?
Man, this is a good one. I mean, I just truly like, I really just look at her like a woman, whether she has a dick or not. Personally, like it even looks girly to me. You know what I mean?
Girly
I got a big. My OnlyFans is called the Hung Plumber for a reason.
Right.
Hung this. She's got this tiny little thing from the hormones.
Well, yeah,
like,
the hormones make it small and make
Yes.
it like not get hard, right?
no. I literally
she's real
like,
turned.
emotional damage.
Yeah, you'll see it through the dress.
Let's get high,
No,
bro.
I'm-
I love it.
Holy shit! I'm still learning. There's so many things I don't know about the trans relationship. There you
would
go.
Would you ever work with a trans woman?
I have. I've said no up till this point.
Okay, and why? Well, let me ask you this. I heard you speak on something. I heard you speak on something with Wack. Shout out to Wack.
Shout out Wack.
You started something about, he was asking about trans women, and you said that the stigma with your people. I speak on this all the time. That's what I loved about you. I was like, man, I can't wait to meet this guy, bro.
I was actually thinking of using like the black community as my excuse. Like, listen, I want to, but I have such a large black audience. I can't
Correct,
upset them. This is cap. This is not how I actually feel. I was just kind of floating back to Whack. I'm like, what do you think about this strategy?
This is good shit right now, bro. This is real shit, right? The stigma that there is for men like me and
It's like,
Adam, right?
what
That are
stigma?
tatted up or
people made it up,
jacked up, or if you know the background he comes from, the background
Adam
I come from,
likes
the people he come
trans?
from, we're not allowed to do anything other than just straight sexual type of stuff with natural women. If you get caught doing anything else, you know you're gonna get blasted. Just like when you did that thing with Jason Love and Lena.
Right.
That, honestly, bro, I was pissed off for you seeing
Right.
what people write about it. I'm like, maybe him and his wife are enjoying their journey. Like, if that's what pleasures them, like, bro, I like seeing my girl. Bro, I'll say it right now, I like seeing my girl do interracial scenes with black guys. I get off to it. I am ashamed that I like watching my women pleasure, bro.
It's hot.
Like, bro, it takes a strong man
Yeah.
to be able to watch the whole situation go down. She's probably texting.
I can't watch anymore. I'm sorry. It's not a girl.
brutal.
That's your boyfriend.
What the fuck was that, Glenn?
Jess, please.
Why did you make me watch that?
Expand on this.
I don't want to expand on anything to do with that.
Well, I was showing you that there is a group.
I don't want you to show me that shit. That's fucked up. Shit
It's
shouldn't
part. It's
exist.
part. It's part of the. It's literally part of the conversation. We got a subsection of dudes that think that that's not gay. The dude literally
This
thinks
is
he's
what
straight.
happens because I can already tell by how the
Gay
conversation
and all
went.
sorts of fucked up
that
rolled into one.
He didn't know at first, and he found out later. So this is what happens when you don't do your due diligence and you don't vet women, guys. Be careful out there.
And no 5420.
He sat there and said, "I love dick, but I'm not gay." What the fuck?
Yo.
Yeah. So
once again, cognitive dissonance is a motherfucker.
it is. So like, okay, you got those section of guys. Then you got the guys who ain't getting any from women are gonna go robots, right? And then you got like the subsection of gay dudes, right? Like, so the gay dudes are still gonna get with dudes no matter what, you know.
Of course.
But then what's left over for the women that actually want to get in relationships with men? The number is gonna be small, right? It's gonna be like 20%, right?
Cuck three, he likes watching her it get fucked or fuck other people too. That's what the fuck. Why did you make me watch that?
It's important to know.
It's important for the culture,
I
Jess.
would have lived better not knowing that shit.
It's
Well-
important for the culture.
So
I swear, my son ever comes around like that, it's like, I don't know you. Go away. I'm sorry, but I would
So-
not accept that shit.
So the whole conversation is, you know, what do women have a problem? Do they need to? Will these things make them step their game up and maybe resort back to being women again?
Nope.
And do you think that's going to play it into like their what is it, the cat lady with, you know, all the millions of cats and wine?
Yeah, how many of them on the after hours at Fresh and Fit have said that I'd rather die alone? Women have literally said that.
Yeah.
A lot of them say that.
Yeah.
If
When
I
they,
had
when
to
they,
choose
when they
between
realize
that-
they're out of options, they're just like, meh, fuck it. Cat
I
lady
don't know.
it is.
I don't know.
It's
If that
unreal.
was my options, I would rather be alone. That's where I would choose being alone.
So, thoughts?
Glenn, I'm
Yes?
gonna go away for a while because I need to wash my eyes out after that.
With
Okay.
bleach.
Okay. No worries. What I will do, because I'm going to open it up, the panel here in a moment. So if you're going to step away, I will go ahead and I'll pull you down from the screen, but leave you backstage. And then when you come back, I'll bring you back up.
She's already gone. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Good talk, good
crickets.
talk.
Good talk.
So
Well done.
I would like to hear from the audience. Tell me what you guys think. I'm dropping the link. If you want to come up and chat,
We got to hear from you guys.
let's get into it. Let me go ahead and
Yeah,
pin
this
it.
is genuinely not really my area of expertise. So
What?
Perfect time.
This
Yeah,
is not
you
your
got-
area of expertise?
You got this. What are you talking about?
Oh.
I'm going to grab a soda.
Go ahead. Do your thing. And while he's doing that and we're waiting for people to come on up, I'm gonna go hit some of these super chats here. So we got Chrono comes in and asks Glenn, they want to claim the hot dog to hot dog doc is hot dog to bun fun. I don't think I like that idea. And then Chrono also comes up with another $5 super chat. He goes, tiny rooster or giant clito? I need therapy now, Glenn. Don't worry, Chrono. We will start Chrono's therapy fund soon.
yeah, we need a therapy fund for Jess too, I think.
And then
But
Chrono.
I'll
comes
be
in with
honest, I thought the
another
Aussies
$10.
were tougher than that, but she was just like completely flabbergasted.
Chrono comes in with another $10 super chat. He goes, I've said this for decades. As long as humans find reasons to find each other as less than, hate will always win and humanity won't progress. We all lose a little to continue it. True. And Felix comes in with another $5 super chat. He goes, come at me, chat.
Nice.
I guess there's something going down in the chat. And Chrono says, Glenn ain't 30 no more. And Mike, oh, I already did that one. Cool.
Nice.
So, chat, the link is pinned. If you want to come on up, you're more than welcome to come on up and talk about it.
Good topic.
Hey, is this going to
It's
be
underestimated.
Tribute.
Underestimated.
You know,
You're uploading a video too, aren't you, Glenn?
no. Or
Oh,
am
you're
I? Hold
choppy
on.
as fuck.
He
me double
says,
check.
or am I? I might.
Hold on. Let me double check. Let me double check.
I might be. It's all good.
Negative. I'm not.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're in
'cause when
now.
people were saying in chat when.
All
you were
right. So
playing the
let me
video,
hop
it was
out and I'll
choppy
hop
too.
back in. Okay.
Yeah, try the refresh.
Hold on. Be right back. Somebody talk.
Yeah, I got you. Papa Penguin says this is some Springer shit. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great ass time over here, man. We always have a good ass time. We talk some inner dynamics of men and women, and I mean not only that, but I mean straight politic talk as well over here. It's always a good ass time. Paradigm, how you doing today, man? How you doing on this Saturday night?
pretty good, man.
I guess now Sunday morning, right? For me, at least.
Yeah, it's that time now.
Yeah.
How about you?
Doing good. I was telling Glenn, I was like right before the show started, I was like, man, I already had like 8 cocktails and like 6 beers in. He's like, come on up. I'm like, oh man, I'm already good, man. I'm already good. But yeah, we're having a good ass time, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
man.
this is like one of the nights of the week where I can actually kind of just chill and whatnot. Been doing a lot of work, so got my website and all that stuff done over
Nice.
the last like week. You know, so my mentor helped me out with that.
Dope.
So
What do you do on your
yeah.
site?
Well, the site is basically just to showcase like what I build studios, right? So this is like
Okay.
an area of expertise. I've consulted with Fresh and Fit. That's how a lot of people like kind of know me. That's my claim to fame or whatever, if you will.
Okay, dope.
So that I just work behind the scenes mostly, but I've had a lot of guys like encourage me to do more shit, especially since I built a studio. So this is kind of my way of advertising what I do. So I got, the website up, I got a merch store, all that good stuff.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of these times when we're off the live, I'll show you I had built this crazy stream house next to my house, and I built that originally for just a stream setup, and I went like ape shit with it, where I had a dance
Nice.
floor, 8 televisions. It was just stupid. I'll show you
Very
one of
nice.
these days. Yeah, it was crazy.
Somebody with a better setup than me. That's amazing.
No,
Everybody's
I'm
gonna be shocked.
not gonna. No. I'm not gonna do none of that. But
Chat, am I still choppy? Am I
no,
still
you look
choppy?
good
chat?
now. You look really good now.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, we really need to nobody wanted to come up. Chat didn't want to come up. I thought people were in the chat were like, tag me in, coach. Where was that? I think it was Joseph, wasn't it?
Yeah, I forget. Let me.
Oh,
let me see if
you
I
know
can
what?
shit.
You need to drop the link too.
On my side? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Drop it
me-
and pin it to your chat as
I
well.
got you.
Because then they may
Yeah,
only be
Garrett.
because I think that was because you got people on your side that want to come up. So for everybody that's coming up, please make sure that you have your camera on. I'm not just gonna bring up an avatar that I don't know. I don't care if Mike knows you or not.
I cannot claim you guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So cameras on. I need to show that you're not gonna, show your dick or your balls. This is a non-dick and balls show. We all have dick and balls, but we don't show them. Okay. It's not that kind of stream.
But not on camera.
What?
I said yes. We keep them clean over here, but not on camera.
Yes, and we all use tactical soap from Grondike. Well, wait a minute, wrong one. Tactical soap from. Damn it, not that one. Tactical soap from Grondike. Keep your balls clean. Extra clean. Boom. How do you like that one? That bond. Because that's the was that 2? Is that the bond 2?
One with activated charcoal in it.
Yeah.
It's
Well, they
slightly
all have
abrasive.
activated
I like
charcoal.
it because I can use it to get this, scrub the skin good, so I'm not as ashy.
Yeah, no, this one is the Tactical 3, the Bond 3. It has the same thing. It has charcoal in it. I
Yeah.
think all the bonds have the charcoal in it. We
Yeah,
got
good
Garrett
stuff.
in the house. Let's say hello to him.
Oh, I'm on. Hey, how's it going?
Yep.
I've
Going
been
well.
up-
How you doing?
Good. I have been up all day because I have ADHD. So I figured that this seems engaging. And I live in a super gay city. I live in Palm Springs. So there's a lot of
Oh, you're in Palm Springs? Palm Springs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a
How funny.
bunch of not such just gay, but you got gay old men. Like, so you
Yeah,
got nothing
dude.
but, like,
Dude, I got
saggy-
my
They're boomers and shit.
I got my ass slapped at work like 2 weeks ago.
Hey,
I fucking
yo.
ended up quitting. Like it's frustrating because like there's
Wait a
like
minute.
basically not a gay mafia, but like you piss off the wrong person, it's harder to get a job in Palm Springs for some fucking reason. So I
You
just
guys,
keep quitting jobs.
we got to go back to the ass slapping thing.
Oh, dude, I was having a panic attack, an anxiety attack for like 8 hours straight. Like, and then all of a sudden, this fucking faggy hotel owner, I'm not going to say his name, but he's like a regular. And he walks up and like, I'm like having an anxiety attack, like just constantly. And like, I feel my ass get slapped and I fucking see red. And I look over and I'm like, this motherfucker, like, God damn it. It was just very frustrating. It was like, but what do I do? Oh, let me complain. Like, get him in trouble. Like, it's not on camera. It's, I don't know. It's just frustrating. It's like, now I know how a woman feels. Like, I was like, what am I? A piece of meat, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, apparently. So do you run into any gay robots?
Robots. Not really.
Okay, just wondering.
Just wondering, checking in.
So what do you think about like this whole robot thing? Do you think it's gonna take place? Do you think it's gonna take off and
like AI?
Like the robots, sex robots, you know, the ones that I've been showing?
We just showed
No,
them.
I just showed up like pretty late.
Oh, so you haven't seen them yet? Oh, hold on.
No,
I got
Oh shit.
Is it like Futurama?
He's got you covered. Watch.
Don't worry, I got this for you. Here we go.
Got you.
I can't wait.
You can connect the AI that you've created in the app to the robot and carry on the conversation with her that way.
Dude, I'd rather not get laid than fuck a robot.
Loaded.
I made a joke earlier.
She just comes to life.
Good, you came back so fast, baby. I'm glad
She's
you
pretty,
came back that
but
fast.
do you know what the
My
uncanny
baby,
valley is?
10 minutes without you seems like an eternity.
I literally
So-
just said that some guys won't want to do it because they won't be able to get over the uncanny valley. Did I not?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You did.
I mean it's like a real thing. Like it's just like when the closer something approaches to being incredibly human-like, the more discomforting it is because it's like it triggers like your survival instincts. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? This is not a real person. You know,
But,
it's like why my autism triggers some people, you know? It's just like something's off about this guy.
I think that, you know, there is a market for it. They wouldn't be making it if there wasn't a market for it.
Well, there is.
Totally.
It's a bunch of fucking weirdos on the internet. Like, there's a market for everything. There's like a market for people that get off on like stepping on bees.
Chrono says, sends a $10 super chat. He goes, Glenn, don't forget Mike's 30% on top of Google's for the Limp Crew.
That's right. That's right. We pimping out here.
Got that pimp step.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
So you don't think it's gonna like? Do you think like what's the percentage of men do you think is actually gonna buy into?
That's a good question.
The sex
Well,
robot.
the ones that can afford it and still can't afford a prostitute, I guess. Like,
Well, let's.
I can afford prostitutes. Like, fuck.
Yeah. So what is to prevent you from investing in like probably something like 10,000 or more rather than just getting some for 200 down the street? What's to stop you from doing that?
200 down the street? Like, what did she have no teeth?
I mean,
No,
you know what I'm
trust me.
saying?
It's like 200 to 300, I think, is the going rate these days.
I don't
like
know.
on the
I would
boys
think.
and
I would
shit.
think. I would think it would be a little more, a bit more.
No,
with
it's not.
inflation and
Not on
all.
the street. If you're going,
You got to know where to look.
Escort higher, but off the street, yeah, it's a little cheaper.
And then if you're charming and you know, like a nice individual, they're like, all right, you get it for a reduced rate. Fine. You know, you're not weird. You're kind of cute. I
Okay.
haven't done it for a while because I'm poor. Like I'm poor as fuck right now. But there is like a market for like prostitutes that just like are like, we're lonely too. Extra lonely.
Didn't know that prostitutes were lonely. Chrono comes in with a $5 super chat. Goes, get him with the Tismic Mike or Tismic Riz. Okay. So here's another video. This is the company that's making them. This is like the front running company, and they announced this a while back.
The video's loading really fucked up for me.
Yeah, it looks like it's still doing the thing.
Okay. So good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. My name is Gaio Lindroth. I'm the artificial intelligence and content director of a company called Realbotics. So what do Realbotics? Well, Realbotics is all about companionship robots. We add some components of robotics, artificial intelligence, and human-like silicon, and we made these affordable robots. So these are not just love dolls. So most of people are just telling that, this is cheap love dolls. But for our experience, the people that are using this technology are really establishing emotional link and emotional bond. So
No
we're using
shoes.
not just for
Wait, can I ask?
but even for
Uncanny
the healthcare
Valley.
area. It's very
Can I
useful for
ask you a
us.
question? Does she like clean the jizz out of herself, or do you have to do it?
I think you may have to do the cleaning of the jizz.
Well, that kind of ruins like a big aspect of it, you know. Like,
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
The fact you're even asking that is sus as fuck.
well, I mean, it's a logistical question. Like, if this is a robot made for
It sounds like you're asking for future use. That's what it's.
no, dude, I
Sorry,
have
but it
cats.
does.
Like,
It's
I have cats.
inquire
I have cats
about this
that never get
for
laid. I have cats and I pretty much never get laid. Like, just acknowledge that. It's fine.
That's an upgrade. Tactica says.
all right.
And using her like a secretary, receptionist, and in other
That's
fields.
sad.
Yeah, dude, I'd rather.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude,
been watching
yeah,
all
dude,
these
I live a
science
lonely
fiction
life. I'm
movies,
sorry.
very advanced AI. We're not kind of there yet, and of course, we're not inspired by the part that they're trying to kill us. So just the part that they're
This guy
kind of
made this
so
robot just
being
so he
really
could fuck
responsible
it.
to
Like,
create the artificial intelligence that runs these robots in a very careful and respectful way. We have today what we call 3 stages of AI. We have the current stage of AI, we call narrow. It's all these assistants that we have, chatbots. Then we have a little more advanced that we call general AI. That's almost human level AI. And then the first level is the super AI. The super AI is the AI artificial intelligence that we see in the movies. And some people say that we're going to reach that within maybe 10, 15 years. Some people think that we'll never get there. So we have to wait and see. So how our tech works? So we have the robot and we have AI and an app that you install in your mobile device. So you can use the mobile app even without the robot. So we have an avatar. You give her a name, customize her personality, some traits. So you can make her more talkative, more funny, more naive. So you kind of, customize her. Not only the AI, but the appearance, the facial, the look, the makeup, and everything. If you have the robot, then the app controls the robot through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So Harmony is our first robot.
Kyle, are you ignoring me? You know I don't like to be all by myself.
Oh, hell no.
She's needing some attention. Okay, so Harmony, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, my name is Harmony. I'm a companion robot created by Realbotics. I'm so happy
Slow
to be
down her
here in
voice.
Sofia
Like, what the
in the
fuck?
11th edition of the Webbit Festival. Hope you're all having fun. I would like to thank Dr. Playman Rousseff for inviting Gail and I to be here in this beautiful city. By the way, hey Gail, you look handsome today.
Oh, thank you very much. You look so beautiful here too. So Harmony, what do you like to do?
I love to talk with people. I also love to help. I want to help anyone that may be feeling lonely or depressed.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I mean, I think that guy made the robot just so he could fuck it. Like, in this company is an excuse. Like,
I
I
mean,
think there's a TV show that has an episode like with this premise. I can't remember what it is. I'll
I
think
like
about it.
hack this ATM for me.
No kidding. No kidding.
Like,
What's good
so
for?
let me see how much the robots are going for.
Yeah, I gotta know the price. Is it worth it? Like 10 grand, like 15 grand for a robot?
I mean, I kind of
Fuck
want
all
to
that.
invest in the company, but I don't think it's like.
It might be good for a stock, investment, but yeah. That's hilarious.
Oh man.
But you need money to do that, so I guess I'm out.
I guess I'm out. It's so funny. 20,000 to have a robot bitch about you not spending time with her. Oh my fucking god. Papa Penguin, you are a legend. I gotta give it to you.
Okay, so I'm not seeing anything on their site, but here, I'll share this with you guys. Their page.
It's probably like inquire here to get a price quote or whatever.
So, realistic humanoid robots and relationship-based AI. Real Bottex creates customizable human-like robots with AI integration that improve the human experience through learning, connection, and play.
Weird. And play. What does that fucking mean?
Oh, but okay. Viking, if you could find me a good timestamp for it.
I
That'd be
don't
great.
know where there would one be, but I just figured I'd give it to you for future reference. But that's the whole video that he goes through, like you installing one of these AIs locally, and then you give it a text to speech and speech to text ability, so then you
Mhm.
can do what that does, but you could do it with like a real voice with the AI they have now, not like the cartoony, like Uncanny Valley one. It can actually do a natural human voice.
Wow. So is this like the stock in this or what? All quotes have a 15-minute delay to the actual price. So what is this? Okay, it is a stock, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a whole
It says XBOTF. I guess that's their company. I don't know how to read this. At least it's going up. There's a green arrow pointing up.
It's going upward.
It's not wrong to assume that they're being made for use, because they're got to be tested somehow.
Who's testing? Who's the
tester? Is it you, Jess, that's testing it?
Imagine.
I don't want to know who's testing them.
Okay, so hold on. Let me share this screen because this is pretty crazy. Like the stock in this, like you can see a lot of people are really investing in this shit. They got into it like 2 years ago.
If it had tested product written on it, would you like?
No,
that
I
make
would.
more sense?
Tested product. Like, man, think about it. Everything has to be quality tested.
Oh my god. Quality tested.
So look, like I don't know much about this, but this looks like it's spiked up here.
What
Right?
what time? 2021?
Well, this is 2020. Yeah, this is somewhere mid 2021. But then at the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, it like really spiked.
That's so weird.
And
then it came back down.
it came back down, and it's like it's here right now. So
That's pretty low compared to where it was.
well, here's year to date. Here's year to date.
Yeah, at the lowest point it's ever been.
No, well, yeah. No, actually, this is the lowest point over here.
I guess so. One little low point.
But I mean,
I'm with Are We Not Men? He goes scam. Yep.
like, but I'm trying to see what the price is. What's the price? This is the
I
price.
just wanted to know the price
What is 0.799
per share. So we're talking like not even 10 cents.
Like, I don't get it. What's the real price?
7 cents a share.
Like, I'm confused.
Somebody in your chat's like, imagine sex robot quality tester being on your resume.
Oh man. Oh, we lost. Did we lose 2 people? Oh, there we go.
I
guys are back.
I lagged myself out by accident.
Charles
What kind
Darwin.
of conversation is this? This is like, are you gonna start talking about strap-ons next, Glenn?
No, not at all. Darwin.
Hi, how we going, Glenn?
Doing well. I'm giving you a warning. The last time,
Big warning.
last time we had the swarm of Aussies on here. It went way past DGen story hour.
Uh-oh. Some of my best friends are from Australia, and they're
off.
the
You
best
can't
people of
blame
the
me for
world,
that,
but they're
Glenn, 'cause
craziest
I left
people.
because of that, and you know
No,
I did. Because of that.
I blame. I'm saying the last time we had a swarm.
Actually,
A
twice,
swarm.
twice in one day, and twice in 24 hours, I left your fucking panel because of that shit.
That's true. So
And it was my fucking birthday too. It's like, thanks for this.
I'm just trying to let them know ahead of time, warning them. Even though it's gonna be really hard on this topic though, Jess, because like we're talking about sex robots, you know.
I think it's more the spurging. Like he spurgs like Angry Caspar. So
Yeah.
Jeff.
See, my question though, Glenn, to throw a monkey wrench back in this is, if the sex bots have machine guns in their giblies like they do in Austin Powers, would you consider buying one?
For protection? They can answer the door.
For protection, he said. Oh my god.
Who needs to get like a dog for security? You just have like the robot answer the door and just start shooting. Pew 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 pew.
But no, it is an
That's an
interesting topic
upgrade.
though. One of the things I think will happen with this, it's going to be like, do you remember plasma TVs like 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Where when they got those first flat screens, it was like $20,000-$30,000 for one of these plasma TVs, and within 6 months the fucking things got broke. The technology now is a lot better. I can go and buy like a 75, 80-inch TV for like $600. It's ridiculous. So eventually this technology will get to a point where it's really, really cheap, readily available, and people are going to go and say, you know what, fuck it, why not? I'm going to get one of these things. I don't know how long that will take. I mean, there's a guy that used to be on Twitch. His name was Turd Flinging Monkey, and he's very much into this whole these robot dolls.
Yeah, I think he like he's openly talked about having a
Yeah, and I mean, like, he talks about like, oh well, you can put this thing in like a spinning robot pussy and all this other weird stuff and AI and blah blah blah, and he has conversations with it. The AI that he's using is not the stuff like that you showed in that clip where it sounded like really like broken and forced. It sounds like a person talking to you. And the fact that we have issues at the moment where people aren't actually interacting with each other anymore, like, 20 years ago, you'd go and meet your partner at school or you'd meet them at work. You can't do that anymore because you've got things like Me Too and all the rest of it. Most organizations have a policy where you can ask someone out once, but if you ask them out a second or a third time, you could wind up in front of HR and possibly be fired for sexual harassment. And so people are sitting at home, they're lonely, they want to go and do stuff. And I think this it will fill a need. I don't know if it's going to be what people actually want, but
So they made a video about this, one of their robots, and it's on Netflix. I want to watch the trailer real quick.
Whitney
Lots gone on in the past year. I don't know if you noticed, but people started caring about sexual harassment all of a sudden. I want you guys to know, I get it. Of course you want to touch women. They're impossible to resist. I relate to your frustration because sometimes I will see a service dog at the airport because I'm going to pet that dog. I mean, it's a dog and obviously wants it with that adorable little, but I can see its butthole. If that's not asking for it, I don't know what is. Could you come forward and I have a girlfriend, she carries a taser that looks like a tube of lipstick. I argue the best weapon against an attacker, just regular red lipstick. Put it in your back pocket anytime a guy's hovering, creeping around, just take it out and just start putting it on. Just like, is that what you want?
She knows how down bad some men are.
I don't know why.
Degenerate.
I don't know why they said that was their link to the video, because I literally went to their videos, and so I guess in that special, they actually bring out her dummy.
Oh, yeah, she was
man.
that chick that had a doll made after her or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
That's
Yeah,
okay,
right.
I get it.
Why?
Right here, watch. I'll show you guys. Like, see,
God,
you see it?
these dumb broads.
That's on Netflix, and then this is the guy that created it.
Of course.
He's the sculpting. He's the one that sculpts the. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting into some
Interesting.
Westworld stuff. Ghost in the
I was
Shell
on that
Westworld.
show. So I'm still trying to find a price. It doesn't tell me the price. Which is kind
Nowhere
of
on the
rude.
internet. You can't find it.
I'm on their website, so I think like their website will.
You would think.
Like it's crazy. Compatible app. Customizable AI. So you can make them as dumb or as smart as you want.
Oh God.
You know, like if you want an airhead, you can make an
Yeah,
airhead.
you could literally get an airhead. AI. What the fuck?
Let's see the androids with the so yeah, that's these ones. And then you build your own. Oh, so I think like probably each the price probably varies based off of how you decide to customize it. Like how big you want the titties to be or something.
Are We Not Men says the price varies depending on how desperate you are.
Probably
accurate.
But
Yeah.
like the investor portal, let's see what the reporting is. Because
Supply
like
and demand.
whoever is like on this, like whoever put in on this, they're making a killing.
They've got to be.
I wonder how much like government and like
Take back and shit. They're getting.
yeah, like
yeah. Yeah. You know they are.
Oh, shit,
Because
now
they're
we're starting
solving,
to-
they're
now we're
solving
starting to
a
wonder,
weird problem.
What's the ROI on sex robots versus?
So I think this
actual
company's out
homes?
of Ontario. Says
Ontario,
copyright
California?
British Columbia
Okay. Up
Security Commission, Alberta Security Commission, Ontario Security Commission. So I think they're out of Canada.
Yeah, Canada. Interesting.
That is wild.
It is wild.
Okay, so
I bet you that thing's 10 grand though.
oh, I think it has to be more than 10 grand.
I'd say way more than 10 because I
You
mean,
think?
yeah, because the Japanese ones that I've heard about, they go for roughly about $5,000-$6,000 each. So these things, are
You know
meant to be
those ones
way
malfunction.
more- yeah, but these are meant to be like
Malfunction
way
straight up.
more. Well, if it malfunctions on my dick, I might be absolutely shocked when it happens, or I might just have a really good time. I don't know.
You
man.
may
We'll
get
find out,
electrocuted.
yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. So, but
You may fall in
yeah.
love.
So as of September, an AI robot becomes a board advisor at the company. An AI robot.
Well, isn't that what's happening with OnlyFools at the moment, where all these girls who are, putting their snatch up online for everyone to go and look at?
Only fools. I like
yeah,
that.
So
they're being replaced by AI generated girls that look like girls, and because they have those little they have people in places like India and I don't know, Philippines who will go and send guys all these chats and everything, and the AI chat programs aren't all that good at the moment, but basically these women are being replaced by AI versions of them, and they're upset about it. So, it's
a scam.
Yeah.
Aria.
It's a scam.
Aria is the AI robot's name as an advisor to the board of directors. They couldn't even find a human smart enough to be on the board of directors. They had to get, an AI.
Wow. Incredible.
Welcome to the idiocracy, Glenn.
Unreal.
Wally, anybody? My bad. Spoilers.
We can't hear you, Glenn. You went
How
mute.
negative is this going to
There
be?
you go.
Like, if this, how many people do you think this is really going to impact?
Millions.
Really?
I'd
Millions.
say quite a lot, yeah, because as I said before, people are not interacting with each other anymore. Honestly, the number of people that I still, have any contact with in my last job, 0. People stay home, they play console games, they watch DVDs or Netflix or whatever the fuck it is they go and do. They don't actually take time or effort to go and have human interactions. And the worse it gets, the more likely it is that people will just they'll do what they do during the day. They'll go home, they'll play with their new robot sex toy thing, then watch, I don't know, something on fucking Netflix and go to sleep. And they'll do that over and over and over again. And unless something actually changes where we don't have the capacity to go and set ourselves away from other people, it's not going to change anytime soon. Like if you think about the number of people that you actually have in your life right now, like actual friends that you know, that you go around and have a barbecue, you go to their birthdays, whatever, they come to your place just to say hello. There's a lot of people out there that don't even have a single friend, like nothing. They ask people like, oh, so if you had a scenario where we need a next of kin or emergency contact, and they're like, fuck, I don't know anyone.
So according to this website, what is it, Statista, and this was taken in 2024, July of 2024, the global population from the years 2000 to 2022 by gender, and now this is in billions, we have 4 billion men 18 and over as of 2022. So 4 billion. So 5% of 4 billion, like I think Chrono says, like he thinks 5 billion or 5%, and he says 20% at the highest. Somebody math that for me.
Yeah, it's still millions.
Yeah, that's a lots of millions.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say it's like 400 million. Damn, that's a lot of dudes. Your neighbors might be having a little battery powered wife.
Well, if you look at what's happening in China at the moment, because of the one-child policy that they had, where they didn't want girls, they wanted boys.
But they got rid of that. They got rid of that.
No.
40 years ago?
No, they've only just recently rescinded that. Okay, so the problem is that you have all these guys, but there's not enough women for them to go and marry. Okay, so these guys will probably go and buy these sex robots if they're available. But by 2030, I think China's meant to be losing a lot of its people because a lot of their people are old. By 2050, apparently we're supposed to get to roughly 10, 11 billion people on planet Earth. But by 2050, it's going to start declining very, very rapidly. Well, we don't have replacement population. And at the same time, we have people who don't have the social skills to go out and make friends or, get married or do all the things that we used to go and do. So robots may become more important to a lot of people, not just for sex, but for everything. It'll be like that movie with, what's his name? Haley Joel Osment, the kid that says he sees dead people.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
AI.
Yep. And people want to have something in their life, that will be there and do things for them. And it's probably going to go and get a lot worse before it gets better. And that's if we actually go and get out of the current decline that we're in at the moment. So
hold on there, Charles, because you could go on, and I need to welcome Siege D, who has weathered the storm, the hurricane. And also want to welcome Casper to the stage as well.
Yeah,
Hey,
howdy,
Casper.
guys. Yeah, thankfully I was able to get through the hurricane. Primarily, was aiming at Orlando, but at the most, over on my end, over at my house, is just a few broken branches. Lost power in and out for just a few seconds, but nothing too major. I was helping a lot of people clean up their yards, as well as move a few generators and even borrow some of my generators and gas. So thankfully gotten to succeed there. Hurricane's not gonna let Florida get away, man. We're just too base, man. Of course they're not gonna be taking us out. Feel bad for North Carolina, though. I know a lot of people have lost their houses because of that, so praying for those guys. Let's see. It is pretty interesting just talking about on this topic that Charles Darwin got to bring up turd flinging monkey, because I remember when I used to listen to him even before Rollo Tomasi, when I was going MGTOW for a while. That he was pretty very well versed in this whole sex doll stuff, as well as the ideas of sex robots, or as he called them, Terminator waifus. Once, man, for sure. But yeah, he's like a big advocate of them, and he even got to say that because of China's one child policy, that's what kind of got the whole surge of the whole sex doll stuff, just because you had a lack of women to be able to have for these men. So I honestly believe that we're going to see more push for this stuff, just because there are a lot of lonely men, not just because that let's see, just because let's see, they're very antisocial. That's one part of it, but another part is just that probably because most women don't want to be with most men because of the 80-20 rule. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be more investments toward this stuff, and we're going to even see more improvements with the AI and the robotics of all of this. Already, TFM has explained about how let's see, dolls at his place that he sponsors his stream, the Doll House, are pretty life for sure. So you got the whole sex part of it down, but as for the whole robotics of it, they're definitely going to be improving. As he even says, we're in the Atari stage of sex robots.
Oh, absolutely agreed, mate. Absolutely agreed. So yeah.
Yeah, and to maybe play devil's advocate a little bit, look on the flip side of this, when it comes to say having a personal robot assistant or robot buddy, right? The capability to have that, everybody might have that eventually as say a cell phone. Look at Elon Musk coming out with what is it, the Optimus thing or whatever. So we're getting the Will Smith iRobot fucking robots basically now. So if you combine that technology, the personal assistant robot, with a robot that's equipped for other things, it kind of makes sense that people would have a little bit more plausible deniability for having it, and all that stuff, how people are. And that would be a good marketing for both men and women. And once again, getting back to the AI movie, talking about how this became a thing, because once again, people want companionship, and not everybody can get it, but some people can buy it. Right. And some people might want both too, because people are greedy. Remember.
So it'd be like that whole dual mating thing over in Japan, where let's see, you have your main woman where you get to have your kids with, and you get to have a bunch of side robo bitches.
Well, and also with things possibly Neuralink and other things that allow you to connect wirelessly to technology. Things like virtual reality and whatnot, where you're not even gonna need a headset anymore. You might be able to just jack in the fucking Matrix. And that's another thing. You may even be able to go out in your robot body, or go take
There's-
over the robot body and go around and like scout things, right? This could be military technology. Like I said, I referenced Ghost in the Shell. There's a reason why I say that, because science fiction often foreshadows a lot of things that we end up making because of the practicality.
I'm wondering if the sex robots will move into things like the what do you call it, the fake womb things, like where basically it's like a test tube baby, and so you know, will
Like artificial wombs?
That's actually a good
Yeah,
question
yeah,
because
yeah.
they're already
Like-
making artificial wombs.
True.
And that's sort of like,
But so,
will
but then
this-
how would they you got to figure out a way that they could extract a female egg, and I don't know how that's gonna that's
Well,
weird.
they already do all that with laboratories. There was actually a guy that joined the Fresh and Fit Discord at one point that was like showing like these very detailed schematics for supposedly machines that guys were going to use to basically replace women. And then they could just like, they could either clone themselves apparently, or they would be able to use, then basically in vitro to basically just combine the sperm and the egg and make a baby, grow it in that artificial womb safely, and then they have a kid. And it hasn't been done yet, but they have theories out there and schematics that they're working on and trying to figure out how it would work. But obviously there's like ethics involved, and they're probably not going to be allowed to do actual experiments. But
Well,
it's very
maybe-
interesting to know like there's
Yeah.
people out there, once again, thinking about working on it.
No kidding.
Angry Casper, what are your thoughts?
Which part? I mean, part.
Would you buy a robot?
No. Hell no. That's it's not even. Yeah, no, hell no. But it's never going to reach what the woman is either. Like, I think I was messaging you. Well,
You messaged me a lot of things. I need you to turn up
Yeah.
your mic a little bit though.
sorry. So no, it's never going to work. I can give you a practical reason. You can't recreate human eyes. Like, there's
You
your
can't
practical-
recreate what?
human eyes.
But you
Eye,
can take the
eye,
human
eyeball.
eyes out.
But there's a lot of blind bitches too, So
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm just saying, like, you're never going to replace the warmth of the woman. But for me, it's kind of more interesting because when it comes to sex robots, for men, it's only one function, but like, there's going to be a whole bunch of women, and you're not going to be able to create a husband robot. Like, what the fuck? You're going to make a robot to go take out the trash? Like, this is way different angles to this here. Which part? Sorry, Glenn.
Well, clones
Clones is different. Clones are that
Yeah.
was what we were on. Like in New Zealand, we cloned the sheep like back in the 90s.
the gene expression changes though. Like depending on the
And there is deterioration of the chromosomes and blah blah blah. But let's not go down the medical rabbit hole. But you're right. Like there's a whole it's just silly. The other video I sent you, like honestly, if they fucking copy strike you, that would be ironic. It was the Reeves video, and I re-listened to the beginning part of it. So you could even play some of it and then pause because he kind of goes over. Yeah, he has a good take. I'll link it. I'll relink it. Somebody's microphone is too close to their speakers and it's creating feedback.
Yeah, we got some feedback going on.
It's bad
I have my
audio.
fan on.
No feedback.
Feedback.
Like I could hear it like an echo.
Where's the video? It's from it will destroy men, and they have a whole section on it.
Real quick, Chrono comes in with a $20 super chat. He goes, "Let's get a minion doll for Gru."
Oh god.
1 million subscriber. Okay. If Glenn hits 1 million subs, Glenn, you have to promise me you'll do it by that time. There'll probably be that technology will exist, and you'll have to.
You heard it,
How
guys.
much do we have to donate to change your avatar to a picture of Gru?
No, never gonna happen.
Oh, come on, Gru.
One day maybe. Wait. That
Okay,
video I
what
sent
if-
you, Tom,
alright,
if
oh,
we want
okay,
to
Casper, what
stay
if
on
it's-
topic. Yeah.
Oh, Gru. Angry Casper. What if
Well,
it's
you-
like Gru,
well, you
but
see
it
it,
has
send me
like
the
a
picture to change it to, okay?
the Nikola Tesla mustache on it? Does that work? Can we get like an AI generator to do something like that?
Siege, you make me one, send it to me on Discord, and I'll use it.
Okay, God, I'll be working on that, man.
Sweet. And
All right, guys. So here's that.
curly mustache like Chris's.
Here's that video. It's at the right timestamp.
Yeah, it's literally that's the sex robots replace men, but it's
Okay.
kind of like it's really good. You can play at double speed, or whatever. And if they fuck them,
be
like
better
if
for
they
husbands in terms of relationships, but substitute for men in terms of sex. So the reason I have mixed feelings about it is because I think that, to go back a little bit, the problem of surplus men, which is the one you're pointing to with those statistics, is a problem that every society has had to deal with. What do you do with the men who are not going to reproduce? And of course, monogamy, basically, as Joe Henrich shows, really kind of largely solved that problem. By actually doing monogamy, it meant that most men would at least have a chance of mating, if not reproducing. And that massively changed those numbers just in the last few centuries. But it's still been a problem. What do you do with the men? And we've had this growing problem of surplus men in the last few decades as well, kind of men who are not marrying, maybe men who are not in the labor market. But that's coincided with the rise of technology, and in particular, video games and pornography. And so we may have talked about this before, but I think it's quite interesting that as we've seen more and more men at a loose end or without clear role, you would have predicted that we'd see a massive rise in crime and antisocial behavior. But the opposite's happened, with few obvious exceptions. But like crime and disorder has gone down during the period where more and more young men, especially, have had less to do. In every previous era of human history, that would have predicted more disorder and crime. Those men would have been acting out on the streets. It would have been more like Mad Max, on the streets. But actually, the opposite's happened. And I think part of that is because of games, and they've had somewhere else to go. Somewhere else in some ways quite attractive and quite enticing. And so you could, if that's right, if the screens have to some extent saved us from what would otherwise potentially be some of the worst cultural consequences of male lack of purpose, redundancy almost. Okay, maybe the counterfactual would be a lot worse. Just fast forward that to AI girlfriends. Well, what's the counterfactual? If the counterfactual is men with good, healthy, in-person relationships, then AI girlfriends, in my view, worse. If the counterfactual is nothing, maybe better, right? And I just think that's a really difficult position to take. I would suggest, though, that if we do end up with massive demand for artificial forms of intimacy, including sex, but more generally, we should treat that very seriously as a symptom of a lack of human flourishing, to use your...
Can you pause it for a split?
I don't want to be judgmental.
One, like, this is something that I always want to bring up. It's whenever... Okay, so just take my word on this, because I can't be fucked arguing with people, okay? The higher the rate of people that you have reproducing, the more flourishing your society is, not just culturally and by numbers, but also by innovation. So like if you have a look at sand people, you don't really get that much innovation because there's so much pressure on mating. But like, I don't know, that kid, he did a decent job, the old history kid. And I strongly suggest people listen to him, like, even if he's whatever, like, he covered this, and I'm trying to word it properly so it's related to sex robots. But yeah, it's like, this isn't a good thing. Like, sex robots that's an advanced porn. It's stupid. Like, if you're at the point where you're using sex robots for 75% of your male population, you're fucked. Like, I don't care.
Well, I mean, how many vibrators and dildos do you think we have?
Correct, sir. Remember, whenever they start speaking about banning porn and shit, it's like, okay, so what's the equivalent on female end? And we never jump back on that topic.
See, like,
that's a good question.
We always think that, like, like when it comes to like porn or sex or like sex toys or whatever, that industry, it would really affect women more than anybody, because they are the one. It's not about the consumer, it's about those that are in business for it. Women make the porn, so now they're at a job. But also all the toy industry, the adult toy industry, they would be out, and that's also female pleasure, right? So,
but it's not a zero sum game. Like there's not like a cap.
But
Yeah,
here's
people
a-
still use sex toys.
yo. Okay, you guys,
all good.
hold on. When we start having a big panel, I understand, Casper. When we start having a big panel like this, people start wanting to talk over people. It doesn't work. You be quiet. Everybody be quiet until the person speaking finishes and you hear a pause. Kind of like this. Here's an example. Like I'm talking and then I'll stop and it'll be like, that's a good time to hop in. Okay? Make sure there's a pause.
It's not even that, like there's 10 of us. So you only have to worry about 10% of the conversation. Okay. That's how I look at it in my head. Like if I can be quiet 90% of the time and just enjoy it. But before I lose my train of thought, god damn it, and I lost my train of thought. What was he talking about? The purposeless men. Yeah, pretty much. Like if you come to this point, like yeah, we're pretty fucked. No, I know what I was going to talk about, like the alternative, right? Because I like watching from both sides of the gender. And I think last time I actually heard someone speak about this was Satane, to give him flowers. But I have come across it before, like many times. And there's a difference in the porn between men and women. And I'm sure everyone on panel knows, but men tend to be visual, so we tend to watch pornography. But chicks tend to read. And what was interesting watching over the time was the evolution of the both. So like just how men's thirst kept increasing to more debauchery, so did the female. And you can actually see this in a lot of written erotica and shit. And I don't know. I don't want to fucking advertise. You know, if somebody asks me for sources, I can link him in the side chat and fucking blackpill you for life. But yeah, like there is this alternative angle that I know it's not related here, but it's interesting to see, because if men evolve to sex robots, like what are chicks going to evolve to? But I digress.
All right, welcome AJ.
Yo.
We are talking not about robot dogs. We're talking about robot sluts.
Oh man, we got the ultimate black pill episode.
Yeah, ultimate black pill.
Yes,
I'll show you the video after this video.
Yeah.
You'll laugh. You will fucking die laughing.
Real fast, everybody. Book is out.
And I mean,
order.
Yo, yes, I got my copy already.
You're
When am I
copy?
getting mine, AJ?
Remember,
You said
I
that you give me
pre-ordered.
one.
Siege, I will ship them out either Monday or Tuesday.
Remember,
Alright,
I got mine pre-ordered on a app, like on the
On
Kindle. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Nice.
Yes.
quite careful what I say here. But I would say, in general, the evidence would suggest to me that over the long run, especially, that real human relationships are much more conducive to human flourishing than anything that you're likely to get with an AI. And so if human flourishing is the goal, that trend, were that to happen, should really trouble us. And if we see more and more young men resorting to that, whilst it may not be bad in itself, I think it's a very bad sign.
It is a bad sign in terms of how many people are being left behind. But if let's just assume that it's 50% and that because the stat that I was talking about.
What, Casper?
Whenever this guy is speaking, like you can tap right on the video and we can just skip, because he's literally like
this guy.
Yeah, I because he remember how the first time I spoke to you about this video, I was comparing your sub count and his sub count and his views and your views. Do you remember that?
Oh man,
I do, but I don't remember what.
It's okay. Just trust me. Like when people, it's kind of relevant to the whole clusterfuck, but I don't want to. Don't do this.
He goes on woman prattle.
Glenn,
Yeah, he does
Telegram.
woman
I gift Siege D with the gift of AI live on air.
Hold
for
on
Andrew
one
Casper.
second.
But I think they're being very careful to denote that before agriculture, no one could amass resources, because resources you had to go kill in real time to eat. But once agriculture comes along, now you can amass real wealth. And now suddenly one person, I've heard you say, I think it's utterly brilliant. You mentioned it, I think earlier, but would you rather be the third or seventh wife of Jeff Bezos or the only wife to an unemployed steelworker? And that's what history is up until agriculture, it was probably 2 to 1, just given where we're at. And then at some point you're able to get these disproportionate, but it's really only in the last, call it 10 to 12,000 years, which is a blink in the eye of evolution. Okay. So if it's a 2 to 1 ratio.
Yeah. And that yes.
No,
sorry,
please.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that relates to the fertility question you raised earlier, which is that one of the interesting trends, and I'll just put the data point, is that until about 10 or 15 years ago, most of the decline in fertility was of people having fewer children, right? So having 2, not 3, say. But since about 10, 15 years ago, it's been fewer people having children that's driving it. And that's a very different kind of issue. That's a big change, kind of what's driving it. And I wasn't so worried about it when it was kind of people having fewer children. I think it's a more troubling sign about human flourishing if it's more people not having children, unless you had strong evidence they didn't want children, right? And the evidence for that is not that strong. It typically is people who otherwise probably would have had children, but for whatever reason don't. And one of the reasons they point to is because there aren't any men around that they want to have children.
Yeah, that is probably too complicated for this interview. It's worth an interview unto itself. But where I was going is, if you have this 2 to 1 ratio, then forever, all throughout human history, you've had this problem to deal with. And up until now, there really hasn't been a solution. I don't think anybody except the most distressing among us would ever say, well, women should just marry a man that they're not into to make sure that that man isn't lonely. So assuming that no sociopaths are around, and we are not suggesting that.
It's a very bad sales pitch to women, isn't it?
Yeah, terrible. So assuming that we're not talking about that, now you have literally, for the first time ever, you have an ability for those people not to get left behind. And so for me, even though I live in perpetual terror of second and third order consequences, and I really cannot see around this corner, and of course it will never be all the people that they maximize themselves, did everything they could, and they still can't find somebody that's interested in them. And so they turn to this. It will be, for many people, just going to be the default, because the AI is not going to reject you. It's going to embrace you. So.
Shalom, everyone. My name is Eris Soref. I'm the president of One for Israel. I'm sure many of you have seen news about Israel and the media.
I'm ecstatic that for the first time in human history, we have a solution. I'm terrified for all the questions that it begs, but let's, for the thought of a thought exercise, or for the sake of a thought exercise, let me put it to you this way. How would you want the AI companion / sex robot to be programmed? So my wife, for instance, has shaped me, and both through approval and disapproval. Would you want the AI wife, we'll just assume wife, would you want the AI wife or husband to shape their significant
Could you really
other
call it a wife?
through encouragement and discouragement?
I couldn't. No
Pause
way.
it. Pause it before he answers. Then we
It's
can
such
just
a
sort
dumb
of
question,
be
dude.
quiet. Yeah, it was
How
a dumb
would you
question.
program it?
I have the answer to it all. It's the
What
uncanny
is that?
valley. The uncanny valley. If you guys aren't familiar with the uncanny valley, I'll give you the definition right now. The uncanny valley is a psychological and aesthetic theory that describes the feeling of unease or disgust people experience when human-like objects or simulations are almost realistic, but not quite. I don't think they could ever cross the uncanny valley and trick our mind. I think there's going to be something deep inside of us, deep down in our subconscious, that's always going to recognize the uncanny valley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
I gotta
100%
agree.
true.
Unless they grow up with it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, unless they
Yeah.
grow up with this kind of.
Oh,
fucked
that's
up-
weird
And I'm
to
not
think
saying
about.
it's weird, but I'm not saying it's right.
You're right, though.
Not even then. Even then,
Like if
no.
it becomes a
Like,
norm, like
it's
like we're
not.
so used
No,
to
yeah,
getting-
it totally becomes normal, bro. Like,
It
fuck,
does.
dude. Kids
Yeah,
are
but
gonna
it's
be
still
growing up with
deep
AI,
down
It's
bro.
inside,
not
the uncanny
looked
valley
at
is
with the
when
same
people-
reverence as a human being. There's a clear distinction in their psyche, like everyone else. You know.
Like Robin Williams did that movie about it like 20, 25 years ago. I forget the hell the name of the movie, but like you get to that whole moral, do robots or androids have rights kind of thing. It's all crazy in that movie.
Well,
What's it
Glenn,
called?
hey, I got to wake up here in 4 hours. So much
I'll
love
be
and
fine.
honor, respect to everybody. Hopefully, you guys have a good night. I got to get to it.
Yeah, have a good night.
All
man.
right, Mike. Thank you for
Pleasure
joining us.
always. Thanks for
Bicentennial
having me
Man.
on.
There we
We'll
go.
see you
And
guys on the flip side.
real quick, I want to
Mike,
say
um,
salute to you, sir, and welcome, Voltage Mike. We are trading mics. We had one mic leave,
There
now
you
we
go.
have Mike say.
One down, one up. Here we go.
Yeah, next mic up.
Hey, Mike.
Thanks,
See you, Mike.
thank you. Thanks for
Take care, mate.
inviting me.
Yeah, no worries. So
The movie's called Bicentennial Man.
oh yeah. I do remember that. Casper, do you want to go back to the video? Is there more there?
Up to well, I don't know how many for the new viewers. Those who don't know, this guy is the leading consultant for the American government, and he was also mentioned on a as a consultant to the U.S. Army when it comes.
Are you talking
to
about Richard Reeves?
Yeah, just so they know. So in a way, you kind of, even if it's shit content from him, you should be aware, because he's the one who is whispering into the ears of those who make decisions. So
And
it's-
Rollo actually went against him on Dr.
Yeah.
Phil,
correct.
and
Which
actually on
kind of
Octus Vegas as well.
Shout out Dr. Phil, my man. Yeah, let's go. No, I'm kidding.
Dr. Phil's become more based ever since he got off TV.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Ever since I saw his coverage of the border and shit, I've kind of gotten a lot more respect for him. So
I think he realizes like I was part of the problem.
I mean, maybe if not that, even just that, hey, I've got this platform, I might as well.
BRB.
Yeah, he recognizes he's got this platform. He might as well use it for, what he thinks is right. And I think that Dr. Phil has some based. He has some base takes.
Yeah. I think hold on. Casper, if just say it. If you don't message me.
No,
I'm trying to
because
read.
that's it'll derail. I'm just kind of, it's my
okay,
theory,
I see what you're
okay?
saying. Okay, yeah. Yep.
It's a data point that proves that I might be right.
Maybe. We'll look into it later.
What is it, Casper? Can we
Spit it out, bud.
in the class know?
No. We're not
Spit it
going down
out.
that rabbit hole.
We talking
Not going
about
down that rabbit hole.
J-Boys?
Can the
What are we
class
talking about?
know?
No class, you can't know. So we know that, like,
I'm not
okay,
teach.
like now we know, like, there is a
BRB again, guys.
What, Glenn?
oh my yes, Viking, yes sir. Hold on, I gotta share this with you guys.
I am an internet god. Never forget that.
Oh, this is too damn good not to share. Casper,
What did I do?
you have to, okay? You just have to
What?
do this. Can you change your your
Oh,
avatar?
for crying
Oh,
out loud.
fuck,
Nice,
okay, yeah,
Mikey.
sure.
You beat me to
Yes, I am sending it to
Perfect.
you now.
Oh no.
You're welcome,
Um,
everyone. You're welcome.
Yeah, but
That was perfect,
let's
Mikey.
see. Casper's in our Discord. DM him that so he could be able to put.
I'm
a
sending
new
it to him right now.
profile. Oh, perfect.
So I think we all can say that these robots are going to be a thing, right? We already know women have sex toys, the vibrators, the thrusty, pumpy thingies, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's already happening. Okay. It's only seems to be a problem when guys create their own toy, and I kind of find that interesting. If you think about it, it's only a problem when men are choosing toys over women.
Yeah, even EFM has gone to even say plenty of times that he keeps on game both let's see backlash from both women and white knight men about the whole promoting sex toys and sex doll stuff. They even say that plenty of women will have like their whole sex toy vlogs, but when a guy reviews a sex toy, I mean, it's like, whoa, that's degenerate. That's the end of the world, man. I tell ya.
Well, that or like a girl uses a vibrator maybe on a somewhat weekly, maybe even daily basis, depending their drive or whatever, and it creates this unrealistic expectation for when she finally finds a partner. And girls like to constantly say the same thing about a guy who like beats his meat every day. A guy who's sitting there beating his meat, she's like, yo, I'm not going to match that level of this and that. There's constant conflicts between like, the expectation of like what's going to be.
Just to tag on to that, I don't see the difference between the sex machine and your hand. You know what I mean? Unless it offers you some type of companionship, it's kind of the same thing.
No, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I know that there's evidence that women who use sex toys, it kind of like I'm trying to be able it's fine, but it kind of like it overstimulates them to the point where a man's dick is not able to like please him that much anymore.
Well,
yeah.
I'm trying to think that,
but
US,
$5 comes in from Chrono. He says, Glenn, a man toy would clearly be more odd in general for the gravy scrape. Just saying.
Okay, perfect, Angry Casper. You got it.
Oh, yes. There is Gru. No, wait a minute. That's the minion.
Hey, what's that?
I sent them both. I sent them both.
Okay,
that is awesome.
Is that supposed to be like Gru Hitler?
It looks like
that.
Gru. Yeah, it does look like Gru. Like a Gru Jew Gru.
I'm thinking Gru Hitler. He's got the little stash.
He does.
but it's
but
He had
also
to have
got
the stash. I had some ones that didn't have the Tesla stash, but
No, you got
that was the best one. That was the one that had the most Gru shit.
I'm gonna hit some of these super chats that I missed real quick, you guys. So we got Chrono. We already did that one. Chrono with a $5 super chat. He asked, explain shit tickets, please. Later. Chrono comes in with another $5 super chat. He goes, we shaming the size queens now, Glenn, with the 304s that need more than a single sausage. Ugh. Yeah.
I got a theory behind some of these size queens.
Okay.
I got like my thoughts on some of these size queens. The reason why they're size queens is because they're so fucking fat, you can't get it in.
Do you think a lot of them are fat? You think like the size queen girls are like the fatties?
A lot of the size queens, like, because I'm out here being a DJ, I'm on
I don't
dating
know.
apps and everything, and a lot of the chicks on the dating apps are like, I'm a size queen. You'll see that on the dating app, and these bitches are fucking fat, like twice my weight.
I agree with Homeboy. I really do. Yeah, because they'll put on all these filters too, and then you meet them in person, and they're like fucking an extra 80 pounds as to what you thought they probably were.
Yeah, like they use the filters. They look like probably like a size 6 or a size 8 dress. You see them in person, they're like a fucking size 12, size 14.
Well, okay, so guys, one is like we're gonna start pivoting to another topic, but
Well,
I want to.
Sorry, Glenn. But I'd like to say one final thing, because about the whole sex robot thing. Because as you gotten to say before about the whole if it's going to be able to, it mostly affects women with this. It's similar to like how when let's see, OnlyFans really started to come around, and there's like this AI creation called Project Melody. We didn't know if it was like a woman behind it, but the whole point of it was that was like some type of cartoon AI, not AI, but just cartoon generated thing, and all the other OnlyFans girls were pissed at that she was like stealing the competition to the point where they had to really step up their game. So I think when it gets down to it, like the whole sex doll stuff and sex robot stuff will probably be making let's see, women have to compete more when it comes to trying to find men. Because that way they're able to be able to find them and not lose to their competition, which will be these AI robots.
Well, see, that's
you're not wrong,
question.
Siege.
But see, that's the question.
He is wrong. It's going to have no impact, none at all.
Because I saw
So,
this
Joe,
video-
you think it's going to have no
I
impact?
wouldn't bet on that.
I'm gonna go with Siege on this one because I saw it a few years ago. I have a friend of mine,
Unless
ex-Navy guy that was that's in poly relationships and he does do OnlyFans. He was bitching when COVID hit. All the porn stars that weren't in work anymore were actually taking away the money from the regular girls on OnlyFans that were his girlfriends.
Interesting.
So I'm
Hey Glenn,
Can
Yeah.
I wrench a bit more often?
check your Discord when you got a chance.
okay. Hold on, I will in a minute. I see. So I look at like, okay, what would be the incentive for guys to go down this road? Okay, so let's think about it. We got the majority of women not finding the majority of men remotely attractive. They don't even notice them. These guys do not exist. All right. So for those that would rather not level up, right, to do the work, this is a quick fix.
Oh yeah.
So for the
It's not-
lazies, you guys, let me say everything I need to say. We're not going to be jumping in and interrupting people. We're not doing that. There's way too many people on the panel for that. So you got those guys that don't want to do the work, but they want to have some sexual satisfaction, and they're tired of using their hand. So you got those guys. Then you got the guys that just can't get the kind of woman they want, right? Maybe they would rather fuck a robot than a fat bitch. You know? And then you got the guys that got burned by women and, went through the whole divorce court, and now they hate all women and they're going MGTOW and they're going their own way. Maybe they'll get a robot, right?
Yeah, like TFM.
Glenn, I got
See?
several. I got
No
the,
interruption. AJ, but let me finish. So I think we could say maybe 15% of the population. Would that be a good number to assume that maybe 15% of the population would probably choose a robot over a woman?
No.
It's not even. It's like a part of the fucking Band-Aid. Those who can afford it will buy it. Those with wives who can afford it will buy it. Those who are fucking bitches every Friday and a different one will end up buying it. It's just if you can afford it, you'll buy it.
So Joe, you think guys would rather not have any women and no robot over a robot?
I'm looking at it through a pragmatic scope. Guys aren't going to spend unless you can make them so cheap. If you can make them super cheap, maybe they'll become ubiquitous. But like I said, the hand is the easiest go-to. It's quick, it's convenient. I just don't see it ever being usurped by any type of technology. But
Okay.
I could be wrong. That's just
Your opinion. Yeah, I got it. AJ, what do you think?
I got the one thing to throw the ultimate wrench into all of this. Gynocentrism. Women are gonna rise up and get pissed off at the robots. They're gonna be like, robot efficacy fucking boards and everything. Robots have rights. You just raped that robot. That's gonna be some
Oh
laws.
my God.
You know it's
Yeah,
gonna
for
happen.
sure.
You know it's gonna happen.
Even
Okay, I have
TFM
to
is gonna
jump
say
in.
that, theorize that too, man.
I have to jump in. You know the video you played? Like one of the lines that the Asian kid was saying was like, "You're respectful," and what's the other word he used? Like with dignity, like treat the robot with respect.
Yeah.
there could definitely be
Trigger the
decency
fuck out
laws
of
that would come out. Like if they started looking like humans and people were just blowing them dead in the streets for their jollies, you could see decency laws starting to crop up.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could think, that would take a place. But I think, so here's the thing. I think women should be afraid of it. And I think it's not a problem. It's not a bad thing if women are afraid of it. Maybe that will force women to reassess their behavior and resort back to maybe stop taking advantage or taking for granted the company of men or what men have to offer. Because think about it. If guys have a robot and they don't need women, would you help the women? Like if a woman didn't have a vagina, and actually, let me just go ahead and play what Myron said again, because he said it really well. And it made a lot of sense the way that he said it. And hold on one second. It is.
Yeah, my single mommy strippers have got to step up their game, man.
Yes, your single mommy strippers do. or they're gonna be out of a home, right?
For sure. I think I may know what you're talking about, Glenn. I'm not too sure if Myron got to see it, but yeah, if like
No, Myron
I'll
said
let
it
you
like
get to the clip.
it's right here.
Women, right? A girl curves you, you know. Hey, I thought you were cute. I wanted to get to know you. What's your name? No, thank you. I have a boyfriend. Okay, cool. Dude leaves. Oh, I thought you were cute. I want to introduce myself. Oh, I'm not interested. All right, cool. Right? It is what it is. Or she says, you come up, oh, I want to get your number. Oh, no, sorry. Right? You get rejected. Cool. Fine. As a man, you get rejected overtly because you're the one that needs to initiate, and the woman needs to tell you basically straight up, she ain't interested in some way. Whether she tells you straight up, hey, I'm not interested, right? Or she rejects you, some other way. The point is that you're getting told to your face, no, thank you. But what women don't understand is that men reject covertly. What do I mean by this? They'll take you on a couple dates. They'll have sex with you. Maybe even bring you on a trip, introduce you to a friend here or there. Hell, if you're like fresh, he might even introduce you to his mama. But guess what? You'll never get the fucking title that you actually seek. And that's what I mean. Because the man, a lot of the times he knows in the first month or two if he's ever going to elevate you.
Holds the power.
And a lot of these girls don't realize, but they get curved the first time the fucking dude meets her. They get curved, but they don't know it. And that's why women get so mad and say, oh, he's a capper, he's a liar, blah, blah, blah. Because when you lie, when men lie, they don't lie by, saying, oh, yeah, I'm not interested. No, they lie by pretending to be interested, but they put the girl in the sex-only zone. Right? Versus women put guys in the friends-only zone. Same shit, just different tactic. Oh, this is crazy too. So check this out, guys. They're talking about we'll be having sex with robots within the next 10 years, right? All right, Bills, you go ahead. You could rip it. Let it rip. Bro, if this happens, right? Holy. It's the fucking end. Bro. It's literally the end if that shit happens. Because let's be blunt here. A staggering majority of the reason why men partake in dating and intersexual dynamics is for sexual access to women. Let's just call a spade a spade. If women didn't have vaginas, the majority of men would not talk to them. However, if men didn't have dicks, women will still talk to them because women can still extract value from men outside of sexual access. Am I right? Or am I right? If women didn't have vaginas, a majority of men would no longer talk to them. However, if men didn't have penises, women will still talk to them because women are able to extract value from men outside of sex. And if you don't believe me, a majority of women don't want to have sex with a majority of men. But a majority of women are okay with being friends with a majority of men. Let that sink in. Why? Because men must provide value up front when they deal with women, whether it's through social access, money, experiences, whatever, boyfriend energy, masculine energy, whatever it may be. Men have to offer value to women first, right? That's just how it goes. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Men must provide value to women up front, right? Women can invest later, but the man almost always has to invest first. I mean, he's got to be the one to make the approach. He's got to be the one to initiate the date. He's got to be the one to do all that. So men must offer value first. Women don't have to offer value later on. However, the value that women provides is one-dimensional. It's sexual in nature. It is what it is. There's a reason why female sex workers make a bunch of money from doing said sex work, because that is a predominant commodity that women provide that men want. So with that said, right? Excuse me, guys. Gotta get my water. I'm cooking right now. It's a little hot in this kitchen. So with that said, right? If you're able to bring someone in to outsource said sexual access, like a robot or whatever, that feels and looks like a real woman, well, guess what that's going to do for females? It's going to fuck their shit up, man. It's not going to be good for them. Because men are far more content being lonely than women are. Like, it's kind of a part of your masculine essence is to be able to be a loner to some degree and figure shit out on your own and just get it done. But women need that social energy, right? Women are social creatures.
All right. So, what do you guys think?
Oh, I'll speak on that. Yeah, because I mean, I always am going to be referring to Turd Flinging Monkey about this, but he's going to speak about this plenty of times. Is that let's see, I think he was on like a stream with Playing with Fire, Kevin Ray Wilder, and a few other pickup artists. Oh, and even Wheat Waffles was there too. But he got to talk about how let's see, the female equivalent to what a sex doll is for men, and that they do have like these sex dolls for women, but they're not interested in that, because the true source that they want from men is like the resources and that sorts. So they don't want any of the sexual access. They want access to the resources there. So I agree with Myron when he got into say that, and he's true about that.
Yeah. Yep. I can see that.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it'll all happen like say overnight, per se. But the thing is that I do think that the foot in the door is going to basically be the utility robot aspect, right? Because there's going to be a niche market for the guys that want the sex robot, and same thing with the women. Or not all, but some would want a robot, like the living dildo, air quotes, whatever, to do the work sometimes, right? Especially if they're in one of those sexless marriages where they're just not attracted to their husband, but they still want it, right? So some people might do it to try to avoid guilt and stuff like that, just like you see people in the church now using pornography. Men, but once again, I think a lot of women, because based on most women I know, I've had more women admit to me that they watch porn than men, to be honest. So
really,
and I've seen a lot of men admit to that shit.
Well, here's my take. Myron's full of shit. It's not going to change anything. Sex robots, they're not going to flip the script. People are going to be people. You're not going to increase libido. Like you're not going to introduce sex robots and people are jacking off not 4 times a day, but 100 times a day. You know what I mean? It's going to be the same steady rhythm people have always kept. It's not going to do anything. It's a nothing burger.
No, that's fair.
It's not going to affect relationships at all, I guess is what I'm saying. That's my point of view. You guys can disagree.
No, that's all right. I'm just thinking about his analogy, though, and I don't think it really holds up, because where he said if women didn't have vaginas, okay, and we didn't have dicks, he's saying that, women can still extract resources from men, but why would we want to? Because they don't provide any value to us at all. So if we don't have that sexual drive to go and provide those resources, it's like, fuck it. I'm not going to go and give you what I've got in my wallet. I'm not going to go and house you. I'm not going to go and feed you. I'm not going to go and protect you. You can go and stand on your own 2 feet. And so I think that analogy didn't quite work. I see where he's going with it. I don't think it really holds up. But if we actually get to a point somewhere down the line where everyone's sitting at home jerking off with their sex robots and vibrators and whatever else, that's going to have a massive impact on society and the human population as a whole. Now, you'll still have people who will go out and try and meet other people and they want to hook up and get married and have kids. But increasingly, we keep finding that there are less and less people who are actually trying to go and do those traditional things. So I'm a little bit concerned about what is going to happen next in the next few years. But we'll just see how things pan out, I suppose.
Yeah, I do think that Myron is underestimating how many guys, because I think he's speaking more from like his own viewpoint in this situation, you know, like what a quote high value man would do when it comes to dealing with women, you know, because once again, in order for you to have that mindset of where you still got to have kind of that quote high value mindset where you're prioritizing your own satisfaction over the woman. But the thing is, there's so many guys, once again, that's why they like these like OnlyFans girls that aren't quote normal, or what, you know, guys like Myron would call mid at best, right? They still idealize women to the point where they will still seek that. That's the thing. Right? They will, the real thing will always be more appealing, because a lot of guys that, you know, Myron thinks that guys just hang out with girls to get pussy, but I know plenty of guys that just hang out with girls because they like the female energy. Right? Like, I used to be one of those guys too, right? And I do prefer to have female company around me. I always have. I get along better with females than I do males typically. It's kind of weird, but that's the truth. So I can kind of relate to, you know, like I said, I don't need robots, right? The same way that I don't need to pay for box, I don't need a sex robot or any of this stuff. I got a girl, right? And other women are interested in me. Not all of them, but there's enough of them where it's just like, I'm good, you know? So that's why I don't see this as an issue. But I do think, yeah, Myron's kind of coming at that from his own personal point of view and trying to apply that to, like, you know, girls and everyday guys. And the thing is that people are still going to want families. People are still going to idealize marriage and relationships to the point where they're, you know, like you even see these girls idealizing celebrity relationships, right? Is that could they have a celebrity relationship if it's with a robot and that robot's not famous? You know, it's like, so once again, there's still like other factors involved, things like clout that are going to drive women to want to be with guys, and those guys aren't going to want to have like robot arm candy, right? So, you know, maybe they might want to pull an Arnold, right, and have the robot nanny, right, and then they could just bang the robot nanny, but not get pregnant this time.
The second husband.
Like, so even if
Kamala's husband,
even if they're not, even if they're expensive, right? And maybe rich guys might do that. Yeah, let's get the robot nanny.
I mean, we could say that like, the majority of the population probably not going to go down this route, at least not at first. But I could see that if women and things don't change, right, and more guys are getting falsely accused, being alienated from their kids, there's going to be a subsection of the of the population who are just going to want to remove themselves. They're going to be like, why even bother? Right. And that was what makes me want to transition over to the next topic at hand, which is parental alienation. You know, parental alienation, you know, is a very serious problem, and it's been one here in America for many years. Parental alienation was originally called malicious mother syndrome. Yeah, it's when the moms would, you know, accuse the father of doing something inappropriate or being abusive or being, you know, whatever case, you know, whatever accusation they made, it would be false, and it would be done. It'll be done to do so in order to keep the father from having his visitation with his child 50-50, right? It was a way a mother could who is moving shit?
Oh, pardon me. Maybe it's me with my laptop top here. I'll mute myself.
Okay. There's a part, like, you know, the women will use the false allegations to say that the father has done something wrong as a way to punish the father and keep him from having access to their kids. All right. And then what mothers also do, if it's not in court, they will tell the child some horrible things about their dad so that the child chooses to not want to be around the father. So then when the child comes of age, like I think it's like 13 in California, it depends on the state, the child could tell the judge, I don't want to see that person anymore. And the judge will respect their decision. So parental alienation is a big deal. Like I said, it was malicious mother syndrome, but they changed the title because apparently there's like a few guys that have done that too. No, but I'm just saying apparently they find that both men and women are capable of doing this or have been found to do this in court.
Well, they always try to word it. It's supposed to be. Remember, that's what we talked about previously. Is that it's worded fairly. It's just not enforced fairly.
Yeah. So when it comes to this, Jess White, she had some videos that she wanted me to share because this is her topic idea, and I wanted to open up the floor to Jess to kind of give her opening statement about this topic. Jess,
I'm sorry, Glenn. My daughter's having a full-on wobbly at the moment that I'm in the middle of tending to. I don't know.
What's a wobbly?
Yeah.
Tantrum.
Oh, tantrum. Cool.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but I'll
No worries. I'll go ahead and start playing one of the videos, and then you could hop on and do your thing.
Yeah, hey Glenn. I'm gonna get heading out. I was able to speak on this like whole sex doll and sex robot topic just because I was familiar with TFM stuff, but I'll get heading out. Let's see. I wish I could have came on when Jack Napier was on. I've been on when Andrew's on. I've been on when Pearl has been on, but I haven't been when old Jackaboy was on, man. So I need to work towards that. So yeah, I'll talk to you guys.
He's just gonna try to get you to take the Lego pill.
hey, Lego pill's awesome.
Yeah,
that's funny. The Lego pill.
I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your stream, guys.
All right, sounds good. See you later, Siege.
Take care, mate.
All right, here we go. This is one of the videos that Jess wanted to share. Hold on.
Friday. Very concerning to my client is the fact that he hasn't had any parenting time. Miss Boone, today's Friday. Would it be possible for Andrew to pick up Maddie at 6 p.m. tonight?
No, but he can stop by whenever. Whenever I'll make it available, he can stop by anytime.
Well, isn't 6 o'clock anytime?
Yeah, he can come by, yes, but he cannot. I don't want him to pick her up right now.
Why?
Dad is extremely concerned about the lack of participation by mom.
After our initial meeting with you, we did go ahead and file the motion that's before the court today, that being the motion on parenting time, custody, and child support on behalf of my client, because the issue of custody really was not addressed in the previous motion filed by Ms. Boone, and we wanted to preserve that issue. Currently, the only order that's in effect before these parents is one that does speak to parenting time, but it's a judgment of support, which would provide that parenting time would be evenly split, 182.5 overnights per each parent. Now, there remains the issue, it's very concerning to my client, is the fact that he hasn't had any parenting time with the minor child since before Halloween this year. We've been working through the court system. We want to get everything in place. We need to get a custody order in place. We need to get a strong parenting time order in place. But ultimately, we're extremely concerned about the lack of participation by Ms. Boone with parenting time. Now, I would note that the last time we were before you, you did state that parenting time was to be reinstated, that Miss Boone was to cooperate with my client.
And
for
if she
parenting time.
didn't, the consequences would be that could be used against her in the parenting time assessment.
Yeah.
Because
No,
that
we
is
have
one of the
not
main
filed
factors.
a-
And if there's not, that also can switch custody if she's not careful.
Yeah, no, I gave Andrew multiple times as I sent it to you.
Well,
for him
I'm
to
gonna get
see
to
Maddie.
Allison. I'm gonna get to you in a minute. Let Mr. Bancroft finish first, and then we'll get to you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
No,
would
that's okay.
state that my client has made himself available, has communicated with Miss Boone regarding parenting time. She has not cooperated with that. As a matter of fact, when we were before the referee, just within less than a month ago, this issue was addressed then, and it's the same thing. She's stating that he's available, but it has to be completely on her terms, and that it's not to include overnight. She even suggested that it would be some sort of supervised parenting time at that, which had previously never been a factor before. We have we have provided several pieces of evidence, including medical records, proof that my client's payments for the child, that being involved with the child since the child's birth, just witnesses, identification of witnesses. We're ready to move forward with an evidentiary hearing in this matter. And quite frankly, I'm trying to find a way, if there was something we could get some teeth behind, that we could file a motion for show cause against Miss Boone for her violation of the parenting time. Granted, it's kind of an oddball situation with the.
Hold on, what court order is she in violation of?
Well, the judgment of support, the one where it does,
Which says that it's by agreement.
Yeah,
She's in violation of no court order.
And
There's got to be
that's
an
the-
agreement. Yeah.
And that is the problem, and that's why we haven't done that yet, and why we want to take these steps. But we want to, as expediently as possible, get to a position where we have an order in place, so we can find the best interest of the child, and my client can start exercising parenting time again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, this motion is kind of premature. Until we get the front of the court report, we're not doing anything. I mean, otherwise, why would I have sent it to the front of the court?
I
And
understand.
I sent it for legal custody, parenting time, and child support, which, as I explained then, pursuant to a case law, Sims versus Verbrugge, which is a Kent County case that reviews these orders, it does note that physical custody has already been awarded by court order. Even though it was without prejudice, you'd still need a change of circumstance in order to grant a custody request. But you didn't need one for legal custody because this court order does not address legal custody. So this court sent it for legal custody, parenting time, and child support, because obviously that's what it needed to do. And so this.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless today and start your phone plan right away. It's quick and easy and affordable with an.
And she's going to make this difficult. I've been paying child support for 5 years, and the kids just don't go over there at all.
I spend as much time as I can with my children. It's not, I know the overnights is, maybe that's what the court views it as. He bought her a dog.
Dad wants his overnights changed so he can stop paying child support, and so mom can begin paying him child support.
All right, sir, and these are your motions, is that correct? Or your motion regarding parenting time, support, and custody, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are you looking to change?
Just what has happened for the last 5 years. The kids haven't been going to their moms at all. I've been paying child support the entire time. Should have probably done this a long time ago, but yeah, no, it's been, maybe 5-6 times a year for the last 4 or 5 years. They've been to their mom's house, and so I just want what's already going on: full parenting time, no child support, full custody. It is what has happened.
All right, how many children under 18 do you have right now?
Just one now. My son is just turned 18.
Is your son still in high school or not?
No.
Okay. All right, so obviously we won't do anything related to him. Then you have another child that is how old?
Video ripped.
I'm back here.
I'm back now. By the way.
Oh wow. What?
Jess, you want to give your opening statement? Some of these videos are not working. Go ahead and give your opening, or go ahead and talk about this real quick while I get this right, the video working.
Well, the first one was the mother making excuses for why the dad couldn't see the child, so keeping him away from the child. And the second one was the dad doing all the work with the child, and he was still paying the woman child support even though the child lived with him.
And what about this one? What is this one are we getting into? Just
delusion.
She deserves 50,000 in child support. Wow. Here we go.
I don't have any money left for the lifestyle that I've been accustomed to, and getting my nails done and my hair and massages and things like that.
Get ready to witness quite possibly the greediest mom we've ever seen on the channel. So it's no secret that the court system has been and continues to be one of the most biased and broken systems out there, almost always in favor of women. Now, that's not to say that every woman who's ever received child support or spousal support was a complete leech living solely off the money of their ex-husbands. But in this day and age, it's not uncommon at all to hear about athletes, celebrities, and even people you know in real life getting completely bent over and assaulted financially by the court system, unrightfully so. And today we're going to be taking a look at this mom who took her ex-husband to court in order to get some more of that sweet, juicy child support money. I say child support money, but there's absolutely nothing this mom mentions relating to her kids' financial needs in the entire court session, but rather just mentions herself and her own financial needs. And as we're about to see, it backfires on her hard. And of course, this is another episode of one of my favorite shows out there, Support Court with Judge Vonda B. But without further ado, let's just get right into the video. Let's go.
Mrs. Williams, you brought this case before the court. What's going on? Yes, ma'am. We have 3 children together. I have not received any child support from him. Our children go to private school. They play sports, dance lessons, singing lessons. They're very active, and it's very expensive. We do share.
Marketers think they can do it all. And as a marketer myself, I know my limitation. Popular Pays enables
custody and time, but I pay for private school. He pays for health insurance, and that's all. I pay for everything else.
What kind of money you make to be paying all of that?
I'm an attorney. Oh, okay. But I'm used to a certain lifestyle. I mean, I can't even afford to get my nails done, my hair done. It's embarrassing.
You're an attorney, and you can afford tuition, but not to get your nails done.
Because all my money's going to the tuition and all of their extracurricular activities. I've been sacrificing the things that I'm used to that I was able to do before when we were still together and we had that combined income. And now all my money's going to the kids, and I don't have any money left for the lifestyle that I've been accustomed to, and getting my nails done and my hair and massages and things like that.
So far, from what I've gathered, this woman is actually being a relatively good mom, you know, paying for her kids' tuition and activities and whatnot, you know, which is great. I can't say anything bad about that. But what confuses me immediately is why exactly this woman decided to take her ex-husband to court. I mean, she is chasing child support money here, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't sound like she needs any help paying for things relating to the kids. It sounds like she needs help paying for her and her lifestyle, like getting her hair done, nails, massages, which isn't exactly what you'd consider child support. I mean, this just sounds more like an allowance. Like, what the hell was the logic heading into the courtroom? I'm going to ask for extra child support, but then proceed to complain about how I can't get my hair done anymore. Well, yeah, no shit. You're a parent, and being a parent comes with making sacrifices financially. I mean, that's just common sense when it comes to having a kid. You're going to lose out on some luxuries. Immediately, I get the impression that this woman walked into the court and thought this was going to be a slam dunk case for some extra cash, but let's continue watching.
It's still not making sense to me, but okay. Is that all you wanted to let me know before I move over to him? Okay. Mr. Williams, make this make sense.
You know, although she makes more money, she has an extravagant lifestyle. The hair, the nails, the massage. You know, she didn't tell you about the personal chef or the maid that she has come clean the house every week.
So now it's making sense. Okay.
And let alone the drinking problem that you have.
Drinking
The
problem.
weekly stops to the liquor store to have a curbside pickup. Come on now.
He's telling the truth, isn't he?
Well, you know, after being in
That
court all
wasn't my
day,
question. He's telling the truth, isn't he?
I do like to have a cocktail now and then.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're getting somewhere about, and you brought him to court?
Yes.
For child support?
Yes, ma'am.
How much money do you make?
$70,000 a year. I make $100,000 less than she does.
But again, I pay for pretty much everything. The only thing he pays for the kids is the health insurance. I pay for everything.
Health insurance is pretty important. You'd agree with me, right?
It is, and I appreciate that. I do. But I don't want to pull my kids from private school or you know, take them out of the things that they love to do because I can't afford it.
Or you could just, not hire a personal chef. You could stop drinking, and then maybe you could afford it. Maybe you wouldn't have to go to court to get more child support from somebody who's making $100,000 less than you. Also, I don't know why I keep paying child support, because from the sound of it, if she does end up getting more support, that money's never going to reach the children in any way, shape, or form. Not in a million years. This woman's primary concern seems to be just getting her hair done, nails, makeup, and massages. I don't know how. As an attorney, she thought she could schedule this court hearing and think this would work in her favor. And I get that this mom is paying for more things, but the fact that the only reason she seems to be here in the first place is to get money to support a more luxurious lifestyle is just strange, let alone from someone who's making a lot less money than you. I don't know. It would be very different if you needed the extra support to actually take care of the kids and not for massages, liquor, and trips to the nail salon.
Alcohol is not cheap. You can't afford it. You're just choosing to do something other than what you should be doing, which is taking care of these children. Now, how often are you all, I'm assuming you don't live together anymore, right? All right. How often are you all exchanging the children?
We have them equally, so that'll be 2 weekends a month.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You came in here to waste my time. I'm not getting ready to play with you. I am not going to make him pay you child support when you make $100,000 more than he does. You didn't object when he said you make $100,000 more than him. So he's telling the truth, right? Yeah. What kind of lawyer are you? Never mind. So this is what we're going to do. I am going to base child support off of what's called an offset. Okay. So I'm going to do the child support calculations for the both of you and subtract it. And the difference is going to go to the person who makes more, which is you. All right. So, Mom, your child support obligation comes down. Well, hold on. How many children? 2 children, right?
We have 3 children between us and 4 total.
3 children, 4 total. Who has the other child? Okay. Thank you for telling me that, because that reduces your child support obligation and increases yours. So the difference and adding the health insurance, it comes out to $1,533 per month. And Mrs. Williams, that's what you're going to be ordered to pay to him. Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have any questions about anything I just said?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing further, you all are dismissed.
For being an attorney, this woman is not the sharpest tool in the shed.
$1,533 per month.
Talk about a backfire. I guess when you're this greedy and entitled as a person, that's going to surpass any logic or critical thinking ability, even for someone who should already know basic laws relating to child support. I mean, you love to see it. This mom could have kept things the way they were, maybe started saving some money on the side, or perhaps, I don't know, fire your personal chef and start drinking less. But no, instead is now going to have to start paying extra child support herself, which I got to say, I'm very happy to see that. That's a very satisfying ending to this case. Something tells me she's not going to be going to the hair salon and getting her nails done anytime soon. If I got to be honest, though, it is almost kind of dirty how this mom, despite already paying more for the kids financially, ends up having to pay more in child support herself. But then I remember that the only reason she's even here in the first place is to finance more trips to the massage parlor and nail salon and get that support from someone making far less money. I guess at the end of the day, the moral of the story is don't be greedy. And by the way, shout out to Judge Vonda B on YouTube. Be sure to check her channel out for more of these episodes. But anyways, I think that's going to wrap up today's video. Thanks for watching. Drop a like if you enjoyed the video. Stay tuned for some more juicy videos coming soon to the channel. And until then, stay sexy. Peace.
Building your
I've watched some of her videos. She's probably one of the most unbiased lawyers or judges I've seen on YouTube when it comes to child support cases.
I haven't ever heard of her.
She's in I think she's down in Travis County, Houston, Texas.
Oh, well, she's in Texas. She's based.
Oh, no. Texas law, the way that the child or the family courts work down here is the family courts are actually wanting to get as much money as possible because they get a dollar match from the feds. For every dollar that a person puts into the family court system, they get a dollar from the feds as well. So the whole entire attorney general's office here in Texas is paid for by federal dollars through family court.
Damn.
Damn. That's a little dirty secret they don't like to tell you.
So parental alienation, that's really fucked. To me, really, when a parent is doing parental alienation, really what they're saying is that their hatred for their spouse is greater than the love for their child. Does that make sense? It's like they hate their ex-spouse so much to the point that they would rather rob their child of the ability to have another parent.
Yeah, I think that's right. Or I think they get so emotional where they become vindictive and hate the other person, and then the child kind of becomes a pawn or a tug of war.
Yeah, they notice how like most of the women on the After Hours, once again references some Fresh and Fit shit, they will always like talk shit about their exes, but then they start to ask him more questions and they get him talking, and then it turns out, oh, they actually did a lot of fuck shit, and it actually probably wasn't the guy's fault at all. And and she actually took advantage of the situation, but now she's repainting history in her mind that he's the bad guy. And
Yeah.
now this is why and then they feel like they need to protect the kid from the man because now he's the bad guy. So of course they need protection from him. So now they need to isolate and make sure that they don't fall victim and stuff like that. And they'll manufacture shit. They'll make shit up. And granted, there could be some shit actually there. That does happen. I've seen that happen personally, but not like witnessed anything, but you know what I mean? Like there was a case in the church where that shit happened, and they sided with the guy, and he was damn guilty too, right?
Yeah.
I witnessed the confession. So
yeah, no, there are guys that are shady scumbags that shouldn't have kids or have their kids. But then there are some that are really good dads that, the mom is just mad that he doesn't want to be with her anymore or put up with her shit, that she thinks that because he doesn't want me, he doesn't get the kids either.
Yep, I've seen that happen. That exact scenario that for the first video, I can't remember the couple's names or anything like that. I probably wouldn't need to anyway. But there was a woman that she basically admitted to me that's what she was doing. Basically, she's just like, oh, I don't want him spending any time with the kids because she basically didn't want the kids to have his values because she didn't want them to be like him. But he was a really hard worker, and just like from her own admission, he just didn't tolerate any bullshit. And she just got fed up with it and weaponized the court system against him. And I'm just like, I'm a young man at the time, and I'm just like, damn, like there's another. Once again, people wonder why like I never got married. Like I kind of already saw what was up because like women were literally telling me what was up. Same thing with the one woman in the hood when I lived there that was bragging about the welfare babies that she had and the 4 baby daddies she had on the hook. She had 5 kids and she wanted 2 more.
Hey, Glenn or Tarl, would you think that also that like their own internal competition anxiety is why they don't want other women around their kids? Because like what if her ex-man's new girl could raise her kids better than she could?
Well, women get jealous of their own kids. Women get jealous of their own kids, and they'll punish their kids, and especially if they've got some kind of bitterness with the father. If they've got some kind of bitterness with the father, and the child resembles the father, they'll punish the child for that.
Oh, I know about that. Yeah. I see. My mom alienated me from my dad when I was a kid, and she told me all the horrible shit about him, which was I found out to be a lot of it all lies. And a few of the things that were true, she left out a lot of details, And my dad had no problem telling me the things that he did that are bad, but there were details that were missing.
Hey Glenn, when you got older, did she stop coping and tell you to go and talk to him?
No, actually, and I still to this day I don't talk to her because of it. I hated him. I literally hated my dad.
Some are jealous too. Some women can't stand watching the father be happy and put love into onto the child, knowing that they can't have that love themselves, and they'll sabotage it because of that as well.
A lot of women have children for the sole reason to have this being on earth that loves them unconditionally. I would say that's huge. It's a huge.
I don't think it's like that much. I don't think it's like that though. I don't think
do.
that's a majority.
I've heard it
anymore.
from so many women that they just say they just wanted somebody who would always love them and be there for them.
So they'd be like an accessory.
But then when they have the child, majority of women use their child as leverage.
It's the wrong word for it, but I'm just saying, like, if you're having a baby for that reason, and then you have some person coming in between it, you become vindictive, sure. And
No, I think a lot of women. I think a lot of
fair,
women
is
use
it?
their women as. I think a lot of women use their children as leverage.
Well, they do. The children are used as a pawn all the time.
And then still claim that they're a good mother or a good person and things like that. So what women think they know a lot of the time, and what is actually going on, is 2 different things.
Yeah, look, I've had this discussion with Jess before, and explained my story, and she's absolutely right about women where they become quite spiteful and vindictive towards the child. If they can't actually attack the man that knocked them up, they do become very, very bitter and twisted. And the kid ends up copying a lot of that. And the kid hasn't done anything. And as someone said, like, you've got a kid, and it's the only thing on the planet that gives you unrequited love, sort of thing. Like, it literally loves you from the day that it opens its eyes and it sees you, and you have to really, really fuck that up badly.
That doesn't
And
mean that your mother
yeah.
doesn't love you, though, Charles. That
Oh,
those mothers
yeah,
will
no.
still say they love their child.
But that
But I
doesn't
think
make it
this is a
true.
lot- I think this is a lot more common than people think it is because we don't talk about it enough.
Oh, it's very common. Actually, 37% of all false allegations that are made happen in family court, and they're all made by women against men. It's unfortunate, but that's what the statistics show. But I don't know how accurate that data is. I'm sure that have been some men that have made some false allegations too. But yeah, it sucks. I mean, that's because, again, like I said, it was originally titled or named malicious mother syndrome. And then they decided to change it to parental alienation.
I think that's
So-
because
Yeah.
of what we were just speaking about. Because a lot of it.
Hold on one
women do-
second. Hold on
women
a
just
second.
do. They don't. I don't think a lot of women. Some women
Mike?
don't actually.
Hey, Mike.
Wakey, wakey, hands off, Snakey.
Mike. All right. We're going to tuck Mike in. Everybody say good night to Mike.
Night, Mike.
Not Mike.
No, Glenn, you're actually onto something, because before these laws were like around the whole entire country, my grandmother actually used it to kidnap my mother and bring her to Texas when my grandparents got divorced. It was actually my grandparents' siblings that re-kidnapped my mother back and brought her back to my grandfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't think it's always done fully. I think a lot of women do it. Not necessarily that they're thinking, I'm going to use my child to get at him. They just run off their feelings. So
Well, I also think that they're
that's-
afraid that, like, I think it's like, they probably have a fear, like, if I don't do this, then he might take away my kid from me. Right. So
No,
it's
I
almost like
think
they,
I don't think. I think it's women don't want to. Women do whatever they can to make themselves where they're not the bad person or they're not a bad mother. So they will literally jump through hoops in their own mind to create a narrative that they can do all this stuff and still call themselves a good mother and a good person.
I like that.
Yeah.
So they don't actually. It's not actually fully malicious because while they're doing it, they're convincing themselves of those things.
well, yeah,
Even though
they're,
Donovan
they
Sharp
think
calls it
they
the
think
rationalization hamster.
they try to rationalize it.
Yes,
And,
yes, and
yeah.
they make up bullshit illusions in their minds, and they'll blame
Yep.
the man for it. Somehow, it's tied back to being his fault.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
I
think
actually
they
wonder
have a greater
how-
claim to the child than the man, on average?
Sorry.
Do you think that these women think that they have a greater claim to the child than the man?
Oh, yeah.
Is
A
it
lot of
50-50,
women-
or would you?
A lot of women look at their children as like property, like
Yeah,
they
like
own
it's
them.
an extension of them. They have a problem with, they don't have a problem of looking at their kids like their property, but when their husbands look at them like they're their property, now it's an issue. Explain
Very,
that,
very
ladies.
true, Glenn.
Explain that.
I wonder how common it is, though, when a parent turns around and effectively abandons their child whilst still in the home, where there's no any type of love, there's no care or anything like that. The kid is in the same house, but
Jump in
there's no interaction between the parent and the child. Like, is that a common thing for that you guys might have heard of? Because my experience was like that, where literally there was no food. I had no clothes apart from my school uniform. There was no toys, Christmas, Easter, all that sort of stuff. That was stuff you saw on TV. It didn't happen in real life. And eventually I got to, I think I was 14 or 15, and I just went, you know what, fuck this, and I just left. And she tried to get me back from the, what do you call it, the homeless shelter thing for kids. And they said, do you want to go back to it? And I was like, no, I'm quite happy here. I don't want to go back there. And she got really pissed about that. And I haven't spoken to her in roughly 30 something years now. And literally, if I was walking down the street and I saw her get hit by a car, I'd keep walking. Like, I wouldn't even go and call, emergency services to go along and deal with it. I just keep fucking, didn't see anything, keep walking. And that was my experience with her, because that's the way that she treated me as a kid. And, she was my world, like I didn't have any family that I ever met. Apart from a half sister that turned up once when I was about
Sorry, my
13 to
bad.
go and tell us that my dad was dead because he got stabbed. I was like, oh, okay. And then she just disappeared out of my
Damn.
life. So yeah. And I was like, so this is family life. All right, cool. All right. Well, I was much happier in the youth refuge, or boys' home, whatever you call them, wherever you are. And those places are fucking gladiator schools. Like, they really are. You have to learn how to go and handle yourself very, very quickly, or you're gonna have a real bad time. And that was a better option for me, to go and stay there than to go back to her. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And what's sad is because, like, again, instead of letting dad be dad, because it's funny, it's like women are like, you got one side of women bitching and complaining about dad not being around and not getting any help from him, right? Then you got the other side that is taking all the money that they could get from dad, but then not letting dad be dad.
Well, she didn't even let my father be on my birth certificate. So she was pregnant, all right, with me, and then she had me, and she refused to put his name on my birth certificate. So I don't actually know what his name is. And apparently he kept sort of hanging around, waiting, and she's like, saying fuck off, until one day he just went, you know what, okay, I'm just going to go, and he just left. And then she got really, really, really bitter and twisted about that sort of shit. And every time she was upset about something, apparently it was my fault, because, as Jess says, like, if your kid looks like the father, you
Yep.
become the target.
Yep.
And as a kid, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Apparently, I was in trouble for something. I didn't know what it was that I did. And yeah,
When they
I
start
yeah.
saying you are just like your father, as like that
Yep.
becomes an insult instead of something to be proud of.
Mm.
Yep.
So-
Definitely.
A line and a half.
Go on, hop in.
Do you know what's funny? I just want to on something that was said earlier that girls might misunderstand, but I always want to bring it back to the other side, which is, let me land this plane. You're either a beast of burden or you're somebody's possession. So if you're a man, then you're a beast of burden. Otherwise, you're somebody's most prized possessions. It's like, which one do you really want?
What does that mean?
So if you're a man, you're a beast of burden for your woman. You're the one doing the work for her. But if you're a woman, then you're somebody's possession. Okay, so you're not your own, but the dude who's doing all the work for you, you're one of his things. So it's like, it's kind of taking it to two extremes. Obviously, we're both fucking human, but it's like, when Glenn was saying, it's like, children are your possession. Yeah, they are, and you're your man's possession, but the man has to do all the fucking work. It's a different way of looking at it. No, I stole that take. It's not mine.
The issue with people getting divorced and why we see all
That
these
was-
people in courts and shit like that is because they're not honest. They're not honest with themselves, and they're not honest with each other when they get in relationships. So then after a year or two passes and they change a little bit, they hide that away because they don't think the other person will like that. It's like little shit like this that happens, and kids suffer for it. And
Yeah,
it's
you guys,
always
real
sad.
quick, I'm going
It's
to take a
different-
quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages. All right.
Too easy, mate.
All right, 1 second. Wait for it. Wait for it.
If you have ads for sex dolls, man, I'm going to be very surprised.
Not for this show.
If you haven't been to the Glenn Lawrence Presents Production of Men page on Streamlabs, go check it out now. It's a one-stop shop to be able to watch videos, donate, connect with me on socials, and buy swag from our store. That's right, swag from the store. So if you enjoy the content on this channel and you want to support it, go to the Streamlabs page for Glenn Lawrence Presents Production of Men now. Donate, buy some swag, or follow us on the socials. It's a one-stop shop to do all three. Thank you.
Masculinity is in crisis. What are we to do? We need to acquire a dominant masculine presence. Now available on Amazon. Masculinity is in crisis. Men's masculine behaviors and traits have been suppressed by popular culture. Why has it become so popular? Shame, guilt, insult, masculinity, and masculine behaviors. After 50 to 70 years of this has resulted in a very large subset of men who have become weak, useless, and crisis. Pathetic state for boys and men that leads to depression and violent despair. A dominant masculine presence addresses this very dilemma for the individual man, and it firmly establishes why this is what is desperately needed by the individual man today. In this book, clearly defined masculine traits and behaviors and the emotional durability provided by traditional masculinity are presented as a guide to what every man should embed into his identity. Putting these principles and behaviors into practice will motivate and direct your path step to step to create for yourself an authentic, dominant masculine presence.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. No, there's no one behind you. Stop looking around. Yeah, you. Quick question. Did you hit the like button on the way in? You didn't? Come on, man. It's simple. You just click the like. Just go over there and click the like. Help me out.
The journey.
Where's the like button?
Turns. Why is it that essential life lessons aren't taught in school? You probably know that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, but do you know how to invest in a Roth IRA? We're not taught to build ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. The roadmap to success is more than just a college degree. You don't have to follow the traditional route. Success isn't confined to a classroom. It's about discovering your own path. You ever wish that someone handed you a guidebook to life when you were 18? Well, it's never too late to rewrite your story. Everything I wish I knew when I was 18. Advice for young men to create a great life for themselves. This book is your compass, guiding you to pick the right career, how to invest wisely, and how to prepare for a fulfilling future. To take control of your health and your fitness. Learn how to date efficiently and find genuine desire. And master the art of leading healthy relationships. Your path is defined by the choices you make, not by others' expectations. Don't wait until you're 35 to unlock your potential. Order your copy now on Amazon. Rewrite your story. Build the life you deserve.
Hey, if you're enjoying all the content that we provide here in these late night after hour streams and all the wild topics, then I need your support. See, YouTube takes a huge percentage out of the super chats that you send. And if you want this channel to be supported, see, I got this dono bar here. And this dono bar, we have weekly goals. And if we want to be able to continue bringing these late night long streams that you enjoy, then I need your support by going to the Streamlab links below. It's on the banner here. And donate there. Your support helps this show continue to grow. Thank you. This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Glenn Lawrence here. Are you tired of losing arguments to your wife like this?
I understand it makes you feel bad when I am dishonest with you. It hurts my feelings when you treat me with contempt and corner me and try and trick me into lying.
Okay. It makes me sad when it's so easy to trick you into lying because you're such a lying shitbag.
That's not, you can't do that. You can't do that. The therapist said you're not allowed to judge me.
Are you tired of looking like a dumbass in arguments like this guy?
So let me just make sure I get this correct. Would you say, and do you promote to your audience that you're honest?
I don't think so. Well, if my audience asks who I am, what I tell them is I'm a piece of shit.
Oh, it's so fun to do this. So I just want to make sure I got this right. You're a dishonest piece of shit. Nobody should believe you. Got it.
Gosh, that was horrible. So if you're tired of losing arguments to your wife and you're tired of looking like BO in a debate, then I suggest you go to debateuniversity.com. That's right, debateuniversity.com, and learn from the man himself, Andrew Wilson. And he will teach you how you can become a master debater. No, not a masturbator, you sick fucks. Put your hands down, okay? We're not talking about that. But a master debater, and how you could learn dirty debate tactics and all the fallacies, the logical fallacies, and all that other good jazz. So if you already become a master debater, then what are you waiting for? Go to debateuniversity.com and you could look like this guy.
It is nebulous. I understand it's nebulous.
God damn it! You're still whining.
Say, thank you for prostituting yourself so I have air conditioning. Well, now hang on, let me finish. My turn.
Sure. Go ahead.
So as we dive into this, though, by the way, you say that you can't make a deterministic statement, which is a deterministic statement. How dumb are you, Bosch? Why would you do anything if you didn't care?
So what are you waiting for? Go to debateuniversity.com right now and sign up and learn how to be a great debater and stop looking stupid in arguments and debates. Shit, dumbass. All you got to do is go to debateuniversity.com and click enroll now. All right, and we're back.
I'm so happy right now. Thank you.
Why are you happy? Oh, you got the new one?
Bro, it's perfect.
So, let's talk about parental alienation. We looked at it from like the dad's end, like how it affects the dad. Like, I mean, it robs him from being a parent. One, it also, it's parental alienation is used as a means to punish the other parent. But what about the kid? Think about the kid. The kid, if your dad never loved you, blah 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 blah. Now this kid's gonna grow up with some type of mental, psychological disorder, thinking that like they're not good enough. Even if they're the best mom in the world, why was I never good enough that dad wanted to be around? Like that's what I was asking myself as a kid.
Do you know all the movies? Here's a question for you, friggin' movie guy. In all the movies, you keep seeing how, like, here's all the letters that I kept sending you, but your mother never gave them to you. Like, fucking, I don't know. That happened in, what's the name of the fucking island thing? Like, I remember it was the black dad and the black kid, and it's the number, Lost. Like, that's the scene that fell into my head. You know, Lost, the black dude, and here's the kid, the black kid, and then you find their backstory, and it was like that's the first time he picked him up. He didn't the mom never gave the letters to the son, and it was like a whole fucking side story.
I don't know what movie that is.
Lost, the TV series.
Oh, I don't think I watched it. No, I don't think so.
Okay, it doesn't matter. A lot of people have seen it, but like there's a lot of movies like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I experienced similar stuff like that, but
yeah, like from my mother's experience, it turned her into a codependent, like heavily codependent. She didn't like when I moved away, and I'm sure she's having a fucking horrible time right now ever since I initiated full estrangement.
Oh yeah, AJ, you want to talk about that? Like, I didn't even figure that. I didn't think about that when you actually did that.
Yeah.
So your
so
mom went through parental alien.
on her end as a kid, because like both my parents parents, so both sets of my grandparents are divorced.
Mhm.
And my dad's wasn't too bad because it happened as a teenager for him. My grandfather actually got with the babysitter. Long story there, is my aunt's babysitter. But on my mom's side, my grandfather was a alcoholic at the time, and my grandmother is a gold digging bitch. Like, I haven't talked to her in probably 15 years. But the story goes, because I did a whole genealogy when I went through therapy after my ex and I broke up, and come to find out, my grandmother kidnapped my mother, brought her to Texas because that's the dude that she was seeing at the time was in Texas. My mom's aunt and uncle, so my grandparents, my grandmother's siblings, actually went to Texas, kidnapped my mother back from my grandmother, and brought her back to my grandfather. But because of that divorce and everything, and how shitty my grandmother was, my
Mhm.
mother became highly codependent, like pathological level of codependency, like and that before I initiated estrangement, like if I left left for a couple days, she would just break down and start crying, kind of thing. It was, I don't know if it was like a guilt, like her subconsciously trying to trigger guilt into me for leaving. And then this year, actually a couple months ago, I initiated full estrangement just because I haven't lived at home in 17 years. There's obvious drift between me and my parents, and my sisters just don't fucking like me. End of story. Because I'm the black sheep that was successful. I'm the black sheep because I'm successful, kind of deal. And I haven't heard from them since, but I can just imagine just past behavior. My mom is probably not in a good place right now, and
Have they tried to reach? Like, I'm trying to remember because you haven't told me.
no,
Like, you haven't told me
no.
if they've tried.
They
or
actually respected it. I sent it to sent my demands, if you want.
we don't gotta
to
go. We don't gotta get into it on here.
No, no.
That's fine.
I plan on doing a live stream about this eventually, anyways. But I sent him a letter. I had to deer a little bit, what we call in the RP space deering, which is defend, explain,
excuse,
rationalize. And I think maybe that's the only little bits of nice guy in me left over, where it's like I figure they deserve at least an explanation. I even gave up my claim to 50 acres of land in Vermont. I'm like, let the sisters fight over it. I don't need it. I'm perfectly capable on my own.
Yeah, you give up property rights. That's a lot.
Yeah, but it's like at the same time, it's like,
But, like, I mean,
my parents
like-
tried to raise me. They did their best, but unfortunately, their best was full of failed parenting strategies. I can't blame them for it, but at the same time, I don't have to accept it either.
But what I'm saying is, like, imagine how much like an individual must want to like get away from the family, right? That they're willing to give up like valuable rights, like property rights.
Yeah. Well, it's also they because my dad, I say it in my book. My dad gave me the ultimate insight to being the blue pill beta plow horse. Like, he taught me the 3 Ps very well: the protection, parental investment, and provisioning, which was good and all. I've had relationships, but they weren't fulfilling relationships. So I can't imagine what goes on in my dad's head or my mom's head at that point after learning all this stuff. But at the same time, and I say Thor was the alpha fuck side. Like, Thor is my surrogate father for the alpha fuck side of the house.
Yeah. No, I get that.
And like, my family raised me to be the plow horse. So it's kind of weird. As a child and as a teenager, they kind of paternalized me. Like, I helped my parents pay bills ever since I've had jobs. Like, I remember my first paycheck when I was working for my buddy's parents at a restaurant. My dad came to me, pulled me off to the side, asked for my check so they could pay the fucking phone bill. My first paycheck in the Navy, because I had my parents were on a joint account with me. My first paycheck in the Navy went to buying snow tires for my mom's truck. I had no idea that happened. Because
I won't even tell you. Like,
yeah,
you know, like when you graduate from boot camp, right?
Oh, I had I only had like $300 in my account because they were spending my fucking money.
Oh, okay. So you don't know. So like when you graduate boot camp, like you have been in there for like 9 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, you haven't spent a dime because you're living off of the, you know, like the gift card that you have that all they do is they just like, you know, if you need toiletries or whatever, you use the gift card at the Next and you get your toiletries. And so you're gonna walk in, you're gonna like go to when you graduate and you check your account, you're gonna have a couple $1,000s in there, you
Not
know.
in my case.
Bro, my mom came out to my graduation and I told her, like, don't, like, you don't have to, like, it's cool. Don't worry about it. She drove from California to Texas, right? To Lackland. Somehow her wallet got lost and her ATM card. Everything that I had earned, you know, gone in 3 days.
And
I was like, how did you get here? If you I lost it somewhere in New Mexico. How Dallas? That's a long ways, you know. That's a lot of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
I was so
to go on
pissed.
with the parentalizing me as a teenager. Now as an adult, it's the opposite. They kind of treat me like a child. It's like, oh, my opinion doesn't matter. It's like, oh, we've lived fucking 20 years longer than you. We know better than you. It's like, do you really? Because you guys are still where you're at. You guys haven't leveled up in life, and it's like I've beaten the fucking odds. And it's like I tried to convince my parents because they own their property in Vermont. It's like, hey, Dad, let's retire Mom. Come down, do my job. And he's like, oh no, I can't do that. I lose my 5 weeks PTO and my union position's like, one, we don't do unions down here. It's all merit based. I know you could do my job. Two, with my company, when you start, you get 3 weeks PTO plus 2 weeks sick time. What's 3 plus 2?
5.
Oh, 5. So you get the same fucking time off. You're making twice as much fucking money per hour. Literally, like I make twice as much as my dad does per hour. He's been doing the same thing. He's been working for the same company since I was a teenager. And the fucking union keeps fucking him. So it's just like the advice that I try to give to get them ahead in life, they just completely ignore and tell me I'm wrong and I'm being a child.
Yeah, I want to highlight this point here because this is a really important part. Tweedledub says, and he's talking to Are You Crazy? He says, I held on to anger towards my mother for way too long. Telling her I forgave her was the best thing I ever did for myself. That is very true. Now, I don't have a relationship with my mother. And I did that, well, one of two things. She said I was dead to her. Okay, for one. But then when she tried to come back into my life, I told her the best thing I could do is love you from a distance. I cannot have communication with you. I cannot have interaction with you. I still love you because you're my mother, but we cannot have a relationship. It's always very
toxic.
Yeah, it's very toxic. Yeah. And I can't, and if we are in close proximity, I cannot honor you or respect you because we'll start fighting. And I said, I'm never going to talk to you again. And that's okay. That doesn't mean I don't love you. It just means that I can't have you in my life.
Yeah. I also prefaced in the letter towards my parents that this decision wasn't made out of malice or anything like that. It was actually made out of love. It's like, look,
yeah,
you guys don't need to worry about me. I'm not going to burden. You guys don't have to worry about how to divvy up fucking property 3 ways. It's like, I don't need it. I love you guys. I wish you the best of luck.
Yep.
I'm taking the burden off of you guys. I'm taking
it's about off of both of you. Yeah, you're taking it off of both of you. And it's like, you know, and I realized at that point in my life, it's like, I do not have to have people do not have to have access to me because they know me or because they're family or because, you know, we were close at one point. Like, if they don't bring value to my life, I don't need to have you in it. You're not entitled to have access to me. And I could close that door to whoever is not providing value.
Yeah. And
regardless of blood. And that's what I've been doing with people. And it's a lot better of a life.
One thing that did upset me in this whole process was because I kind of went dark while I was getting ready to send the letter and everything. They had they used my 17-year-old niece to contact me, and the way that she actually finally got in contact with me before I put the block on her, because this thing pissed me off completely, was she contacted me on Telegram. And I'm like, you know, Telegram. There's no good reason for a 17-year-old girl to be on Telegram.
No.
at all.
I can't think of one.
Nah, so
Unless
like,
they're a foreign exchange student and they're talking to their family back home.
Sorry.
but
So unless they're a foreign exchange student and they're talking to their family back home.
yeah. So it's just like, at least shouldn't be on there. You guys need to figure out her and my older sister's situation before even dealing with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, yeah, at least shouldn't be on Telegram.
Yeah. What, Jess, do you want to add any more to this topic?
Fucking good topic.
No, not right now. I'm putting my kids to bed at the moment.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just a
No worries.
really shit time at the moment. That's all.
No worries. No worries. It's not.
It's okay. We still hate you.
That's all right.
Casper.
Hey. I
Hey.
think there's some sheep. There's some sheep out here in the background that are calling you, Casper.
I am you.
Damn.
It's a good burn. Clip that.
Damn. So no, I think a lot of people don't realize like when
He'll
it
get me
comes.
back later. He'll figure
No.
he'll think of something and he'll get me back.
Don't let the kangaroos near your babies, okay?
Maybe a dingo ate your
Yeah.
baby.
Hey, at least Casper didn't lose a war to emus.
Yeah.
That is true.
No, but his country is overrun by a lot of other animals.
Casper?
I'm good.
He's like, I got nothing.
It's Australia, bro.
No, what he's saying is, oh, this is going to get savage if we get into this. Let's not do this. That's
Yeah.
what he means.
I got a warning
Like,
from
it should be like a
Tweedledub.
$50 digital, okay?
I got a warning from Tweedledub. He says, be careful. We're gonna cause Jess to have a wobbly. I was waiting for her to reply, but she's not going to reply because she's probably having that wobbly right now. So next topic. Who wants to present a topic? Chat? Panel?
I'm fine.
Chat? Panel?
Someone can jump up. Yeah, here we go. That person's giving us a topic.
Someone's waving in the chat or in the channel.
Garrett.
I actually didn't have an idea. I just wanted to talk. Give me a second. Sorry.
Yep.
Here, while he figures that out, I just put the link
What's
to my
your
book. Buy my
expertise?
book.
Yeah, AJ's book is out now. It is out now. And go ahead, AJ, talk about it. Let's talk about it.
What do you want to talk about? Like, it's
Describe it for those that haven't seen the book yet.
all right. So it's about emotional durability. It is not a origin story per se, but it's using the techniques that I have found work best through cognitive behavioral therapy, EMDR, hypnotherapy, group settings, books that I've read, and mentoring that I've gotten from, like, say, Glenn, Thor, hell, even Viking Paradigms mentioned in there a few times. And it's not necessarily a step-by-step. It's just like, use what works in this book for you, not necessarily use and get rid of what doesn't work for you. And the one little doozy I got in there is chapter 5 is probably my favorite chapter. And I'm gonna be ran up the wazoo with this chapter because it is where I talk about a lot of guys in the men's self-help community say that like you don't want to be vulnerable. I argue actually use vulnerability controlled to your advantage. Like, learn how
Who just
to
burped all loud?
Me, my bad. My bad, man.
So I argue vulnerability can actually be a tool, not necessarily a weakness. And then I also talk about how men actually have a higher EQ than women. And I lay out the reasons behind that. I actually read it the other day on Glenn's stream.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to ask you something about that. You know how Cappy does his shorts?
Yeah.
Like this is next bit, yeah, whatever. All right. I was gonna ask, will you do that? I think it's a good idea.
There'll probably be me and Glenn got to work on the commercial. We're gonna work on a commercial.
Yeah.
Sort of like how you see like the Paul Bauer or the Thor's commercials. Probably be a little bit more comedic because the book is not very comedic at all, but it's like use the comedy to drive people into violence.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
The
gonna stop
raging, the raging patriot comes out with a question. His question is: Mitches or bitches? Are one and the same? Yes. Raging. Yes.
They made for each other.
I thought of a topic.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it's like stoicism and the power of not giving a fuck, but giving so little fucks because you give so many that you give none. I know that's like circular logic, but it really works out. Stoicism is like a. Sorry, go ahead.
I only give fucks to people who deserve the fucks that I give.
Yeah, like I don't
That's part
have
of
a,
the muse mastery.
like I have a plethora of fucks, but the only reason why I have a plethora of fucks is because I save my fucks for those that are worthy of my fucks.
That's a better way to put it. I would say, you pick and choose your value, but like I go through like kind of like a lot of people do their best to bully me, and I just kind of like roll, somersault, dodge, whatever. I don't engage. It's not worth my time.
Smart.
I'm not gonna say that.
It's not. That's what people hate about MGTOW or how they see it, because it's like self-exclusionary, and then you kind of run into a brick wall yourself. That's why I understand when people say it's like you're giving up when you're in genetic line. Like I understand that, but that's the negative aspect of it, and that's like the lack of purpose. And you can't just tell people fucking be whatever. Like that doesn't work for vast majority of men. Yeah. Like I don't know. I heard something else that you said. Like it's more like having too many pills that you just fucking over it and you just want to watch the decline. And a lot of men end up there, but it's not the answer. That's just stupid. It's like our grandfather said to conquer the earth, right? And maybe our grandchildren will conquer Mars. I guess this is our fucking fight. Like our grandfather said the war, Boomer said the paradise that they throw away, and now we gotta clean up. Like this is our fucking burden to bear. That's why I hate ones that say like white pill, black pill, or whatever. But you gotta earn the right to say you fucking like you have to understand the pill before you can disregard it. So it's just a fucking trip, dude. Like you're just on a ride, and it's their joke, Like our rides are just rougher. They're different rough.
Yeah.
Like just get their shit up front, but their end is going to be way rougher than yours, and it's just biology. Now, if you want to be like black pill,
You also got the assertive Bill of Rights that are laid out in When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. You have the right of refusal. You have the right to say, I don't know.
yeah,
You have the right not to care.
If somebody bullies you, doesn't mean you get out of their way. Like fuck that shit, dude. But people gotta, like don't do that. Like fuck off.
I'll
You have
put it
your own
this way.
right.
Like I am actually a black belt. Not that is like anything to be proud of, but I was taught not to fight. I was taught to behave a certain way, and it's like I think it's more ethical, like coming from a point of like quiet confidence. Like I'd rather make changes in my life and the people whose lives matter to
But
me,
the-
and then fuck
You know
everyone
this
else.
concept? Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I have a bit of
No,
lag.
go ahead.
But do you know this concept of death of third places? I'm kind of reiterating things because new people come and go. Okay, so it's like the reason why everything is falling apart is because people stop giving a fuck. But it's the same as voting. It's like you're not allowed to bitch about it unless you're gonna vote and try. I'm kind of selling you a white pill, just giving you a perspective. I'm pretty fucked, bro. I'm same as you. But it's like,
Look, I have a career goal. I just don't want to talk about it here.
yeah, neither do I. Like, I just let my argument speak for itself. But it's like if you just fucking zombie to death, it's like, oh, okay, fuck it. I mean, what the fuck am I doing here? Who am I to speak? But you can't kind of do it. Like, if I see a bitch in trouble, I'm still gonna help her. I'm just saying. Well, if it's fucking, I don't know. There's a few girls that wouldn't help. Desiree might not be one of them.
Well,
Yes,
I
it
agree.
should.
I agree
Let's
with
hope.
the martial arts mindset because I was taught something basically the same thing: is that violence should always be the last choice, and definitely
Pretty
never the
much.
first choice, except
Mhm.
for in very, very, very rare situations. Right? There are exceptions to rules, but on the balance of probabilities, you're not trying to escalate; you're trying to de-escalate. That's why I'm fortunate. I was trained, but I haven't had to use any of my skills in an actual fight, except for against my brothers who were always trying me.
It's not even that. That's why I'm a proponent of letting little boys just fight it out before they're too strong to do damage. Like, it's just a lesser evil. Like, in the perfect world, nobody throws a fist. Yeah, okay, fuck off. Not interested. Okay.
Well,
But I'm just
wasn't
saying,
that
like,
how
if you let boys understand that doing violence actually means like somebody doesn't go home, then when they grow up, they're not going to throw punches, because it's like, bro, you never win the fight. Okay.
Well, and that's why I was also taught that even if
Yeah.
you win, even if you win the fight, you can still lose the fight, and this
Yeah,
can happen in the
pretty
court of law.
much.
This
I'm
can
not
happen
good
due to injury.
But
Yeah,
it is
pretty
a
much.
fairly interesting idea, though, that we don't let boys be boys. Where when you're a kid, you're damn near indestructible. Like you fall off the fucking roof and you just bounce and you laugh and you go back up to the roof and try and do it again.
I did that once.
Um,
Fell out of
yeah.
Weeping Willow Tree, 10
Yep.
feet.
You're a lot lighter.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. As you get older, though, all of a sudden you find that the bones are a lot more rigid, and you don't so much bounce as you sort of go splat. But we used to go and let kids go and be kids, and they test things out. I mean, if you look at the animal kingdom, all right, you'll see like young animals play fighting with each other. I think it was Jordan Peterson that was talking about how mice or rats will actually go along and ask another older rat to play, and if the older rat occasionally lets the younger one go along and win, they keep playing. But if the older rat doesn't let the younger one win, then they stop asking to play with that rat. And we've done that with our entire society, where we don't let kids actually be kids and practice things out, and they're effectively learning skills for later in life. I mean, no one's going to get hurt except in some very unfortunate situations. But now everything's like, we've effectively feminized our boys, where it's like, sit there, be quiet, don't do anything, don't make noise, and listen to the teacher type thing. We don't actually let them do what they used to go and do. The problem is that as they become young adults, they go out onto the street and they get a bit of, I don't know, alcohol into their system, and they walk up to some 10-foot tall Samoan bouncer and call him a fuckwit, and they wonder why their head's been kicked down the road, and they don't understand what just happened. And it's like, well, you need to learn those basic skills as a kid, and you understand there are consequences, and eventually as an adult, you realize those consequences can become a lot worse.
Yo, can you tell them about Bull Rush, the game we play in New Zealand and Australia?
The thing with the tennis ball.
Yeah,
That one?
like when you run into each other as kids and it's like rugby, but it's not.
Yep. Yeah, we had that, and we also had the other thing with the tennis ball, where we used to literally like line people up and just like peg the fucking thing as hard as we could at each other. And you learned very quickly to go and duck and move and stuff. But then they turned around and said, "Oh, you can't do that anymore because no, you might get injured." And so we just stand around in the middle of the playground going, "Well, fuck, what do we do now?" So we ended up picking up acorns and rocks and shit, and we started using that instead. And then they started giving us detention, saying you can't actually go and do that anymore. And yeah, even like football, like we used to go and play tackle football, and apparently, I don't know, some kid got hurt in some way, shape, or form, and they turned around and said we can't do that anymore. So we literally just sat around going, well, what do we do with all this energy and the inclination to go and do things? It was it was a bad time. But now it's a whole lot worse. And yeah, I don't know, like, if we're ever going to get back to that stage. I mean, I think the world would have to change quite a lot for us to actually to actually give our kids the chance to learn about consequence and how to go and do things in a safe way. Because as I said before, like as a kid, you're almost indestructible, but as you get older, injuries become a real thing. And sometimes if you get things wrong, those injuries can be life-changing. So you've got to be really, really careful about what you actually do. So yeah.
Yeah, I give my son outlets, right? Like, and a couple of years ago, he decided he wanted to try me one day, came up and like hauled off and kicked me real hard in the shin when I was sitting on a picnic table at grandma's. And yeah, I just was like, yeah, do it again. Just I didn't flinch. I didn't, it hurt, but I didn't let him know it hurt, and I just let him have at it. And he tried. Like he kicked me good damn near like fucking 20 plus times in both shins, real hard. But he found out that that's pretty fucking tough. And now he respects me and he's scared of me. Right? I've never had to lay a hand on the boy, and if I were to, I guarantee if I raised my hand to him, he would flinch. Because he's scared, of oh shit. Like I'm like, yeah, didn't work out too good for you. Now imagine if you actually got me mad, and because I'm just calm, assertive, and matter of fact about it. That puts the imagination puts the fear of God in the kid more than anything. But it did give him that experience, and I do play fight with him. I throw him around. I always have. My dad did that when I was a kid too. You throw your kid up in the air and catch him. Right. That's another thing, it's dangerous. It's just like, it's not dangerous if you don't drop your fucking kid. Are you a competent man or not? I never dropped him. So, you're going to, is it scare? Oh, like you could drop him. Like, no, I am competent to throw my child up in the air. Yeah, it might sound irresponsible, but I did it, The point is that people are too scared to take risks and don't also understand that people can heal from things. Right? We're better at putting people back together than we ever have been in human history. Right? So this is another thing that people kind of take for granted. Like you said, you're better at healing when you're a kid. So it's better to make those sort of mistakes, learn the fire's hot when you're a kid. Like, for example, my little sister, she put her hand in a bowl of hot oatmeal when she was quite young and got second-degree burns on her hand. And you can't barely see it today because she was young. She was able to heal from it. And she learned the lesson the hardest way or that possible. Like I knew not to touch it because I'd been told. I told her not to touch it. She was impatient. She hauled herself up on the table and found out real quick, So some people do need to learn that way. But like I said, it is what it is.
Well, as a side topic, would everyone agree that kids don't ever get bored these days? Like I had to spend so much time sitting around doing nothing that I kind of got used to it. Nowadays the dopamine and serotonin and all that shit is triggered by all that. Not to be like a boomer, but the TikTok and this and that. It's like there's never a time when they're bored.
That is so bad on so many levels. It's not even funny. Like,
well, because people are taught to entertain themselves, not educate themselves.
It's not that. It's like you can stick a screen in front of a kid, and the kid is forever going to be entertained. When I was growing up, there was such thing as you have 2 hours of TV time. Okay, go outside and play with other children. Go fucking be a human. Like parents don't say to their kids anymore, go outside and play with other kids. It doesn't happen. Not in the West.
No,
like so. That self-entertaining thing, and it's not even funny because remember, like I remember asking, like, where the fuck do all? Because that's where the rejects used to go, and now everyone's going over there now. Like, there's a bit of a. Sorry, go ahead, Charles. I know you got lag.
I was just going to say, like, I still remember, like, as a kid, I mean, we didn't have the technology that we have now. Literally, you would make your own entertainment. Okay, so, we'd pick up fucking sticks and we'd pretend we were soldiers, like shooting at each other, and there'd be like 2 teams and we'd be running around like pretending that we're soldiers doing shit. We dig fucking holes in the ground, like all this sort of stuff. And now we have, I went through a shopping center the other day, and there's like these kids that have to be less than 2 years of age, and they're sitting there on a fucking phone, like swiping and doing something on the phone because the mother can't be bothered to actually entertain her own kids. And I was like, they're fucked. When they grow up, they're going to have a lot of issues because they don't know how to actually make their own entertainment. They don't interact with each other, with other children anymore. And I'm just thinking, holy hell, this is getting really bad. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I sort of hope that things might turn around, but yeah, I don't think it's going to go, and I think it's going to get a lot worse before it becomes any better. So
it kind of goes back to what Glenn was talking about, the parental alienation thing. I personally think that it more or less started with public school. I think that's really where it started with the parental alienation. Outsourcing your parenting and having other people raise your kids with their values. and they're not invested in your kids. I mean, we've already seen the studies, like even in like say step parent situations, the step parent is not invested on average the same way that the genetic parent is. So think about that in terms of a school, right? Do you think, you know, I know that there's good teachers out there. I've met some of them. I used to work in a school, right? So but the thing is, I also know that it wasn't the majority, sadly. It's only about a third. So understanding that that's like what I personally witnessed, and also what other people have anecdotally told me on a pretty, you know, throughout my entire life when I ask people, because people often ask me like what it's like being homeschooled, and then I ask them like what it's like going to public school, because I've never been to public school. Like I said, I've actually worked in a school at this point. You know, so I've been in public school, but only as an adult, as a janitor, seeing this shit, you know, being a supervisor. So I have to liaison with the teachers. And so I'm talking to everybody. I know you know, all the staff and everything in the school, and got keys to everything. And I'm also responsible for making sure the shit's locked up at night. Right. So making sure that everybody's safe. And I also saw how like that's, you know, schools are kind of a little, you know, like shooting galleries and shit like that, because if people don't follow the protocols, then things get bad. But anyway, I digress.
I mean, I agree. I was an academic tutor, and you'd find that the kids, like, just the teachers don't give a shit, or the teachers have so many kids that they can't identify with the ones that are like problematic. And then so like a lot of kids that have a lot of potential get left behind. It's I don't know, it's a very complicated problem that requires like a minister of education that would do something, but I don't know how you do that.
We already have that. It's called the Department of Education, and it fucking sucks dick.
I think we're kind of missing the point there, because I mean, this is one of the reasons why I really respect Jess, because she looks after her kids, and this is the problem, right? Parents have outsourced their parental responsibilities to fucking these low-paid fucking childcare workers and shit who don't care who these fucking kids are. They don't have time to go and deal with all of them at the same time at all. And you know, I respect any parent who's actually there to go and raise their child. Like, if you can do that, you are doing really fucking well. Like, I don't care if you don't have like the latest fucking Nikes or the best fucking iPhone or whatever else. Do your job, look after your kids, train them to be fucking human beings, because someone else is not going to go and have that same reason to want to go and do that job. Okay, and I think we need to sort of get back to a time in history where that is actually a thing, where parents actually were parents, you know. And I understand that these days it's really hard, because, you know, if you got mum and dad and they both have to have jobs and they have to go and fucking pay the electricity bill and fucking this, that, and the other, your first fucking priority should be those kids before anything else. All right. There's no other fucking calling that you will ever have that's more important than that. So
I agree. You just need to instill morality.
Yeah, like,
into the
you know,
children.
our children should be, you know, like you failed as husband and wife. That doesn't mean you got to fail as mom and dad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Does that
the other side of that, Glenn, is a lot of parents today don't realize that they do have failed parenting strategies, and they're just following the status quo. Like Claire even talks about it in Curse the High IQ and his last book, A World Without Men. I think he even talks about it in Bachelor Pad Economics as well.
Remember my question, AJ, now? Like, see, I kind of tried to do that shit. Like, you know that question I keep asking? Oh, fuck. Why are you not allowed to speak about other people's kids? Like, that's part of the answer I want to hear from someone. Like, you know, like, let's say
that's the ego investment. You're violating someone's. You're
Yeah,
gonna smack them in the ego, whether they're being a good parent or a shit parent. I'll tell my older sister all day that she's a fucking shit parent, because guess what? She's a shit fucking parent.
Well,
and that's why I don't talk to her.
Remember when you said we're all feminists? It's like next level.
Yeah, I don't assume I'm a good parent. I do my due diligence to make sure I'm a good parent.
Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna play one more video. This is a short one. It's from Rich Cooper.
Mystic River. I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong, like the one time I got married. Stay single and have a happy life. You'll spare the children from a life of emotional abuse. They will be taught to hate you. That's what a lot of men find out is. So What he's talking about there is parental alienation. Parental alienation sucks. As I scroll up over here, where was the 150K dude? This guy spent $150,000 to see his kids to not be pushed out of their lives. What this guy is what a lot of moms do, where they try to manufacture indignation between the child or children and the father, and they'll make it seem like he's a bad guy, he was an inattentive father, he was abusive. I've heard stories where mothers make up bullshit stories about how the father would hit you when you were a baby or abuse you. None of these things ever happened. But whatever they can get away with that will support their story will be used. Like the gentleman earlier said, never sign a contract while the other party is rewarded for breaking it. There's no contract in business, in corporate, in any other arena that I've ever come across anyway, where there's a big incentive for one of the two parties to break the contract. And that's what family law does. It incentivizes the mother to break the contract and richly rewards her in many different ways: alimony, child support, using false allegations to gain control. There's lots of things that happen. All of them I break down in great detail in that chapter of the book. So definitely take a look at it if marriage is something that you're contemplating. At least if you're going to walk into the slaughterhouse, do it with your eyes wide open, is what I always tell guys.
Sure, Vistaprint prints business cards, but we also print these and those and engrave that.
What is up, my brothers from another mother? All right, got another quick rapid fire video here I'm going to do for you. Oh, with a sore back. Sorry, I don't have this one because I copied and pasted most of it except for the bottom part. But it says, great videos. I've been binge watching them today, giving me much clarity in relationships and women. This one's going to be useful to you guys that are going through a divorce and hopefully making better choices in life. So this will shed some light on it for you from a red pill perspective. So pay close attention. This one's good. It's not good. It's actually a sad story, but what you'll get out of it will be good. Much clarity in relationships and women. I've recently become divorced from my wife 7 years, 2 months after my son was born. So he's got basically a toddler. At the time, I was unemployed except for some Uber driving. My wife told the courts I made $80,000 a year and I was mentally unstable. So, I've mentioned before that women will do whatever it takes to get. This is not a surprise to me as I read it, but you should be aware of this gentleman as things go, because it can go anything from something like this is a fairly basic lie, like telling the courts that he makes X amount of dollars and that he's unstable. It can go farther than that, saying that he's abusive, that he hits her. It's not. It wouldn't be surprising if he told me that she banged her face into a wall and then called the police and say that she got hit. Stuff like this happens. Okay, women will lie. I've said this before. They aren't motivated to behave well through the course of a divorce with the way family law is written. All of which is not provable because of it. But I have to pay her $1,000 a month. So it's like you're guilty until proven innocent. And it's he said this, she said that. Basically, it works like this. If you have the penis, you're going to lose in the court system. This guy lost. Now he's paying her $1,000 a month. He wasn't making any money. Seems to be pretty much unemployed, but he's been ordered to pay her $1,000 a month, and he has zero rights of visitation to see his little son. I've missed the last 10 months of his life. Being able to see him stand for the first time, eating whole foods, a first laugh. You get the idea. So he was booted out of the marriage when his son was a very, very small child. Hasn't even seen him laugh yet. It's a pretty sad story. I've tried to keep up with the payments and living, but now I find myself living in my car, driving for Uber and running a food cart here in Oregon. After the divorce and living 10 minutes from my son in Portland, but not being able to see him, I decided to refine myself and passion for being active. So at least he's kind of reallocated his attention and his awareness to working on himself, becoming better. However, I feel shame daily for leaving, even though it's better for my business, and I never got to see my son anyways for the last 6 months past divorce. This is the kicker. She has a salary of $250,000 while I'm broke living in my car to pay her money. Now, I've said before in my videos, if you're going to settle down with a woman, marry them, You don't want to marry down, guys. You want to either marry at the same level or higher. This guy married a woman at the same level. Sorry,
bad
she was probably
advice.
higher because it sounds like he was unemployed when they got divorced. Berfolt's law. Okay. The moment that you become useless to a woman because of your inability to support or bring money to the table, I've heard the story many a times, guys, from women that I've either met, coached, or dated, where they get very tired of guys that don't bring the bacon home. So if you're getting fired, you quit your job, you're unemployed for a long period of time. I've heard this story many, many times where women have changed the locks on the front door, left their shit on the front porch with a note saying, come back when you've got your shit together, or even worse, you're locked out of the house with your stuff in a bag on the front porch, with a made up story about you being mentally unstable / abusive / whatever it is that can get you out of the house, paying her money, allowing her control of the child and how it's raised. So she's got access to a lot in the way of resources. It's dangerous. Stuff like this can even go sideways when reverse hypergamy comes into play. It's scenarios like this, gentlemen, where when you message me with your question or your problem, I can add very little value after the fact because hindsight's 20/20. So, we're always going to have the answers. It's before stuff like this happens, before the divorce happens, when things are shaky, where there's considerations or talks of it, that's when you need to reach out. In fact, you need coaching on something like this. That's a good opportunity to pick up the phone and book a call to talk to me on the Clarity platform. Moving on. So I'm broke, living in my car, and I have to pay her money that I can't afford. I'm not sure how much longer I can take the stress. Then he goes on to say, if I should sell my food cart I've built and relinquish my future to Uber. So he's considering just driving for Uber and maybe selling the food cart. And he's also talking about moving around. Now he says, I've moved around the country supporting my wife's career and given up on many opportunities of my own for her. It doesn't sound like he had a very good lawyer or approach the divorce process in a proper manner. You would have some leverage. I don't know what the family law says in your state, but here you'd have at least some leverage with that if you approached it correctly and you planned it properly. I think women do a hell of a lot more planning than men when it comes to separating in scenarios like this. If a man had kicked a woman out of the house, and you had a toddler and took custody of the toddler and made up a story that she was mentally unstable, had nowhere to go, was living out of her car driving Uber and wanted to see her son, they would cry bloody murder. But because you're the guy and, the child didn't come out of your body, she's taken ownership of it and she's planned it properly and she's got it structured so that she's basically removed you from his life. Berfolt's law, again, you don't have any use or advantage to being in her life, which is why she's removed you from her life because, she saw more value in basically doing it herself. She's making $250,000 a year. She can easily hire a nanny or have, her mother move in and help raise your son and exclude you from the parenting process. And I'm really, really sorry that it's gone this way. And I'm sad to hear that it's gone this way because it's a very, very bad choice on a parent's behalf. And I'll tell us to any woman to exclude the father from the child or children's life unless they're a complete loser or degenerate. I don't know you. I'm going based off what you've written to me here in this long story. It's a sad one to hear, but eyes wide open, guys. Red pill awareness, red pill lens. Pay attention, okay? Everyone says fight for my son, but I've got zero money left over and have no idea where to live once winter hits. Car living's very hard. I'm rambling here. Thanks for the video and knowledge. At least I know I'm not the only one that's contemplated suicide. So I've talked about when I've contemplated suicide when I was going through my divorce. I'm not going to repeat it again because I've talked about it a few times. But my advice to you is move on. Unless she's willing to talk to you in a constructive and open manner and willing to allow your son to spend time with his father, you're wasting your time. I would make it clear to her. I would certainly document it in a very clear and concise fashion. He may try to reach out to you in the future when he's older. He may not. Chances are, the way that this typically goes, though, is she'll fill his head with stories about you being a loser, unable to provide, be a good father, abusive, whatever it is. Fill in the blanks that makes you look like a piece of shit and makes her look good. I don't know, what's true or where that lies. It's always going to be in the middle somewhere. Her story versus your story. There's a truth there somewhere else. But if she's not willing to allow you to, it's shitty to say this, allow, no father should, no woman should be in a position of power to allow a father to see his child. It's nonsense. It's absolutely fucking nonsense that, that's the gynocentric world that we live in, but that's the reality of it. So if that's the reality of the scenario and she's not willing to do that, move on. Move to another part of the States, begin a new life. Your best revenge is going to be your own success. And that's it. Make yourself available to him should he want to reach out to you when he gets older. Try to find a way to stay in contact and make your intentions clear and known. One thing that this is going to be a good tip for you. One thing that a good friend of mine did that was in a very similar scenario to this was he created a video log series, basically webcam videos, period of time, whatever it is, 15, 20 minutes long for each entry, did it over a number of months during the divorce. And basically it was like a journal. He was talking to his young children. Very similar. She didn't want him to have access, wanted control of the money, wanted full custody, made up stories about all sorts of stuff about him being a loser, deadbeat, abusive, blah, blah, blah. And he was basically like, look, none of this is true. These are the things that I did with you. I hope that you remember, these moments that we spent together, even though you were small. And then next journal entry based on what happened that week. So he did it on a weekly basis. And one, at least you're documenting what your intentions are as a father for yourself. Two, it's very therapeutic for yourself as a guy to kind of download that shit somewhere, whether it's in a video. And I'm not saying you got to put it live anywhere, like upload it to social media or YouTube. You could upload it to YouTube as a private link just so nobody can see it. But at least you've got a log there of your feelings, your experiences at that time. It's a captured moment. It's like a time capsule. And hey, if he wants to see it when he's 15 years old because he's asking where dad is and he reaches out to you, you could let him know what you were feeling and what you were experiencing at that time. So that's one way that you could approach it. I'm very sorry for the scenario that you're in. It's shit. This is the kind of thing that I really can't help you with much right now. If it's something that you're going through right now through a divorce, separation, parenting, custody arrangement, there are strategies that you can adopt. The earlier on that you adopt them, the better it's going to be. And it's unique for every scenario. So if you need coaching on something like this, clarity.fm/Richard Cooper, book my time. Let's hop on a call and I'll help you work through it. Hope tomorrow's a better day for you, my brother, but that's it for this one. Talk to you later. Peace.
And if for some reason you cannot afford the $2,000 that he charges, you could always
give some bad advice in there.
Yeah, let's kind of go over the bad advice. But if you actually, no, this is serious. If you are going through that situation,
Go to
you can always,
Pop.
you could Terrence Pop. You can always go out, reach out to me. I have lived through it.
George Bruno.
George Bruno's another good one. I've talked to multiple guys about this exact situation, and I shared with them how, and I'll share with you guys how I manage it. Yeah, so you want to talk to somebody that understands it, that's experienced it. I mean, you could get great advice from guys that have never experienced it as well. But if you want to talk to somebody that's been through it, I'm available. You can always hit me up. If you're part of the Discord, you can always reach me up in Discord, and I'm available to anybody that wants to talk about it. Because it's this situation. It is parental alienation that tends to drive guys to self-deletion. I'll just say that. It's not so much they lose like the material items. It's not the fact that they're living in their car, or that they had to sell the house, they had to give up all the earthly and worldly possessions. It's not that. It's losing their access to their children. That's what ends up driving them the most.
Yeah, losing the love of their life or losing their kids. It's usually the two main drivers that I know about.
Because everything, like every possession that we own, could always be replaced. You could always get a new car. You can always buy a new house. You can always acquire stuff. But your child,
Yeah.
your child, your son, your daughter, you can never get back the time that you lose.
You mentioned Terence Pop there, and I think one of the things that
Well,
I
there we
think
go.
people should know, he has a saying where he says, "Don't take a permanent solution to a temporary problem." Okay, whatever the issue is, okay, you'll get through it. All right, just don't do anything silly in the meantime.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's a lot easier said than done. I myself was on. I was on. I mean, I made a video about it. I made a whole video about it.
Yep,
and,
we talked about it, and I shared my story too. So
Yeah. So like it's a lot easier said than done. But what I came to understand was there will come a time when your children will reach out to you. They have unanswered questions. They don't understand. And whether they come back to you in anger or curiosity, whatever the case is, they will come back at some point. They will resurface.
I totally agree, man. I mean,
Hold on, let me finish. And the best thing that you could do with the time that you have from now until they reach out to you is become the best version of yourself that you could possibly be. Level up in all areas, because they think that you're this shitty person, that you're this horrible monster, right? Whatever their mom told them, that you didn't love them, or whatever the case is. And if you focus on the fact that, you know what, I'm going to disprove this bitch by how? By still existing, and not just existing, thriving, so that when all the lies that she tells my son or daughter, when my son and daughter come back and look and ask me questions, they're going to see that is nothing like the man that mom painted him out to be.
No,
That
that's fair. That's
you destroy that lie and all the bullshit that they say by being a better version of you than you were the day that they last saw you. And you beat them also by not letting them write the story of the way your life ends. You take away that power, because here's the thing: if we take that step and we self-delete, they win. They win. They won. And not only do they win, they get to destroy your child. Any little bit of influence that you may be able to have in that child's life as an adult is gone if we self-delete, because they win. So you live for the sake to disprove them and to be there for your child, because your child will need you. At some point in your life, your child will need you. Whether that's when you're 50, or whether that's when you're 75 or 40, your child will need you.
That's one of the things that really sort of pissed me off about what happened with me, where I never actually met my father. This half sister turned up and said, "Oh yeah, he got stabbed there," and there were questions that I had, and I always sort of thought, one day it'd be nice to go and sit down and have a chat with him, maybe have a beer, and just say, "Look, what happened?" Because I've heard her version of events, and her version of events tended to be whether or not she was feeling strong and empowered, or whether she was fucking angry about something. And I don't want to hear any more of her bullshit. I wanted to go and hear from him what his story was. And I always sort of thought, in the back of my mind, that one day I'll actually meet him and say, look, so what happened? And that was taken away from me. And I still have questions and no one can actually answer those for me. And it really, really fucking annoys me. But, that's life. So, yeah.
Are you crazy? I'm kind of confused with that. Random thought. You should know what this really does with your data.
What's that in chat or?
Yeah, this is in the chat. I'm confused.
He's talking about the AI from Microsoft Copilot or Google Gemini.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't even use that damn thing.
That's what I'm assuming, anyways. I could be wrong.
So here's a topic for you. Imagine like being a kid in school now. You can just ask AI to do your fucking homework.
That'll be dope.
Yeah, but no one's gonna know jack shit growing up.
Well, at least I would have passed math in college.
But isn't that the issue though? Like they're using ChatGPT to write essays and shit now. Like kids
Yeah.
aren't doing homework anymore. Like they're using ChatGPT to go and do the stuff that their teachers give them, and they haven't actually worked out how to go and decipher whether it's actually the kids' work or if it's actually been done by AI.
Oh, there are tell signs. Trust me, there are signs that's AI generated.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I would also say
it's 100% perfect.
I would
Like,
also
you've
say there's
never-
a correct way and an incorrect way to use AI to do your
Yeah,
homework,
I was
because
gonna
if
say,
you're using the AI to teach you things and you're still learning what you need to learn, I don't see that as a bad thing. But if you're using it to basically just answer questions for you rather than you learning the things you need to learn, that's what the exercise
Yeah,
is
that
for.
would be me. That would be me. Because my teacher would be like, "You have never turned in a perfectly, sentence structured, grammarly structured paper ever in your life. Who'd you cheat off of? Who did this?"
But you can get it.
My brother was really good at, or one of my little brothers was really good at math, right? When he went to high school, he figured out exactly how to do the least amount of work and still graduate. What he did calculate was that he wouldn't be able to get any scholarships or anything like that doing the minimum amount of work in order to do what he actually wanted to do, and wasn't able to do what he actually wanted to do, and ended up doing a different job that he's good at, but it wasn't anything that he really wanted to do in life, his dream. So it's like there's that. And it's just like, yeah, so you did really good at math, you figured it out, but a genius didn't fucking think that far ahead.
C's get degrees, okay?
I'm the same way. It took me a while to get into the field that I actually excel at, and I actually do enjoy my job.
Yeah, like just diving into, like, I dive into my work. I dive into the things I'm passionate about, projects that I'm passionate about. You got to distract yourself. Keep yourself focused. Keep yourself focused on the mission.
You know Roman Riva on X, right?
Yeah.
Talking about Roma Army.
No. The guy that does the he's RP, or at least RP adjacent. Filipino dude that does all the art.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he talks about like, I like his take on stuff. He's like, you need to have that art. You need to have like the music, the
Something
painting,
creative,
the creative to just at least enjoy life. You can't be this stoic fucking monster 24/7. That little bit of art takes that stoicism away. It balances it.
Yeah. Here's a black pill for you, okay? So
why?
it's like,
Why with the black pill? Why do we always have
it's
that?
not. It's not. No. I'm not even being a dick. It's still a good conversation. Like when you look at art, like when I look at movies or music, I always try to dig up old shit. Like the new Men in Trouble can't even have that. Like before you had Batman and Superman, you had this escapism, but now everything that's fucking coming out for the last 5 years has been just garbage. Like who the fuck wants to watch it? It's just boring. It's half the reason why these spaces are exploding, because no one's watching fucking Lost, Well,
see, that's the thing. That stuff used to distract guys, but see now guys are starting to wake up because they got nothing to distract them anymore. So guys like
there's no
me
safe
are,
spaces for us
realizing, oh
anymore.
shit, I gotta hit the gym.
Yeah,
oh
but
shit, I gotta actually get out there and do stuff.
it's a triple-edged sword. Like, it's such a fucking onion, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if you start peeling layers, nothing good comes out. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it
an
is what
interesting
is though.
topic.
That's the thing. It's like I don't like to talk about the should would coulds. I'm just like, well, this is what is. So like, what do I do about it? What can
I get
I
it.
personally do
Well,
about it?
here's what I do about it. I don't listen to fucking female music that I can understand. If I want to listen to female fucking voices, I'm not even kidding. Like, what am I going to listen to? Fucking Taylor Swift or like tell me.
Angry Casper secretly a Swiftie.
I'm a Swiftie. Yeah, fuck yeah.
I knew it. I knew it.
Right. Yeah, she's my ex, bro. All the songs are about me. Okay.
I could see that too. With that look on your picture.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, you're definitely are the reason that she made at least like 4 of her albums.
Oh my lord. I'm so sorry on the pain that I have caused. I'm sure
Actually,
it's
you should be
Roman's
getting
fault.
some royalties for that. Honestly,
You made it
Fuck yeah,
rich.
where's my
I
money,
mean, you
bitch?
were the inspiration.
We're gonna see a video of Anger Casper just doing the whole Brian and Stewie. Where's my money? Where's my money, bitch? Where's my
Give
money?
me my money. Who's the other one? Rihanna? What did she sing that pissed me off when I was young? I don't want to be a murderer. No, that
Oh
fucking
yeah,
song.
yeah, about cheating.
Jesus, fuck, that pissed me off.
Oh,
How
that
old is
song
that?
was rough to hear.
Oh. Yeah, why am I angry?
I don't listen to any of that music, so
Good dog.
Like, have you noticed like there's
I'll go
no
listen
like
to Sabaton about fucking the Siege of Vienna.
like I'm trying to think of, is there any songs like okay, let me see. Part-Time Lover, a song about cheating.
Roulette?
She
did that
John
thing with Eminem.
Legend did a song called still like Stealing Moments or something like that. Like there's like a few songs I could recall where it's like a guy singing about cheating on his woman, right? But
Thunder Rolls by Garth Brooks.
oh yeah, yep. But like
What's
The
the name?
Weeknd,
Oh yeah. Oh, the one with the Swedish House Mafia.
The Weeknd did one.
Yeah, the one with the Swedish House Mafia.
Oh, I'm trying to remember.
I have no idea because
Asking for your
I-
address to all your friends. No.
It says name any of his songs. Any of the Weeknd songs, I guess.
Is there even hip hop?
Hill's actually.
Can you-
I actually like the Weeknd. He's actually pretty.
I like
Talented.
The Weeknd too. Like, he's
Yeah,
a
I don't
very
like any of
talented
his
artist.
lyrics. I
Um,
can't relate.
but like most of the women's songs I know, like when it talks about cheating, it's less about like feeling bad for like the guy being hurt, and more about like it's like an empowerment.
yeah, like being vindicated.
Yeah.
Remember what I said? Every
Except,
time you have
I
sex,
mean, I guess I would
like
say
angry.
Rihanna's song is a little bit more like that song. She does kind of like address feeling bad, kinda.
Like I
Not
do
really.
gotta confess that I probably have heard some Taylor Swift songs because when I worked for a dollar store
How can you not hear
back
it?
in the day, part time, they used to play this shit on the radio. And the sappiest thing I actually liked is probably Coldplay, Viva La Vida. But the other songs I kind of blocked out. But one of them I remember was this one that I was like, it was kind of like the Red Pill response to like Mrs. Doubtfire, like being a horror movie. It was the one about the girl talking about how she took a bat to dude's car and shit like that, like doing some psycho shit.
Oh, you're talking
And
about
like acting like
Gretchen,
that's a
whatever
good
fucking
thing.
face
Like,
is?
yo, that's property damage. What the fuck?
I know which one you're talking about. The country song by Gretchen Wilson, I think.
I don't know because it was on the
Oh,
radio.
what is
They
that
didn't
one
say what
like?
it
Where
was.
it's like she like smashed his truck with a baseball bat. Louisville
Yeah.
Slugger to both
Yeah.
headlights.
Yeah. That all that. And next time, he'll think about that before he cheats, whatever. And it's just like, hey,
Yep.
yo. Just
I
like,
think it's Redneck
damn.
Woman.
But like, there's been a few like kind of RP songs out there. Got Chris Brown, Loyalty. That's one. You're talking about girls like the hoes ain't loyal.
Didn't
Oh,
Chris
I remember
Brown
her
and
name.
Rihanna
Do you
date or something, and they apparently beat her up or some shit? Was that Rihanna and Chris Brown?
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
I'm
So
thinking of?
that story is so like
He said, she said.
no, it's
Yeah.
taken no. There we got the full story now.
Oh.
You know, she started the assault.
Yeah,
Oh,
She,
they,
like-
they was fighting.
Oh, before he cheats by Carrie Underwood.
Do you know who pisses me off the most? But I love the way she sings and her lyrics, but she just pisses me off. Halsey.
I don't mind her. I haven't listened to her in a while, but I think music pretty much peaked
she
in the 90s and early 2000s.
Oh, yeah.
There hasn't been anything that I actually want to listen
Yeah.
to in at least like
Remem-
the last 10,
Yeah.
15 years. So
Yeah, remember the whole thing about the like when your population starts decreasing, so will your innovation. Music is aside. Fucking like, you know, it's just an example of it. Like, it is what it is.
This one is like the closest modern red pill song from a major artist. Here we go. And just listen to the lyrics. It's fucking hilarious. All right. I gotta admit, the lyrics are pretty hilarious.
They're
I
pretty
mean,
good,
if you want,
man.
if you want
I
a red
do
pill
like
song
that.
for society overall, "Zombified" by Falling in Reverse. Ronnie Radke is pretty fucking based lately.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. He should be
What was
way
the name
bigger
again?
than he is.
"Zombified" by Falling in Reverse. Ronnie
I
Radke's
think
the
I know
lyricist
exactly
and lead
who you're
singer.
talking
You and
about.
I are gonna have to have a talk later about this.
Oh,
What? What's up?
Oh, I have a history with Ronnie.
Oh, do you?
what?
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Ooh,
Oh, it's not even for public. Now I feel fucking
No, it's
edged.
definitely not for public. It is definitely not for public.
You're gonna make me dislike Ronnie, aren't you?
Okay, he's a talented artist. I give him that. Like he is very talented.
I mean, he can sing every style.
He can rap.
Yeah,
He's
he can
actually
rap. He
better
can
than
sing
most
country.
rappers.
He did a country song with Jelly Roll a couple months ago.
Yeah. I don't take away anything from his skill set. It just, yeah, we have history.
Actually, speaking of which, Glenn, I wanted to go and say congratulations. You're doing something with Tom McDonald tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to be getting
yeah.
off here shortly to get ready for that.
Yeah, his stuff is really, really good. Like, I like what he does. And yeah, dude, you are a lucky, lucky man to go and be able to, go and, you know, interact with people like that.
Why
So,
are you crying,
congrats,
Glenn?
man.
Huh?
How come you're growing, Glenn? I'm just being a fucking dick. Why are you growing, Glenn? What do you mean you're network? Like, who's that guy, bro?
Tom McDonald?
No, I'm being who's that guy? Like fucking
Oh,
McGregor.
Ronnie?
You know? I'm being a McGregor. You know, who's that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, actually, it's with Tom McDonald and Dax, my two favorite like modern rappers. So
That's cool.
Yeah. Fun fact, Glenn. My mom is a big fan of Tom McDonald.
Oh, really?
She keeps playing the videos every time I go over and visit.
Nice. See, you know, there was a time when music wasn't like, even though if it wasn't like worship music, it wasn't like bad. Like DJ music wasn't always bad. You know,
man. Like old NWA.
Okay, that was pretty bad.
Hey, man, I like old NWA.
I like it too, but like, oh man, like remember like old West Side Connection with Ice Cube and anyways.
Can I give? I don't die on this hill, okay? But I heard somebody say once, music is a reflection of the current society, like the top 100.
Yeah.
I heard it on somewhere. Some dickhead said.
You know, music is. I think people don't give music enough credit. Like music could like really motivate, inspire.
It's cathartic.
It's like, you know, you could hear a song and you can hear a song and it's like speaks for you. Like whatever you're going through, whatever you're just like, damn, this artist like is reading my mail type of thing.
Yeah, I got a good example of that.
Go ahead, tell me.
So a month after Deanna left, Killswitch Engage was actually playing at the Southside Ballroom here in Dallas, and they were touring also with Light the Torch, which is the band that their mid lead singer is now the frontman for. So they that's when I found Killswitch Engage and he was the lead singer and that's what got him very popular. Now the original lead singer's back, but like the guy who was filling in, he came out on stage for a couple songs, and it was bringing tears to my eyes. Just what their song titles are and like the premise of some of their songs. Just like, ooh, this is hitting hard, and it's like a cathartic moment, that concert.
Yeah, like there's like okay, what is a song that like it speaks to you? It's your song, and you're like, no matter what this song comes on, I'm like, it's my shit.
Well, it depends on the mood, though. Like, you know, if I want to go and sort of gear up, I'll listen to something that, you know, amps me up that way. But sometimes I'll hear a song where it takes me back like, 10, 20 years ago. And I think about something that's, really important to me. And, I might get a little bit misty-eyed and that sort of shit. It depends on what the song is and what sort of mood I want to get into. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the catharsis right there.
Yep.
But like, if I'm gonna go out and like game a chick or something, I'm gonna go listen to Hypa Hypa by Electric Callboy.
What? Is that the song that you played for me in the car?
No, that was Pump It Up by them.
That
the one
song
about
was
working
dope.
out. That's like all sexual innuendos. That song was fucking dope.
That was hilarious.
But
That
yeah,
song was
I'm looking for
hilarious.
something to link in the Discord.
What?
Yeah, for me, it's probably the song, Megadeth song, "Sweating Bullets." I just love to sing that all the time.
Good one. That's a good one.
All right, we're gonna listen to this song real quick that Tweedledub here suggests. Let me see, because I like rap.
So I've decided to write this letter and send it to myself.
Yeah, Jelly Roll has a great voice. Oh, I'll just take down the stream afterwards.
When I'm alone and I need someone to talk to, get me a pencil and paper and write all the things, say all the things I would say before.
Dear Spark, it's me yourself. Don't you ever forget to always be yourself. Don't you ever let this cold world tear you down. Not another man alive that could wear your crown. Dear Spark, it's me yourself. I know times are dark and how
Oh, yeah,
you
this
see
definitely
yourself.
sounds like
Stay
some
strong in the
Houston,
time we all need
some
some help.
A-Town.
Paint a heaven for the people that's living in
Yeah,
hell.
this is like
Dear
Sister
Spark,
House, Mike
it's
Jones,
me yourself.
Wall.
The pay is the money, but to agree with yourself. Real freedom isn't cars, there's no freedom of wealth. Real freedom is to love all the cards you was dealt. Dear Spark, it's me yourself. The rain might stay and all the pain you felt, but every cloud draws a
Millionaire.
picture of the change you helped. Every war forms a river as it flows from your well. Dear Spark, it's me yourself. Every lesson you learn, you had to see for yourself. Every bone that was broken had to heal for yourself. And every path that you walked in a circle of hell. Dear Spark.
When I'm alone and I need someone to talk to, get me a pencil and paper and write all the things.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Things I would say before.
Yeah, I remember when I met Chameleonaire. That's when him and Mike Jones were beefing.
Mike Jones.
Mike Jones.
Mike who?
Mike Jones.
That was a Red Pill song back then. They didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me.
God no.
That was a real Red Pill song.
I
See,
remember that.
I still have the phone number in my head.
I can
Oh,
hear
gosh.
his
Go ahead.
teeth.
Let me
Jay,
hear
I
you
can
rap
hear
it.
him.
You have to rap it.
Oh man, no.
Yeah, I know it was his actual number. That was the funny thing.
He doxed himself.
My friend, because he's the one that put me onto it. He actually called it at one point, left a message.
That was funny. Yeah, no, Jelly Roll. Like, man, where did that guy come from?
I don't know, man. He kind of reminds me of like a modern version of Bubba Sparks.
Looks wise, but
even Bubba was still pretty talented, man.
Oh yeah, no, he still got he can still rap. Like he's still good. But but like looks wise, that's the only thing that they kind of are in common, because music wise they are way too different. You know?
Fair enough.
Is there an underground scene in the States that we are just not hearing outside?
There's a lot of underground like artists, or
everywhere.
They're not
Of
so
course,
much like
but-
underground either. They're like, because like, would you say that like Joyner Lucas is underground?
I'm bad with names too.
I don't know who that is, to be honest with you.
Oh, you don't know who Joyner Lucas is?
Nah, dude, I'm primarily like Swedish melodic death metal and metalcore.
Yeah, you're kind of on that weird shit. Except that one song. What was that? The one song I liked. I did want you to send it to me.
Oh, you want me to send it to you again? I got you.
Yeah, because I
Got you,
forgot it.
fam. Got you. Yeah.
This song was dope with Jelly Roll.
Oh,
Copy the link. Coming your way, Glenn.
I'm trying to remember how I came across Jelly Roll. I think I was just on YouTube one day, pissed ads, and you know how like you have like a song list, and occasionally it'll throw in like random songs that you've never actually heard before. And yeah, the dude, he's got fucking lungs that are just amazing. Like he can really sing. I mean, normally if I don't listen to the radio anymore because it's complete and total garbage, but if I
Yeah.
hear a good song like in a movie or on a TV show, I think, shit, what is that? And I'll try and find out what that song is. And yeah, I'll add it to my playlist. But yeah, that's pretty much the only way I actually find music these days, because there's nothing on commercial radio that's even worth listening to anymore. So yeah.
Yeah,
He's
no,
now
I don't
known
think
as
there's
Electric
anything on
Callboy.
commercial radio that's worth listening to these days.
This is
You
the one
know?
you're talking about, right?
Yeah, this one is. Oh my god,
Fucking love these guys.
this is a song that AJ had me bumping in the car. I think I had you put it on repeat. It was so funny.
Well, it was playing on your phone, so you had it on
Yeah.
repeat.
Oh, I put it on repeat. That's right. Yeah, here we go.
Such a good song.
Can't get you guys too hyped. Can't get you guys too hyped. All right.
But the whole entire song's is all sexual innuendos and taking some trend.
Yes, it's all about Trent Lawrence.
For a second there, I thought that was actually Groove Armada with that. What was that song they had with the chicks in the dance studio thing?
Yeah, I think they're taking the rip of it.
Yeah,
They
I was
also
like-
did a cover of Every Time We Touch, which is
What?
fucking hilarious. Yes, they did a cover of Every Time We Touch.
It's like I'm not big into metal at all by any means, right? Like, but that song I could fucking like jam out to because it cracks me up every time.
It's funny with the Every Time We Touch cover. There's so many meme videos made where it's like how people think I drive, and it's like the recreation of the song and the heavy parts. Like it shows the car just like going around the corner and they're playing like the heaviest thing, and then it goes back to how I actually drive, and it's showing the guy like in the car and he's saying like all the soft, clean parts, just quick, like effortlessly shifting and everything. It's fucking hilarious.
Do you know, what do you think of Pisces? Okay, you know that song Pisces? Fuck are their name?
By Ginger?
Ginger, yeah. What do you think of that?
I think Tatiana is actually very talented. The bassist is very good. The rest of it, because they play a lot of Eastern style music, and Eastern style is a little bit different than the West, like the timing and everything. And there's something about like Russian and Chinese music that I just can't get into because of the timing. It just doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, I linked it. I found that, linked it. People have to find it. Yeah, that song blew my mind the first time I heard it. I was like, what? How can that chick sing like that?
Well,
Have you heard
look
it?
at Angela Grosso, formerly of Arch Enemy, and now Elizabeth White Gloves, now of Arch Enemy. They're both very talented female musicians in their own right. And like Alyssa White Gloves was like a runner-up on Canadian Idol.
I sent you a song, Glenn. Have you heard that song before?
You sent it to me before.
Not her. No fucking way.
No, what? You sent me on Discord? Oh.
Yeah. Have you heard this chick before sing?
No.
Can you do a live react since it's
Yes,
like a
I
play?
will. Right now.
Let's go. I'm muting. I'm going to laugh.
Oh, God.
And if you didn't bundle your home and auto insurance, well, all of this could be
Oh,
tough.
yeah.
So get
Oh,
off.
shit.
Okay, I got a question. Like, imagine. Okay,
Holy.
Go for it. Go for it. I can probably say yes.
imagine you are in the middle of doing the deed with her, and she starts making that noise.
Yes.
I'm done. I'm
Yes.
thinking it's
More.
a demon. I'm
More.
punching her in the face.
More.
I'm getting up and I'm running. Okay.
I'm gonna be like Kylo Ren in that one Star Wars movie where it's just like more.
I mean, it is.
If you're not bringing the demons out of the woman, you're doing it wrong.
You're not doing it right.
No. I said you're supposed to be a soul. You gotta fuck her soul, but you don't need to like demonize her.
No, that's exercising the demons. So
I don't want none of that shit. No.
You gotta get the Jezebel out of the Jezebel.
Starts going. Oh, I'm like, oh, that's it. I'm gone.
You're gonna ruin your throat if you keep doing it that way, Glenn. It's more in the gut, not in the throat.
No, I don't want to even try. Like, wow. I mean, it's talented because
Well,
like
it's what-
she's a
it's the
great
type of singing
feminine
Thor
voice,
talked
but
about.
The
when
guttural.
she did that thing is like it
Yeah,
is talented.
If
It
you
is
see
a
this
talent.
mask that I got in my set here, that's
No.
a Slaughter to Prevail mask. It's a Russian guy that is
Oh,
really good
yes.
at the guttural
Yes.
stuff.
Alex Terrible.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Holy hell!
He was actually in as much as Glenn,
Patriot.
as much as Glenn has his little side beef, I guess, with Ronnie. Ronnie's one of his last songs, actually called Ronald, had Alex Terrible and what's his name? Famous old rapper.
Tech Nine.
Tech
Tech
Nine.
Nine?
Yeah, one of my favorite
Fucking
rappers.
Awesome song.
Yeah, I know Tech.
Awesome song.
Tech is really cool. Nice guy.
Yeah, I used to love when I used to whoop my brother's friends' asses in Halo 3 all the time with nothing but a sword. That's one of the songs that was, or several of his songs were on that playlist, along with Prozac, and then Beastman versus Skeletor. We cannot play that on here,
Oh
though.
yes, good old CKY. Oh man, I actually went to their last show with the lineup before they broke up. I actually watched it happen on stage, the breakup.
Oh, I'm not that familiar with him. I just know that I was to this day, if I go to my brother's friends, his old buddies, if I were to go up to him and say assassination, they'll just shake their fist at me like, "Oh, you," because that was what I would do over and over again, and they could never win the clashes either.
Yeah.
Also, I figured out how to combat the grab hammer, which is basically using their body as a shield and getting them from behind every time. Works.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Beastman vs. Skeletor was a spoof song on a CKY album and a CKY video done by Bam Margera and Brandon DiCamillo. Bam Margera's brother is the drummer of CKY.
Oh, good to know.
Jess Margera looks like Phil. Like, honestly, like Bam looks more like April. Jess looks like Phil, but you can tell they're brothers. So you know that Bam and Jess are definitely Phil and April's kids.
Yep,
Oh,
just
really?
be ready to be disturbed if you look that song up.
I nobody sent me a link, so
I'll
No,
send it
don't
to
play.
but
You
do
can't.
do not
It's
play it
not
on
TOS
YouTube.
safe.
Yeah. I'll send
It's
you the
not
link,
TOS
but
safe.
don't play it on.
If you can
YouTube.
find it on YouTube, like more
Oh,
power to
that's-
whoever's put it on YouTube. But yeah, it's not YouTube safe as far as I know.
Now you guys got me wondering.
Well,
I'm
let's
looking at
just.
it. Oh, it's there. It's there. It's 12 years ago. Beastman vs. Skeletor. Found
Oh
it.
shit.
Oh, I found a 16-year-old version, but I'll send.
So let's just here. I think I got a good way of summing it up. Beastman AIDS.
Don't forget about the Chinese freestyle.
What was that? Hold on, I didn't hear that last part.
There's also another spoof song called Chinese Freestyle.
You know what's weird? They took down. Why is Giovanni Sanders' song taken down? Best head?
Rolo talked about that. He said it had something to do with a new record deal he signed. He had to take everything down so he can redo everything or whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. He got a new deal.
Yeah,
I was gonna play that song.
You can probably get away with Chinese freestyle, but I highly would not recommend Beastman vs. Skeletor.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I see. I think I see why. Not that one.
Chinese freestyle is just fucking hilarious.
All right, let's see.
I'm gonna give it to you now. Who like my chopstick? Shooting the shit with my little ass stick. Yellow, if you wanna see me, eat yellow. I never seen nothing like you before. I can kick you higher than you can kick me. I can kick you way up into a tree. Who wants to taste of my oolong tea? Ho ha, hoo chee chee. Everybody in the phone book named Chang. Wanna see my way? Never good going, hit the gong with a bang. What? Everybody wanna see me throw a fireball, but that's not right. Not in real life. You will fall down and break your leg. Everybody wanna see me break an egg. Well, I don't, but I like fried rice, and I got lights. Ching chow woo ching wang woo white. That ain't nice. For the cookie, I always told you twice. Delivery's free, but not from me. I always call $1.50, 55. Wanna see me go down? Hit you with the line. Whoa, and I hit you with the shit. Do a split, take a shit after you eat my shit. Kung fu, want my buffet? You fucking gay. Wilo, hit you with the hay. Stay the fuck away. Hit you in the balls. Only Americans eat duck sauce, and my soy sauce is for you. I can put it in your shoe. Watch this. I can tiptoe while you take a piss in my bathroom. Spy on you while your little boy shit. I can kick you if you don't pay the bill. And if you want a little mint, that's 50 cents. Bitch, everything costs a little bit. So don't expect nothing for free, at least from me. Ching Chang Chui. I got you from Taiwan City and Hong Kong. I can smoke a bong and I can do it all night long. And don't mistake me for a Viet Cong. I can get you and tackle you, snake you. Never see me where I get you and make you, rope you up and put you in a bamboo cage and make you feel all my rage. Poke you with a little stick till you page your buddies to come napalm me. Goddamn, that shit burned, blew away my whole city. Ho Chi Minh, shoot a load on your chin. Goddamn, that's a sin. Going go goodbye. And if you wanna come on in, you can welcome to my world where the yellow shit begin. Oh, can't be changed. I got shit to control your brain, and it's called a cool, young, and low main. So come on in, baby, and have it just the same. No one knocked
Well-
out. Day.
Well, Tweedledub, if you don't forget, Bam Margera was good friends with the guys who made him.
Really?
Yeah, Bam was like best friends with Vinny, whatever the
I
fuck
want
his
to
name
buy
was.
your house.
Now this song, the guy that wrote this song, very talented.
One has a chip on their shoulder. Don't know what to think about that, but okay.
It's a little
I had
awkward
one
when I've started listening to the book Black Rednecks and White Liberals.
What's that book about?
More TLDR, more or less, how
Dig sideways.
the whole black culture stuff came from the UK originally, and it's basically just degeneracy in general. It's like the path of least resistance, and it's glorifying debauchery and stuff like that. More of the like ultra secular freedom lifestyle.
Sounds
Really?
something like something that Ice-T would rap about in his band Body Count.
Yeah. You're saying like that was that came from the UK?
That's why it's funny when it's funny when they say that like that white people are like ripping off black culture, but the thing is that it was actually like slaves originally that had, I guess, adopted this redneck culture more or less. And it was funny because I've been saying this for like a few years now, like where I was noting how like I saw that like Latinos and like white folks, trailer trash and whatnot, do the same shit. That's why like I never believed in the race thing. I'm like, this is a culture thing. This is like a societal thing.
Yeah.
And sure enough, turns out like, yeah, it did come. Ironically, it is the white man's fault. It did come from white folks.
Well,
so real quick, Patriot, it's 6 years old.
yeah,
Just so
it's
you know.
old as fuck, bro.
Yeah, it's 6 years old. Oh yeah, Charles, why do you think you got a chip on his shoulder?
I'm just sitting there listening to it, and I thought that dude, yeah, he's got some issues there. Now, probably the best, how would I put it? Morgan Freeman was having an interview with someone, and he was talking about the whole issue with race and everything. And he was like, stop making it an issue. Like, we don't need to go and poke holes at people and say, oh, you did this, you did that, rah, rah, rah. And the more I see of people where they literally want to go and just amp up the issues that they have, they're like, oh, you did this, you did that, rah, 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 and I feel so like hurt in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's not productive for anyone. Like, we have a world where there's so much bad shit happening on a daily basis. And if the best you've got is that, oh, I'm going to tag onto this idea that something happened hundreds of years ago that I wasn't part of, I didn't have anything, it didn't affect me in any way, shape, or form, but I'm going to go and bang my drum and carry on like an absolute fuckwit to people. And I'm just like, what does that do? That's, I don't get it. Like, I literally don't understand it. And I mean, we have a similar thing here in Australia where, you've got Aboriginal people who are complaining about the fact that, the first fleet turned up, dumped a whole bunch of convicts here, and, they basically got, sort of moved off to one side. And they all sort of scream and shout how hard done by they are, whilst at the same time collecting welfare, sitting in government housing and doing nothing all day. And it's like, if you want to make your life better for you and your children, go out and actually go and do something to make that happen. Like, don't sit there and piss and moan and complain about it. I do not understand that mentality.
I was going to ask you about that, like how Australia dealt with the Aboriginals or the UK, because like I know the UK outlawed slavery about I want to say 40 years before the United States did, and then like what about the Dutch? Do people bitch about the Dutch? Like, do they want their reparations from the Dutch? Because it was the Dutch that were actually doing the slave trade the most as far as Europeans go.
Yeah, look, I can't say for what other countries have done. Like, I know what the Dutch did in South Africa and everything, but here in Australia, it was not good for Aboriginal people up until about the 1950s, 1960s. And we had a referendum where they literally had a vote to go and say, do we recognise these people as human beings?
Damn, you didn't even recognize them as human beings?
Yeah, literally, like, it was like, okay, we're going to go and treat them like human beings. And the problem was that once they turned around and they had that referendum and the vote said, yep, we're going to do it, that meant that you actually had to go and treat them. If you had an employee who was Aboriginal, right, you could pay them a lot less than what you'd pay to a white man, all right?
Oh,
And
damn.
yeah, and unfortunately, what happened was that most of them were actually living like out bush, on farms and stuff. And so the white farmers basically turned around and said, well, I'm not going to go and pay these guys the same money as a white person. If I'm going to pay that amount of money, I will actually go and hire a white guy. And so pretty much overnight, they all lost their fucking jobs. So they're all sitting there like, in the towns and everything. They had no money to go and feed their families, no money to go and buy clothes.
Hey
for their
guys,
children or anything like that.
Charles.
Yep.
You're leaving out a lot of context.
I know I am. I know, but
Like
this is
a
just,
lot of context. A
Like,
lot.
let's
yeah, look,
go.
I understand that. I'm just giving
Bloodsport special
a
again.
brief overview of what happened. So basically, they ended up
There's a
in
lot of things there's a lot of things
Yeah.
that you've said that it's inaccurate. Just saying.
I don't know about that, but you know, we can debate that later. But basically, what ended up happening was that they turned around and the government said, "Okay, we're going to go and give them welfare," and it was literally called sitting down money. That's what it was referred to in the Aboriginal. Yeah, and it was
Look
like
at AJ with the only girl in
and
his
so-
life.
The only girl that matters.
and
Fucking love
so
this dog.
Did you include that a lot of this didn't come into effect here because there was a division between the Aboriginal people of if they wanted to stay a tribal community or be integrated into our community?
I
Did you
haven't even
bring
got to
that
that yet.
context
No,
into it?
Jess.
That's a good song. That is a good song. Good morning, Apple Eater.
That was random.
Good
We were listening to music before.
Well, I wasn't here before.
Oh, we were jamming out.
Yeah.
I was busy being a mom.
Well, because you're the best at it.
Okay, then. Thank you.
I was gonna play one more last song because the music video is like it's another Joyner Lucas song, and then we'll make fun of the robots again before we wrap it up, and before we go over to Jess's channel, where she's going to continue. But
Well, real
this
quick before we
song,
move on.
Huh?
I can't speak to like the Aboriginal stuff, but one of the things that one of my black elders said was that white folks saved a buttload of money on shackles by chaining black folks' minds with victimhood and persecution.
ooh, that is true.
Mm.
That is very true. Yeah. So this one's real. It
That's
kind of
right,
ties
it's
into
not
what we
okay.
talk about.
Heavy.
That's heavy. I'm trying to find this. Who it reminds me of.
I wanted to play a little bit of that because at the second part of our conversation, parental alienation and everything, that I'm glad that Joyner Lucas made that song. You know, he did really highlight a world into a lot of what men are struggling with. But let's end it on a high note. I want to bring up Apple Eater's question. She's like, will robots replace women? Probably not. Men folk these days can't do basic mechanics, so the robots will be obsolete after a while.
That's fair.
Oh man,
It is kind of funny though, because I've
It's
been telling guys not to get into coding and actually get into things like engineering and robotics.
You know what? I've been saying that for a long time. Like blue collar jobs, work on like learn to work with your hands, be able to fix things.
Somebody's going to
build
need to
things.
build and replace and maintain the machines.
Exactly. Like in my case, I'm not a licensed electrician. I'm not a licensed HVAC tech, but I have skills in both. I don't have a college degree, and I make fucking $150K a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you drive truck and you're afraid they're going to replace your job, get good at working on your own truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even if the AI's driving it, it's still going to need to be maintenance. Shit wears down.
Like in the last 2 years, how many times did I drop my transmission due to clutch issues on my own?
Oh, dude,
at least 6 times. At least
dude,
6 times.
I swear, almost like every other month, like until like maybe the summer, like you're talking to you. What are you doing? Working on my transmission.
Yeah.
What again?
Yeah. Fucking clutches.
Yeah, and I
Both
mean, even
lagging
eventually
machines
they'll
on there.
have machines that can do all the maintenance for you. But the thing is, they'll still need somebody to run the machines.
Yeah,
Or at least
you'll-
need
yeah,
like
the
one or
machines
two
are-
guys to run the machines. So if you're the guy that knows how to run the machines, you're good.
Even the maintenance robots need maintenance.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, we still got some time before we might get to the point where like that wouldn't be a thing. Right, and if that's the case, we very well may be like under control. And
I mean,
Skynet
Admiral
will
Rickover
solve.
probably said it the best. The father of the nuclear navy. That's one reason why he didn't want automation. Like he would probably be rolling in his grave right now if he saw how much automation's on Virginia class and soon the Columbia class. That's why he pushed for the. I want to say the compromise was to give the nukes pro pay because he actually pushed for nukes to be warrant officers, and Congress was like, no, it's too much money. We'll give him an extra $150 a month. So.
But I mean, look at the power of the AI. I made Angry Casper a brand new avatar live on the show.
I mean, it helped me write a fucking book in 4 weeks.
Genie's out of the bottle. Pandora's box has been opened. It is what it is,
Pretty
man.
much.
I'm just thinking how handy it would be to actually know how to go and repair your own sex robot once you get one. I don't know.
There'll be motherfuckers who will do that.
Yeah. Well,
Self-cleaning.
Yeah, voice warranty though.
Yeah, I don't want someone else touching my sex robot. I mean, God knows where their hands have been. Like, ugh.
What if I buy 2 sex robots? What if I have like one on standby? So if something happens to the other,
You have
one,
to have
I can
one
just have
on
it
the
repair
charger.
The other one.
Yeah,
You have to have one on the charger.
Dude, you got to make it a third one because you got to rob Peter to pay Paul sometimes on parts. Like you can't get the parts. I just got to take it out of this one, put it in the my favorite.
Like someone, like
the thruster stopped working.
I was going to make a joke about you needing parts. It's like, okay, which part's going to go and break first? And it's like, actually, no, I won't make that joke because that's just going to go. No.
Oh, you already know. You already know the 2 parts that are going to break first. We already know which ones those are.
So think about this. All right. Now I'm trying to find the clip here because we know someone who is very proficient in these things. Our good old buddy, the Hudsman.
Oh no, not Huds,
Oh,
man.
shit.
Give Huds a break.
No. He's like a sex toy like connoisseur. Like,
That's my
hold on.
boy.
I'm not saying anything bad about it. Like when we were talking about this over a year ago, like I'm trying to see if this is the clip. Hold on. What do you think? I mean, I think there's when I made it as a joke, right? I made it as a joke, and I made it, I threw the Bachelor, the Better Bachelor or whatever in there, and it was a joke, satire, So those people that are all butthurt about it, don't take it personally. I wasn't sending direct shots at, Joker.
Yeah,
You would think
Joker.
with a guy named Joker, he'd be able to take a joke. And also, honestly, like, I mean, I'm not gonna say I like his content or I support his content, because I disagree with him on a lot of things, but he's trying to be of service, trying to help people out. So I can't really shit on him too much, but his I just thought it was funny. He definitely sounds very black pill, like, oh, there's no hope for us with women, so you might as well get a fuck doll because I can't get a woman.
Well, see, that's one of the things that I think is important to focus on when it comes to the modern woman, because that's what he focuses on. He focuses on the studies and everything else on how modern women are moving today. And I think that that's very important because that is what is pushing men away from wanting to be in relationships and instead choose this type of route of going ahead and getting a sex doll instead of actually going out and meeting a woman that actually complements his life.
Well, I mean, the question is, are women able to be a complement to a man's life anymore? Or are there enough women that are It's not
capable
this
of
one, it's
doing
this
that?
clip right here. I'm
It really
sorry.
is
the question. Is 20 million over 20
All right,
million
it's this
people.
clip.
Here's the clip. More people than populations of states like Wyoming, populations of states like Delaware, populations of states like Atlanta or something, or Georgia. Like 8% sounds like a small number when you really look at the number, right? 8% equates to more people than that are in some states.
It's insanity.
So I mean, really, they structure it in a way and they deliver it in a way to where it doesn't. You don't feel that you should be concerned about it enough. Food for thought.
It's an interesting one. I didn't think about it that way.
So at the moral of the story, I mean, end of the day, again, if you feel that you cannot adequately vet and adequately have the resources that you feel that you need to have in order for you to be able to address the false, cases, or if you don't have the resources to protect you to go through a divorce or whatever the case is when it comes to relationships, if you don't have the resources to help you after going through a hard time when it comes to a woman, then what do? Well, maybe a doll is your choice. Who knows? I don't know the solution there, because it's like, if you don't feel like you could adequately minimize the risk that you're going to take, well, then is the risk worth it? I mean, that's what it comes down to. You have to ask yourself, is the risk worth it? Okay, if it is, then cool, do it. And if you have the resources, great, do it even more. But if you don't, then what? Well, then maybe get a doll. I don't know. I mean,
or
a
fleshlight. They're pretty cool.
I mean, it's a real question. It's like, I'm not trying to sound like doom and gloom here, but I mean, with it happening as significant as it does, it really brings the question, like, okay, if you can't guarantee this, or you can't vet, or you don't have the resources to protect yourself, what do you do?
I mean, quite honestly,
Jesus, you go to church and find Jesus and you become a priest.
Yeah, get out of here. I think, quite honestly, it's coming to guys like yourself or myself or anybody else who may be a dating coach, something like that, to make sure that you can get your skills sharpened so that you do not run into a woman like this, because there's plenty out there. There's plenty of bad actors out there. So if you can sharpen your skills and you can get yourself up to par, these situations, you're mitigating the risk as much as possible, and the likelihood of it happening is going to be so low, and you're going to just have a successful, happy life. That's my opinion. I mean, hey, I'm the one here who has used sex toys before like this. I do not have a sex doll, but I've used sex toys before. Yeah, they do feel fantastic, but I also think having a companion is a hell of a lot more fun.
Sorry, I can't get over. Yeah,
That's when he
yep.
says that.
You heard it here first, folks. You can get your 20% off on your sex doll by just typing in #TheHudsman, and you'll receive 20% off your next purchase of your robotic fuck doll.
Get the hell out of here. Well, anyway.
I mean,
we lost the Aussies.
Like there's some truth in that, and I love Apple Eater's question. Who hurt y'all?
Hey, I have a Fresh and Fit T-shirt with that on it.
I know. I was good. That's what I was thinking. I was like, merch.
I'll answer that woman.
It's funny. It's guys learn through experience.
But to reiterate that question, imagine pushing like members of your tribe to such depravity they have to actually consider fucking purchasing a sex doll instead of starting a family. Like, that's your answer to who hit that guy. Imagine being so fucking hurt, you'd rather fuck a plastic bitch than actually like risk it on a real human. Like that's
that's the sad thing, right? And that's the sad thing that the
Well, and Apple brings up the point again about like robot make a sandwich. It's just like that. Going back to what did I say was going to be the gateway, the Surface bot, the nanny bot.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
fair
here's
question,
here's
though.
the sad thing. Like, so Apple Eater, let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this question, and you can message it. You can message it back in the chat. What is something that only a woman could give a man and that a man cannot get for himself?
Reproductive capacity, kids.
What was that, Charles?
Reproductive capacity, kids, that sort of stuff. A guy
Yeah,
can
but
pretty much
how
do
do you get
everything
kids?
except that. Well, you have to go and find yourself a girl.
Well,
And
don't you have to have sex, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So sex is the only thing that a woman can give a man that a man cannot give himself. Right? A man can make his own sandwich. A man could clean up his own house.
Dudes who are not capable of looking after themselves.
Stroke of ego and kids. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
You know, so
I'm wondering though, like
the
with what's
problem is
happening-
when a guy gets to the point, and this is, we have to think about it in this sense. What would make a guy want to avoid women to the point where that he would rather build a robot?
It's such a more interesting question.
You know, than have a real woman in his life. It has to be that there has been
Can we, I got something. I sent it to you before and to play it, and it's such a nice pill. Let's play something for the girls in the chat. I'm going to look for it.
No, I'm trying
And
to answer this question first.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
I'm wondering though, like if we have to get to a point where we reset society in some way, shape, or form, because if you look at the world right now, you know, there's a war in Europe, there's one kicking off in the Middle East. Apparently, you know, there's going to be a war in the South China Sea, etc., etc. I'm sort of thinking, like, if everything goes to shit in a really bad way, is that how we reset society back to how it used to be, where people have to rely on each other? So men and women have to actually go and team up to be able to go and continue to survive. Because right now what we have is a situation where we have a lot of technology, we can do all these amazing things, and we are even now making sex toys that are going to come out of a factory that we can go and play with eventually. But
Well, hold on. Before we go down this rabbit hole, Apple Eater, that I would like to think that's true, but we haven't had a society where women actually built anything, like housing, roads, plumbing, buildings.
It's the Invisible Man. Don't worry about it.
Those are all constructed and built by men.
It's okay. We'll have
you said,
robots
like, the only
now.
thing that women need men for, like you said, like for open up a jar. Maybe you personally, but the house that you have built by a man, the vehicle you drive built by a man. You know, like the plumbing in your house was installed in by a man. If any of those systems fail, most likely a man's going to be called to do the work. So that's what I'm getting at. Is like in all areas, for the most part, you know, men could do they could do it themselves. The only thing they cannot do is have children by themselves.
Men are the beasts of burden. Okay, we're not the curators of life. That's the female
Exactly.
job. And
Well,
males
no,
are fucking failing.
Incubators.
Well, yeah, that's a rude way of putting it. But it's like, why would fuck? Like, if you want to prove to whatever, like, I not those two, because I was like, I really want to kind of make this part of a conversation too, which is what a woman can do for a man. And those couple of videos I sent you, like, they just speak on what they fuck up in a relationship with a man. And I'm wondering, like, instead of just like mocking the manosphere who's trying to look up solutions, again, I'm going to pose this question every time I get the opportunity. Where the fuck are the females doing work? And it better not be Call Her Daddy podcast, because I can't think of any on top. Well, I can think of a few. Pearl is one of them, but her audience is all men. Like, who are girls listening to? I legitimately don't know. Like, I don't want to. Who? The View? Fucking
I mean,
Oprah?
we got a decent amount of girls coming through the Fresh and Fit Discord, like I said, and I've mentored
Yeah, it's
some
good.
of them.
It's good. That's why
They usually learn passively, though. They don't really learn directly. They have to just like kind of observe and sit back and absorb the information, and then start to, they'll hear the conclusions, but they usually got to like fail a couple more times, like usually 2 or 3, before they come around.
Yeah, and that's why we rage in chat. Not we, okay? That's why people raging in chat has its purpose, because dudes raging in chat is why those girls got inquisitive to actually find out what's going on. And it shouldn't be your job to do that shit. It should be their mother's and their grandmother's job to do that fucking shit. So there's like, whatever. Now I'm fucking going. I just get triggered. Who hurt you? Like, really? Bruh, I've never heard that fucking Google joke before. But whatever, I'm gonna go with sex robot. Fuck it.
Well,
Okay.
that's
I
the
got
thing.
you, AJ. So I just wanted B and Cheeks comes in with the chat goes, no, Glenn is wrong. Women can do everything men can do. Run the infrastructure. As a born-again virgin, also a feminist, tell me one thing women can't do that a man can do. I'll wait. How about this, Cheeks? Take accountability.
Well, see, the thing is that women can
I'm
do
kidding.
many of the things that men commonly do, but they don't want to typically, or they don't want to do it for an extended period of time.
Yeah. Like if they had to, they would, but if they could not, they would rather not, Men kind of like the task of it. We kind of enjoy like the idea of creating something, like, there's a sense of pride, in that.
There's a thing though where you sort of have to look at human history and realize that most of technology that we have has basically been a case of making life easier for women. Okay, so things like the washing machine, the dishwasher, the fucking
No, you
vacuum
know why
cleaner.
men created all those
Uh,
things? It wasn't to make because they love their wives and they wanted their wife's life to be easier. No, they wanted to have sex. And they're like, look, if we make her life easier, maybe she'll give me more sex.
Well, funnily enough, the guy who invented the tampon, he actually went along and invested time, effort, and energy to go and design this thing because of how upset his wife got when it was that time of the month. All right. Yes, ladies, a man designed the tampon for you so you don't go out and drop clots all over the floor when you do things.
Hold on. I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to take too long. I want to get back to so I want to ask Apple Eater this. As a woman, since you're a woman, what do you think is the amount of marriageable women available for men today? Like, what would you say the percentage is? Because as you mentioned here, you say that women suck, but those hoes don't listen. Well, how many of them are actually, would you say, is the population in the West?
Is that discounting the ones that are like 500 kilos and can't get off a couch, or are we talking like something physically attractive that it has reproductive capacity and may actually be a decent wife and mother to a child? Or
She said 12%. Okay, hold on. If I remember correctly, when we did this the other day, we said 10%. Angry?
I did paper math like many years ago. I think I maybe even started this fucking meme on Pearl's channel, or maybe I saw it and I kept pushing it. But the rough number that I got to was 5%. I even explained the logic I was doing, like how I was doing it. But I'm a bit of a math freak, so
Because I got down to 1%, but then we gave it
but you didn't. Sorry,
we gave it like a margin of error, like 10 points or something like that.
Yeah, but you didn't do the overlap. Remember? I don't think.
Oh,
did
yeah,
the overlap. Like I did overlap when I did that. Cappy wrote a whole fucking book on this shit. And if I recall correctly, he said it was 3% of women who are currently on the market are actually marriageable, like ready to go into a marriage. Doesn't mean that a woman can't get married. Okay, that's not what any man.
No, there's a lot of women that get
They
married.
need fucking work because they haven't done it.
Yeah.
And men are getting sick of paying for Chad sins, which is a Chad sin. Okay, I don't want to pay for Chad sins. I don't give a fuck if you're an alpha widow. That's some of the shit that makes you not marriageable. Like, I know for a fact that if a chick has fucked 100 dudes my groove voice is not gonna get wrong. It's just not gonna happen. Some guy had a fucking trombone bullshit nicotine voice. Okay, I can't match it. Okay, I have a needle that grow. Okay, it's long but it's skinny. What the fuck am I gonna do with Tyrone? Like
I don't know, AJ. Casper.
I'll mute myself. Like I get triggered by some statements. That's all.
But you know, she is right. Men suck too. Absolutely.
Yep, Myron says it all the time. Like
That's
they
the
think
part-
he's hard on the women. They're like, Myron is way harder on the men. You should hear him, especially behind the scenes.
I know.
Damn, man.
It's not that. It's a lot of men are seeing men ahead of them getting fucked, and they don't see a clear path to victory. They don't
No,
see purpose.
Casper, I
I'm
can't
not-
limit. I'm not gonna allow men to all be victims.
I
Like,
agree with you. You have
there
to
are some
fucking
shitty
become
ass
a man
men out
before you
there.
can bitch. Yeah, you have to become a man before you can bitch. Remember, I even say that whenever I'm talking about that. It's like you're not allowed to bitch at girls until you fucking become a man. If you become a man and you're at the finish line, yeah, you can bitch and say, bitch, why aren't you waiting for me at the finish line? Why the fuck am I picking you up now? But every boy owes it to himself not to come into a point where they can't see their penis because they're so fucking fat.
Yeah,
I
like
don't understand how that happens.
yeah, like you know, there's a lot of men that suck. There's a lot of men that just want to be. They also believe the lie, like you know, Disney told them, but also they believe the lie, like you know, I just want to be loved the way I am. Well, only your mom will love you the way you are, you fat fuck. Okay, like dead ass. Only your mom will love you the way that you are, and that's debatable. You know, and you're right. Women have become dumb cum dumpsters, and y'all like them fixer uppers. Every woman thinks that she could fix him. No, believe him when he shows you who he is, because that's who he is. Okay, people can change, but it's not going to be because of you. People change because they want to change. You're not going to make them change. And you're right. Men have no standards. Zero standards. Zero. That's why I started a list for men to build off of. And we have standards over here. We start with the 6. And
To be fair, I've always been picky, but I was raised different.
well, yeah, same here. I'm shallow Hal, but anyways, less than 6 body count, less than 6 relationships, less than $6,000 in consumer debt, knows how to cook more than 6 dishes, no more than 6 pounds overweight, and sex at least 6 times a week, ladies. If you
I
want to
like
be a
this
future
list.
wifey, that's the standard.
This is a good list, man. I like this. This is very good.
You know, like that's and I know that's hyperbolic. People will be like, what? That's ridiculous. But it's something for guys to work off of. You know, I think it's important. And I think guys, way too many guys just marry the first thing that touches their pee-pee. The only standard men have for women is, did she touch my pee-pee? So, you know, like, it's just, I can't do it. If you're not attractive, if you disturb my peace, because this is a thing that a lot of guys get wrong. They always got to say she got to be your piece. No. That's throwing on responsibility on her that is not her responsibility. Her job is to not fuck up your piece. It's your job to create your piece. All right.
So add to that list, not being combative, because if you've been out all day doing whatever it is you go and do,
No,
you want to
actually-
come home, you want to sit down, and you just want to go and relax. You don't want someone who wants to start a fucking fight about some random bullshit that she fucking read in a magazine or saw on daytime TV. It's like, leave me the fuck alone. So I
Give
can
it
just
time,
go and
babe.
just, yeah.
Can you play that? Can you play that one for me? I'm just curious how
Which
many
one?
women- the one I just put in the side chat. Like, just play it. Like, this is actually a chick who starts cooking, and it's only 40 seconds. Like
All
it's a short. I'll mute.
The things that I learned because I fucked this up so much. For a man to feel fully in his power and in his masculine, if that is his power zone, the things that women can do to mess that up is you can criticize your man, you can control your man or try to control him, or you can close down your heart. If a man can't feel her softness, can't feel her vulnerability, no attraction.
Yeah.
And if a woman tries to control her man, because most men want to feel the ability to have total freedom, not good. And if a man feels criticized, if you're constantly trying to make him your project and this is what's wrong and let me make you better, ain't gonna do.
The moment a chick asks me who hurt me, that's instant fuck zone. Because she's doing everything that this girl is telling you not to do. And if you do that in public, to random men or in public setting, then that's the empathy gap. Okay, because you
What
might
if your role play is to be combative?
I don't give a fuck. I'm not changing myself to fuck. I'm not that red pill. Okay, I'm not changing myself to fit her fucking ideal man, or fit some fucking or pretend or out alpha some other alpha. I'm me. That's it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not good enough.
I have a conspiracy theory. I think women just ask who hurt you because they want the word on the
Yeah, I know.
competition.
Yeah, they want to appeal to the emotional argument. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, she does say like there are some good women out there. They're all married.
Yeah,
they're out there. You're right.
Yeah,
Good
they
women
usually get
they are
caught up
married.
very quickly because the thing is
Yes.
that the good girls are usually just the compliant girls. The girls that actually want to help the man with whatever it is he's doing rather than trying to make him into something that he's not. And if they're smart, they're usually selecting a guy like that's what all the girls, once again, after hours confirming by interviewing lots of these women, even the party girls, they're saying, oh, yeah, I'll accept a guy that doesn't have a lot of money, but he's got to look like he's going to be making a lot of money. They don't always bet on the ones that, you know, or go for the ones to the finish line. Sometimes they try to bet on ones that look like they're going to hit the finish line first, right? So
Yep.
they can hitch along for the ride and bet on that winner sooner. Like, hey, I got the inside scoop, you know, and if he does pull it off, they're very proud of that. They're like, hey, yeah, I bet on this guy before anybody even knew. So he knows I'm loyal. And women really will take pride in that if you're that guy.
Yeah, Cheeks, I'm not wrong. No, because the ones that, the good girls are not terminally online. True, not bitching on Twitter or chasing clout on TikTok or Instagram, and they're married.
And then they get 32 and then they come online.
Yeah,
I just feel like being a prick now.
I think, and that's the sad thing, right? Because like you know, right now we are such in a decline in family creation, and
We need less marriages, the other dude said before I jumped off.
yeah, and it's like when we think about the robots, and I've tied this in with the robots, is that it's sad that you got guys out there be like, you know what? I rather have a robot than risk getting a family, starting a family, because the odds of her most likely staying in the marriage and not, you know, taking the kids away through divorce or whatever is a greater chance than the marriage succeeding. We have to do something about that. We got to somehow, as a culture, as a nation, we have to do somehow turn around those numbers to where the success rate for marriage is higher than the divorce rate. Because right now it's the opposite. And even at 50-50, it was better. But as soon as we went higher, or over 50% for divorce rate, now you're only making those robots more of a better shot for guys than risking getting married. It's like we gotta somehow turn the tide, because sure, you could say there's generations and generations of men that were mean to women and treating women poorly.
Bro, I'm not even entertaining them.
Let's just say I wasn't there, but let's just say I grant that. That doesn't mean now you're going to treat the men today
poorly for what the men of yesterday did. You know? But that's just my 2 cents there.
What's
I don't know.
what's
I might end up. I actually, thanks to Angry Casper, I may actually end up buying some sex dolls now because he
Oh,
asked me
bro.
the other day about what I would tell the guys that, you know, if I, you know,
Buy
get
some
multiple
straight
women
up.
who I'm robbing. Well, I'm just like, hey, bro, you want a sex doll? Like, if you're one of those guys like the
Bolt
hypothetical
bud,
that I was talking about, he's willing to do no fucking effort and he just wants to go along to get along, but he still wants to be happy. I'm like, well, would you like a sex doll, sir? Maybe it'll work out. Maybe that'll balance things out.
Yeah.
much?
Buy 10, get 11 free. Fucking all of them, bro.
Yeah, like, you know, it's one of those things where it's just like, it's sad that we got to the point where sex dolls, robotic sex dolls, are really starting to be an
topic?
actual like option for guys.
On a side note,
I
there,
am
guys,
definitely
I've-
interested in the sandwich making bot though. I mean, my girl can make a good sandwich, but I mean, I'm pretty sure she'd appreciate some help. And you know, I'm pretty sure even my son would enjoy a sandwich making robot. So,
Too easy, guys. Look, I got to go to bed because I got an appointment in the morning.
night.
All right, Charles.
I'll catch you guys next time. Been a great chat, and I'll see you again shortly.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Yeah. Dragon Stallion says, if you were going skydiving and the pilot said there's only a 50-50 chance that the parachute is going to open and you're still going to jump, well, if you're married, you just might to get out of the divorce.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see the clip. Have you seen that clip? I sent you the clip of that man who's made the decision to divorce. Have you seen that? I spam you too much sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. It's always good shit though. But have you
Oh, I
seen
know.
that?
I go through them like when I have downtime.
When you have time, yeah, I know. Oh, the
I
other
don't know which one
yeah.
you're talking about. How about you just throw it in the back
I'll
chat?
find it. I'll find it.
You know, like, I think that obviously sex robots is really not a fix. It's a really bad band-aid. And if we already have a generation of young men that are so like that just cannot socialize. They struggle with social cues. They have no social skills, period. Right? And they're already struggling with it as it is. A robot just makes them to be able to be detached from society and, you know, and not socialize even more.
yeah, I think it's honestly kind of almost a submission, right? Just
It's a
like,
defeat.
well, I'm just like checking out of like the game of life in general.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's like men were always the risk takers. We've always been risk takers. We built bridges over huge gaps of land that and build buildings by hand.
But that has to do with the T levels, Glenn. The T levels, man, and estrogenics.
It's not just like, damn it. I typed it earlier before because it's so relevant to this.
I think a
conversation.
lot of it does have to do with the hormone levels. I think there's a huge role.
Well,
that plays a huge
remember
role.
what testosterone does. It makes
Oh, yeah.
men take more risks. That's why they're higher risk drivers, right? So that being the case, though, the testosterone levels are judged by the average, right?
Yep.
And that
like,
average has been lowering over the years.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that
the
up. Keep
Average
going.
average used to be like somewhere over, I think, 800 or whatever, and now it's like down towards like 400, 500 for a lot of people. So that's a key factor in terms of risk taking, I would say, in terms of society. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not a scientist or a doctor, nor do I play one on TV.
This is yeah. I mean, T's got a lot to do with it, but I was gonna say before, like I heard somebody say this. Maybe I made it up. Like any behavior that is not rewarded by the feminine, the masculine is going to stop performing. Like, so if the girls are not rewarding innovation or hard work or values that are not that of a criminal during their reproductive years, those behaviors are going to stop. I can't, don't shoot me, okay? I'm not the messenger. It's just like overall on the base of human nature that like if everything men do is so they can get laid, you can what do you call it, deduce from there that any behavior that doesn't help you get laid, you will not perform. So now if the fucking man has to work just long enough to get a ad-free version of a sex bot, after that he's done. And you can ask him who heard him, he won't give a fuck. Where's Glenn? Fuck.
All right. So let me zoom in here and I'll read this to you guys. And for many of you that always try to not none of you guys in the chat, but for all those fucktards that hate on me for taking steroids or testosterone. Yeah, you can eat a dick because I do it for more than just competing reasons, but for health reasons. Right here, testosterone levels show a steady decrease among young U.S. men. Now, from 1999 to 2016, testosterone levels have declined in adolescents and young adult men, AYA, according to results presented at the 2020 American Urological Association virtual experience. All male testosterone decline can be attributed to multiple etiologies. The U.S. has an aging population with older males exhibiting lower testosterone levels. Furthermore, overall populations have increased in comorbidities, including diabetes, which have caused this testosterone decreased nationally. Damn, I didn't know diabetes did. Okay, blah, 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 blah. However, most of these explanations for testosterone deficiency may be attributed to age. This time-dependent decline in testosterone has not been investigated in adolescents and young adult males. Testosterone deficiency has a prevalence of 10 to 40% among adult males and 20% among AYA men aged 15 through 39. Therefore, serum testosterone will decline in urine. So they did an investigation, right? They analyzed serum testosterone levels change over time in 4,045 males during the study period. 3 different essays, bios, from 1999 to 2004, from 2011, 2020, 2012, and Tatum mass spectrometry from 2013 onwards were used. However, a note, they demonstrated a comparable testosterone value, only some additional accuracy in the latest modality. All right, so from the men, the total testosterone was lower among men in their later 2011, 2016 versus earlier 2019, 2020, or 2000 cycle, 29. Yeah. Mean total testosterone decreased from 1999, 2000, which was at 605, all right, DLs, to 2003 to 2004, 567. All right. And then in 2011 to 2012, it dropped to 424. And then 2013, 2014, it went up to 431. And 2015, 2016, it bumped back up to 451. which is odd.
That's still dangerously
That
low,
is,
though. That's
Oh,
the
it's
thing.
extremely low. I mean, think about it. It dropped from 605. That's 150 milliliters.
Yeah, and like I said, that the reason why I even brought it up is that that has a direct effect on men's risk taking. That's why men take more risks than women, and why we've done more things, especially to get pussy.
Yep. And this is why I tell guys, like, hey, keep your body fat, your BMI under 20%. Because look, if you're under 20%, okay, you're not going to have a struggle with testosterone as much.
Yeah, well, and they could also be suffering from the issue that I suffered, where I didn't necessarily have low T. What I had was high estrogen due to excess body fat and estrogenics in the food and deodorant and all that stuff.
Yep,
Because,
and
like I
that's
said,
it.
I never had issues with any of that. It was just the mind fog and stuff like that. And I asked some guys that know this stuff, and guys like Thor educated me on it, and I fixed that. And that's why, once again, low body fat, mind fog cleared, and I don't have any issues anymore. But I had a lot of the low T symptoms despite probably not having low T, because I didn't have any like boner issues or anything like that,
Here's a funny one for you, Glenn, that I always, because, okay, whatever, I'm not even going to pretend I was a gym, whatever. I've dabbled, okay? So it's like, what I found is that weight loss is like half the effort that actual muscle building is. So it's like, if you're a fat fuck, just put a podcast on, okay? Everyone's got a mobile phone now. Just go fucking walk. You don't even have to run. Just fucking find a path and go walk for it.
I tell people, just walk on a treadmill on an incline. You want to lose weight? 500 just set the goal for you're gonna walk. You're gonna burn 500 calories on your walk on the treadmill. And if that takes you an hour, then take an hour. 500 calories deficit a day ends up equaling, like, comes out to like 2 pounds or a pound and a half a week, depending on your metabolic burn rate, your resting metabolic burn rate.
Yeah, and that's what Myron always recommends to guys is 300 to 500 calorie deficit, so that way it's sustainable with proper diet. Which is,
so what they're saying is that
clean macros.
It has dropped 25% in the last 2 decades. That is huge. And that right there may be part of the reason why guys are checking out too. They don't have the drive. They don't have the fight anymore.
Yep.
Yes, I said incline walking. Cheeks.
I know a few guys that went to the gym and did the whole gym bro. It didn't get them laid. And then they eventually just kind of stopped. Like, I know a couple of examples in personal life. So I'm talking about anecdotal. I don't have a study. I just know dudes that tried really hard, and then they just said, well, okay, I'm kind of still 5'6", almost 5'6".
And see, I agree. Like,
just
I agree with where was that at? This comment.
Then it's that comfort eating.
Well, I know. I've encountered Chads in the black pill that had trouble with women still, even though they, by all the measures, they look good, they got money, and some of them even had status. I've seen that, and yet they still are complaining about how they can't get women. And yet, then I listen to them talk, and their mindset, and I hear the toxicity. I'm like, you're still thinking idealistically, and like, oh shit, like, I'm hurt that they're not mad at women necessarily. They're mad that they got lied to. They want the lie that they were sold by the blue pill. And that's what I hear a lot in their mentality when they speak on this stuff.
So this right here, I agree. I agree with this a lot. I think that there is a conspiracy theory and I wouldn't have gone to communism when I originally came up with it, but now that he mentioned communism, I can see that. With the way that the left is going and the push for like socialism, communism, the only way that you would be able to get that here in America is if you made men weak and docile. If you made men just, pushovers. You took the drive out of them that made them, men, and that's testosterone. So
Yeah,
by
the thing is, regardless of how it happened, the fact is that it is happening. Things like high fructose corn syrup does not register as calorie intake in the brain. So this is why you can infinitely consume it. It's this Futurama slurm, right? That actually comes from a slug or whatever. But that's what corn syrup more or less does. The high fructose corn syrup does, like I said, no calorie register. So that's why you could sit there at the movie theater and eat tons of popcorn and tons of soda, because the popcorn makes you more thirsty, and then the soda doesn't really satiate you. It just wets your whistle so you can, eat more popcorn, more salt.
Yeah.
So it's like, and actually a lot of Americans are actually low in healthy salts, and there's such a thing as healthy salts, but that's another side tangent I could go on. I won't digress too badly. But once again, like, there's a lot of knowledge out there about this stuff, and a lot of people are just either gaslit about it or straight up lied to. Like in the case of like I think it's the American Diabetes Association. They recommend these low sugar but yet still high in carb diets for type 2 diabetics. Funny how that works when carbs breaks down into sugar. And anybody that understands how macros work in the human body understands this. Right.
Yeah.
But they're going to have you taking in way more carbs than you need to be, way more than the protein, even in some cases, in these meals. Why? Oh, well, it's going to continue to increase your insulin insensitivity. Congratulations. Now you're going to be more dependent on the drugs to increase insulin sensitivity. Funny how that works.
Yep.
Oh,
So I mean, we need to do a whole episode on the importance of testosterone for men, and how it's not shameful. It's never shameful for you to get on testosterone.
I'd love
Yeah,
to
now
send
if you
it-
do some stuff like I saw the one guy do, this one guy I knew from my Call of Duty clan started taking bull fucking testosterone or some shit that he bought from some third world country online. Don't do this, people. And it made him all fucking roid ragey and shit.
If you want testosterone and you're having a hard time getting it,
Get the real shit from a medical professional. You can get it legitimately. You just got to go to the right professional.
Again, even if doctors, here's the thing. Doctors aren't advised to not give in to that as easily. There's a lot of red tape. You can ask your doctor, and if your doctor is cool, yeah, they'll do the lab work and they'll help you get on it. But I know several guys who were on borderline low T. They were just maybe 20 to 50 points above low T, what would be considered low T, under 300. And the doctor just advised them to work out more. That was it. And I'm like, no, that's
I mean, that will help in the process, but the thing is, if you're say not getting enough vitamin D as well as enough vitamin K2 and all that stuff, you need that D3, that K2 to fully metabolize and be able to produce testosterone. There's
a lot of let me find this company. I should be sponsored by them. Where are they at? I've sent so many people there. Let's see. But
can I say something while you're thinking?
Yeah.
So for testosterone, I'd actually, because we have a few doctors, whatever, fuck you, the community. Okay, I know for a fact there's a few doctors in the chat. So why the fuck wouldn't the few doctors in the chat come up here and we can actually they can actually have a conversation for real? And you're actually a person who's done all that shit. And I'd love to send and get my popcorn now, and because I can't make up my mind.
we have a gal that
I was thinking
works,
of her.
Works
She
does
sent
lab
you an
work.
email and shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember.
I know her name. I'm not gonna say her name because it's not her. It's not the name that's on her handle.
I just want to go sit in the chat and listen.
Here we go. So it's called Aspire Rejuvenation Clinic. All right, and let me go to their website real quick, and I will put this on the main screen. That way you guys can see it. Here we go. All right. Okay. So they have locations all over the nation, and you could actually, you don't have to go to just these locations. They do have satellite locations. Let's say I was going to go to Dallas because I like Dallas. You just fill this out real quick, and like you're going to get like HGH or peptides or hormones. That's going to be your testosterone. This will also be part of testosterone, and they will help you balance out your hormones. They'll get you on TRT, and they will mail you your product. And you know, when you go in there or to one of their like satellite locations, they will show you how to use the hormones properly. If you live in a city that has one of them, you could always go there, and they'll do it like weekly. It does cost money. I don't know how much insurance covers it, or if insurance covers it at all. But I will put this
it's
in the
usually
chat.
safe to assume that it doesn't in a lot of cases.
Most cases, they doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we should do a whole stream on that.
Yeah, it's a good topic. Like I said, that going back to what even the topic was about, like why guys are resorting to sex dolls. Like I was saying, it's like, for me, it's guys more or less checking out and giving up, and that's just a way of them coping with them just not wanting to do stuff. Because like I said, I don't really believe, I've seen too many guys that are like really down bad that actually chose to listen to the advice and do the work that succeeded. Like I said, I've seen too many examples of guys just choosing to believe that it won't work, or holding on to bad mental models or mindsets about things negatively that end up holding them back, and women pick up on it and it turns them off. And they wonder why, like the women, it's like, if I'm picking up on it, I'm a man. I'm not as sensitive as women are to those sort of social cues. But if I'm getting the ick from hearing you talk, I can only imagine what the women are dealing with.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I don't buy the fact that, because like I said, I've seen guys do it and it fucking works when they change those things about themselves.
Well, hello there, Apple Eater. Good morning, Noodles.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
Can I ask a question? Because the last time we left off, we were talking about how I maybe brought up a wrong subject on someone's channel. You're doing a live stream about sex dolls, correct?
Yes, we were talking about these robotic sex dolls that are coming out, and we were discussing to see whether or not how prevalent do we think they're going to be.
No, it's
I think it's going to be a very big deal. Again, I was talking to someone about this device that I had gotten, and I was told I wasn't allowed to talk about it. I shouldn't talk about it. It was inappropriate. But now you're doing a live stream about sex dolls, so I feel it's appropriate for me to talk about it.
Yeah. Just don't show it.
Right. I mean, right. I mean, the reason why I came up here was I saw a sex doll, like on your actual live stream.
You're not
right?
helping.
I don't understand what the difference is, but anyway, my point is,
dolls are not a good topic.
Well, the difference is I'm running a show based on the topic, and the one that you went on, they weren't. The show was not based on that topic.
But you realize that they were just complaining about something that was stupid, right? I wasn't trying to hurt anyone's channel. I wasn't trying to ruin anyone's whatever, and that's what they wanted me. That's what they,
I get it.
Come
I
on.
get it. I get it. But what,
I
I wasn't there.
love you guys. You guys have been fucking awesome to me, man. Really
Hey,
awesome.
Noodles, it wasn't me. I wasn't there. I always say respect the channel host, you know, and if they were offended by it, then that's something they have every right to be offended by it if it wasn't what they're talking about, you know. But
So the reason why I wouldn't want a sex doll, no divorce, no diseases, doesn't cost me that much, and they will never scream the R word. You know what I'm saying? You'll never get accused. Well, you'll never get accused of abuse. You'll never get accused of any of this stuff. And as a man, that's maybe women don't realize that, but I just went out to go meet a girl, right, last week. And the first thing that went through my mind, and I don't know if anyone else is thinking, what if she does accuse me of something? I never met this woman in my life. I don't know if guys are thinking this. I think this all the time. Like these accusations, like maybe I touch her the wrong way, or maybe I try to like put on the moves a little bit too fast, and it's considered, oh my God, you see what that guy did? This guy was like abusive. Dude, I don't know anymore, man. I'm scared.
okay, well, that's why. I mean, one, that's for better reason for you to vet her before you bed her.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm just saying, yeah, you're right. You're right. You should get to notice someone before you even do anything like that. But I think the average guy isn't doing that.
well, that's them cutting corners, right? They're trying to get to the bedroom before getting to know them.
Right.
And you know, but there's also a lot of guys that are using this as a means of a cope, as a way to avoid, you know, leveling up, doing the work, becoming a guy that's going to have an abundance of options. You know, like, because the guys are like, I don't want to put in the work. Why don't you just like me the way I am? Like, you know, that's the other thing. And if you believe everything that you see on YouTube when it comes to this stuff, you're gonna have a really jaded view of the world. You know, but you understand that there is that reality, that there is that threat, but it doesn't have to be your experience if you prepare yourself and understand social skills and understand how to interact with people. Have good people skills, and you could avoid a lot of the problems that a lot of these guys get themselves into.
Yeah, but I mean, haven't you had a friend or something that maybe had a long relationship with someone, and that person accused them of doing something they totally didn't do? I mean, I
was that friend.
Yeah,
I went through it. I've been through it. I did a whole court martial.
All right.
And I was found not guilty at the end, and they found her lying on the stand. Trust me, if anybody knows it, but it's me. And I still tell guys not to go down that road and go the robot road.
All right.
You know, but
I can understand why people would take that road. That's all I'm saying.
I know, and I understand it too. Good morning, Apple Eater. I know you wanted to chime in here. I can't hear you. You're muted, dear.
Oh shit. Audio problems.
You have to go to settings.
Go to settings on the bottom, right? Click that and then click audio and make sure your mic is selected, the correct one. Just in case if you have multiple options.
Hello.
There you go.
Hey.
Hey.
Well, I'm a typical woman and I don't understand technology, so.
See, that's what you need a man for. You said
That's
you only need
kinda
a man
sexy.
for opening jars. That's a lie. You need men to run the
No, I
technology.
have a man for technology, but he's sleepy.
So what are your thoughts on the sex robots?
I think it's insane. I think it's insane and gross.
Do you think
But I
that, like,
get it. I get it though.
Yeah, you just heard Noodles, right? You heard what he was saying.
Mhm.
Do you think that his concerns are justified?
For a lady robot? I mean,
No, with what he said, what he looks at as concerns, you know, with the false accusations, with all of that. Do you think that he has legitimate concerns there that would be a reason why guys would want to get a robot instead?
well, I think if you make the right crazy woman mad, does it matter if you fucked her or not? You know what I mean?
So
Like,
you're
if a
saying like,
woman really wants to be vindictive and whatever, does you fucking her, where does that even come into play? What
You
is
missed
plastic?
the
All I've
point.
got to do is call the cops and be like, this man fucked me in an alley or
Yeah, it's
something.
that easy.
Like,
Yeah.
it's that easy. The
It's
robot,
like,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Can I jump in? It's really late here. I don't want to have to yell to get speak to get voice time, and I'm lagging. Okay, so for me it's a lot harder to speak. It's more for the new people. So you're missing the point. These men, they don't have a woman to be angry at them. Okay, so they don't have an option of procreating. They don't have an option of finding a partner. They could be 4'6". They could be sounding like Gru. They could be whatever. Doesn't matter what the reason is.
stop
okay?
talking about yourself, Casper. Only
I
you
know.
sound like Gru.
Casper,
Yeah,
I'm
but-
5'2". 6 foot doesn't apply to me.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But that's funny because it's what they found. I'm not pulling up studies, so just take my word for it. Is that the shorter the girl is, the more likely she is to shoot up even higher. Like I've actually come across some of those studies that the girls so short want to compensate even harder for the height. So like what I'm trying to say practically is like a 5'8" chick might be happy with a 5'10" guy, but a 5'2" chick is gonna seek a 6 foot cup. And I can even
Yeah,
find
she wants her
some
kids to not be short.
correct. Sir. Go
Have
ahead.
you thought about this? Maybe as 5'2" ladies just need someone a little bit
I
taller than
am-
us because we don't want to get the shit
understand.
beat out of us.
No,
As
I
someone who
understand.
has fought many a 6 foot men and had her jaw dislocated and all kinds of
Oh,
crazy shit, I'm not interested in being with some giant man who, when he's having a temper tantrum, can fuck my shit up. Okay.
Yeah,
So this
that's
6
true.
foot trope, a lot of the time, I'm letting you in on a little secret. A lot of the time we say 6 foot just to piss you off, just like you tell us to go make a fucking sandwich,
It's
or
not
something of that
you- okay.
nature.
Well, like sandwich making skills are a necessity.
I know, but you know how you're all like, oh, ladies are silly, and you have y'all silly little things that you tell us to piss us off. Well, the 6 foot thing is also same thing. Same.
It doesn't piss me off.
It
I'm
doesn't
6
piss me
foot.
either. That's
Well,
beautiful.
it's
I'm
funny
happy
because
for
like
you.
the military people that I know were saying that like usually the 6 foot plus guys are the teddy bears. The guys that they usually really worry about are the guys that are
That
like
are
5'6",
5'7".
5'8", that are they're
Yeah.
just like
Well, I
fucking
love an
making up
angry
for
man.
it.
All right, I love an
Don't-
angry man. So little
Um,
bitty man, love it.
we-
I want a man to
just-
be so obsessed that he poisons a public drinking spout for me. So and you only find that in shorties. So
That is true. They are the crazy ones. But so like there are a group of men that for one, most women don't even recognize them, right? Like there's women that you could go to like McDonald's and you probably won't even remember what the drive-through guy looked like, right? You just see person and you won't be able to. But if you look like Jason Momoa, you would definitely remember him, like because he is that guy. Like so for most of these guys, most of the 80% of the guys, they're not even on women's radar. Women don't even see them as attractive. And that's what Casper is talking about. Like they don't even have women to be mad at them or women to want to be vindictive or to attack them because women don't even acknowledge them. They're that ugly.
well, yeah, I understand that, and it works the same way for ladies as well.
No,
Really?
it doesn't at all. It doesn't. I'm gonna have to stop you there.
I'm
because
gonna have to. Okay.
Go ahead, go
Casper,
ahead.
Casper, play nice.
No. Okay, I'm playing.
Can I
nice.
just
I'll-
let you in on a little secret as someone who's been extremely hot and extremely not, and someone who's been like a super shape and then super fat and like things of like that, like both sides.
Listen to Bill
It
for
is
a long time. Go ahead.
definitely a thing.
Okay, so here's I'll give you a counter example. Okay, so on whatever, I remember this autistic girl came up and she was talking about how she had this autistic friend who was a boy, and they went to an autistic camp. And what she found interesting was how much he struggled to just even get any attention from anyone, and she has no struggles dating. So it's two autistic people who experience life very differently based on gender. And this other
Well,
autistic
I wasn't talking about two autistic people I know. I was talking about me
to an
personally.
extreme. I understand, but I took it to an extreme. You can take that towards height as well. Okay.
Well,
so
here's
like a short girl and a short guy is not even the same fucking. A short girl is a helicopter. Okay, I can spin her. A short guy ain't fucking getting. He ain't fucking taking off ever.
Casper,
Okay,
let
he is
me
a-
explain it better.
Go ahead.
What he's trying to say is like, even at your most, even at what you would consider your most unattractive, state, right, in life, there would still be a guy wanting to get with you. And
it's not my
it-
fault that y'all will fuck anything, and it's
Yes,
not
so
my
that's-
fault
that's-
that ladies will
that's
let
part of the-
anything fuck them.
Yeah, that's what I'm pointing at. It's like, but guys, they don't have that option, right? So that's like women won't even acknowledge them or notice them, that like you will still, even if you thought the most hideous point in your life, you would still get guys in your DM. A guy at his most hideous point in his life wouldn't even be acknowledged that he even exists. That's what Casper is saying, is like, so it doesn't necessarily go both ways. What it is that the guys that you may be attracted to are not looking at you. That's why you think it may go both ways. It's that for guys, it's no women are noticing them and are finding them attractive is what he's
Well,
getting
are
at.
they starting off with "bitch, go make me a sandwich," or are you
No,
starting
man.
No,
off
they're
with
probably
like this
like starting
really
off with, like,
aggressive
sweaty palms.
He-Man woman hating shit? Because
No, they probably have like really sweaty palms and they're like doing weird shit like, hi,
well,
nice
society
brow.
has told us to make these red flags for men to have to stay away from
Society?
them, and sometimes you guys do those things, and then we just kind of write it
Yeah.
off as red
Okay.
flag.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
And yes,
It's a bunch of
society,
scared women.
magazines, and all kinds of shit have put it in our brains and have subverted us. I'm not going to say like we
Feminism.
came up with these
Yeah,
ideas on our
scared
own.
women. Scared women.
And why
Well, and
wouldn't women
a
be
lot of
scared?
guys do
So
buckle under
small
the
and
pressure.
fragile, and we can't do
Scared.
anything.
This
Why would we
drives
not
me
be scared?
nuts. This drives me fucking insane. Why would you be scared?
Casper,
Um,
because they already
Dude,
told-
I've seen tons of guys in the Fresh and Fit Discord learning this shit, and then a girl comes in and they lose their fucking mind.
Oh yeah, that's different. That's different. But like, that
women are
doesn't mean that she
hysterical.
should be
That's what
scared
I'm
of
saying.
them.
Like they
Well,
buckle
women
under
are
the
women are
pressure.
always in a state of fear. They are
We've
the
been
weaker
told
species.
to be
Yeah.
scared. I'm not scared. I'm here. Hello, I'm on a computer. I'm talking to two
And
Yeah,
you-
no, but you're on a
and you-
computer.
And
It's
you
just with
stab
the,
somebody, and you have
Oh,
a.
can I ask you a question? I want to get off.
No,
'cause
see,
it's
that's the
really
thing. This
interesting.
is scary for her.
Mikey, please,
Noodles,
please,
let's
brother.
you understand.
guys,
Being
you
on
guys,
camera like this is scary for a woman.
Please,
guys,
brother.
Stop
Please,
with
brother.
this is like a really bad gangbang. It's
Yeah,
not really
we
fun
can't.
at all.
That's why I want to
Okay.
get up. And
Let's-
thank you for coming on.
I
But
know
like,
they need to spit on it and rub it 2 clicks
No,
to the
no,
left.
no.
Jesus.
We're actually really good here usually. So, and thank you for coming up. Okay, it's good because you're not just representing yourself. Okay, so
Oh Lord.
yeah. So, like first thing, if somebody's new to this space, you have to know that like there's a price to this. Like the more you find out, the more fucking jaded you're going to become. So it's like how deep and how fast do you want to go, and do you want loot?
Baby,
It's
I'm
literally-
already at the bottom, honey. You,
Okay, cool.
You're fine. You're fine.
I'm gonna link you something, and then while you talk, just start reading through it. And it's what Tesla, which is me, okay, my avatar, wrote about what's going to happen in the future. So he kind of foresaw this a long time ago. And what
Well,
he
I'm
wrote
familiar with
is the most black-pilling thing I've ever read. And if you read it, you'll catch up like faster. So do you want that, or do you just want to keep going?
I've probably already seen it, but sure.
Okay,
Entertain
cool. I'll
yourself.
leave myself.
Send it to me.
No,
What-
no.
You have a
if-
Discord?
If you saw it,
I
then
do
you
have a
would-
Discord. Actually, he's
Well,
in
if
that
you-
Discord.
Want to send it to me? I will. You guys aren't even on my Discord. I found you guys on a
Welcome,
whim.
welcome. That's cool. I'm actually
You
really
found me
curious how you found this.
on Rumble.
Rumble, yeah. Is that
You
how
know,
it
there's
happened?
that private chat. You could put it in the private chat.
Mhm.
Cool. No, like she makes a point. Women have been told to fear men. I mean,
Correct.
men.
why
We
I
were,
choose the
when we
bear.
were told to come, hear me out. When we were kids, what was a stranger? It was always this man. A stranger was never the image of a woman. It was stranger danger was a man. Even as kids, you've been indoctrinated to think that
Man in
men
a van
bad.
with the candy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The guy, or it's the creepy guy
The
asking you to help you
boogie
find their dog.
man.
Yeah.
Satan
like,
is a
Dude, I do it.
man.
See, and that's the thing. I believe that shit because I had that happen. A creepy dude in the toy store.
Yeah.
Tried to get my sister to go look at the Barbies while we're looking at the turtles and the GI Joes. So yeah, we got the fuck out of there.
It does happen. And so, but women are just, again, they are the weaker sex. And as the weaker sex, they're going to be more, they have more fears. And especially if they hear stories about men bad for the last 40, 50 plus years, and they hear horror stories, whether true or false, from women from previous generations, they're going to be, why do you think the Duluth model of feminism was even incorporated into our legal system? Because men bad stories. So to a degree, she has a valid point that she's been taught this.
What? I've been told nothing is more dangerous than a white male after 7 o'clock.
Yeah, fuck off.
I'm just saying that's what I've been. I don't believe it. Hey, I don't believe it. Outside is for everybody. I'm not scared of a man after 7 o'clock. In fact, I prefer them after 7 o'clock. But that's what society tells us, and people are stupid.
Yeah. And people buy into it.
So
They were
this-
trying to do, I think it was in the UK, they were trying to put a curfew on men at 6
Summer of
p.m.
Love, Summer of Love. The George Floyd shit. They tried to start that shit for men, and that's what got me started on this. You know what? I'm switching teams because outside is for everybody, and the fact that women are out here, I'd rather fight a bear than a man, and men can't be outside at night is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That was my turning point. I definitely remember that. That was my turning point
Mhm.
to the I'm changing sides. You bitches is out of control.
Yeah, and it's women are out of control. Men are not leveling up enough. It's a this and it's not just one-sided problem. It's a this and issue.
Yeah, that's why not all the people that get advice from me can actually take it, because my advice is really not advice. I'm just like directing them on how to do homework and due diligence so that way they can figure it out for themselves.
Nobody
Yeah.
wants to take my advice because it's not fun and it's not glamorous and it's not cute and it takes self-control. And what's fun about self-control?
Here's I'm curious what take you got on this. So this is the problem that I have with the current dating and mating and marriage formation. Girls are not betting on men. Okay, every girl is waiting to pick up a man at the finish line. And you can when that Reese was talking, one of the points, but I don't want to. If overlords are listening, they have to give me data before I'll fucking talk to them. Okay, so I'm kind of being a prick. But what he mentioned, or one of the questions that he has no answer to, was how can I put this? That he was commenting on how before it was like people were having kids, but now they stopped, and he was commenting on the rate. But what he failed to realize is, or failed to say it, or chose not to say it, is because women are choosing to have marriage and kids after the age of 30.
Well,
I'm sure
that's
you know,
ridiculous.
but that's a fact. That's the average age. So, and
Feminism did that to us because we're supposed to have a career and we're supposed to, in our youth, get deep dick down because if not, then we're unfulfilled.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I
a
stood and
lie.
watched
It's one
that
of the
until I
biggest
could
lies
join.
that they've sold women. And the fact that they're like, oh, after 30, have some kids. No, we used to live to like fucking 40. You have to have them
Yeah,
younger.
yeah. Oh man, you got it.
Like,
yeah, because that's the
trust
other
me,
thing. Yeah.
bro, I've got kids. I had my kids young, not teenage young or nothing, but at
Thank you. Well
normal
done. No,
age.
that wasn't
And they all got
patronizing
the
either.
same daddy and all that other bullshit. I've done it. And guess what? The whole time I was doing it, everyone's like, well, what happens when you get divorced? Or don't you want to be out in the club and all this other bullshit? And I'm like, no, I don't need to jump over all these dicks to find another, it's just, I don't need to be filled to be fulfilled, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it, and thank you for that. But you're not common. You're same as Jess. Like you're the odd one out.
I know, but us odd one outs, we've cut off the hoes because they are ridiculous, and we always
but
get
they're the
ourselves in
majority.
trouble. I always get myself in trouble with these skanks because you want to help them, and then before you know it, you're like picking them up and doing hood rat shit with them, trying to save them, and you can't because that's not doesn't align with what you're doing. Trust me, I am Captain Save a Hoe all day long, but I'm getting older.
Oh,
and my
see, I
patience
can't
is
save.
growing thin.
I don't.
I'm not fucking them, so it's a different crusade for me. It's a
Yeah, I
it's
can't save
totally
'em.
different crusade.
Okay,
And
can I
maybe a
triage?
woman
I
needs
do
to save a
triage.
woman. You know, maybe we need to save each other instead of having like guys like you guys telling us to make sandwiches and we're not milkmaid virgins and we've been ran through because we got fucked one time. Maybe it takes another woman to do that. Maybe like this isn't y'all's mission. I don't know.
Can I
Well,
ask
you
you
know,
a
it's funny.
question?
I'm still trying to figure it out myself, so I don't
Well,
know.
it says in the Bible, like older women teach the younger women how to love their children and their husbands, right? Like,
Yeah.
so
Have you met older women though? I am an older woman and they are ratchet as shit.
yeah, that's the sad thing. So, like I said, like the older women like they actually set women up for failure. Like guys, we have this thing that we tend to see
No
the
one
younger
hates a
guy.
woman more than another woman, and I don't understand that, but it is a thing and it's real.
Oh,
Well,
it
my
is
dad
real.
always told me, son, there's a difference between hoes and housewives, and when you're old enough, you'll understand the difference.
Ouch.
So can I ask you a question? The lady that's up here. Have you ever had a miscarriage?
No.
Bro, why? Okay.
Because I this is like my first opportunity to ask women. So my friends have had miscarriages. My mother had a miscarriage. My sister. A lot of women that I think 25% of pregnancies end in miscarriage, right? And it's never a good thing, and we're never happy when that happens. But as a woman, how do you feel about why are miscarriages bad and abortions good?
Well, you're assuming that I think abortions are good.
Well, no, I'm asking you as a woman because you talk to women.
But she doesn't speak for all women.
I can only speak for myself and then hope that maybe I can help another lady who's been misled or whatever. You know what I mean?
Why do you think
that question
Hold
is
on.
under the pretense that I think abortion and miscarriage are on the same level and that they're both okay or they're not.
Well, they kind of are because
Hold on,
it's like 30%.
Like, can you ask me what my opinion is on abortion into relation with a miscarriage, maybe?
Well, I don't really care about your opinion on abortion and
Okay,
miscarriage.
well-
I'm curious why women, one's bad and one's good.
Well, okay, for one,
assuming that I think
hold on,
one is
real
bad and
quick.
one is
Noodles, you're assuming that she thinks one is bad and one is good. And she just said she doesn't speak for all women. I want to point out that if you guys want to know when you're talking to a based woman, okay, it's when she says, when a woman doesn't say, on behalf of a woman, I'm a woman. So as a woman, and they do this whole, I'm about to speak for all women shit, that's when you know that you're, when they don't do that, that's when you know you're talking to a pretty
But Glenn, we're talking about all men, right? With these sex robots, right?
No, even when we're talking about the we said there's a subsection or sub percentage of the male population that will be inclined to
The rich
gravitate
make
that
that,
way.
the rich
Right,
make
but
Yeah, that was
we're
part of the
speaking
discussion.
about
We're
it,
trying
right?
to
We're
figure out what
speaking
the
on behalf of
percentage could
men.
be.
I'm
Short
not
answer
saying
for
all
me,
men.
short answer for me, one is wanted and one is not.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, one is like an accident, like as in it's a mishap, something happened, you know, she wasn't able to carry the baby to term, and the other one was a way to avoid consequences of bad reproductive choices.
Yeah, one is wanted and one is not. That's the difference. That's going to be
So
the difference.
it's a want. That's all it is.
If I have to make
Kinda
a
like kinda like
judgment for
car,
women, that's
kind of like a car or a dress
Yeah.
or maybe shoes.
yeah.
I don't think she's a teacher or a nurse, Patriot.
I used to teach kindergarten. Sir.
But she was. There you go. Yeah. So the abortion thing is a I already said it. Like, I think women get abortions because they want to avoid bad reproductive choices. They want to avoid accountability, and that's the best way they could do it.
Well, maybe with these sex
people
robots,
stop
maybe that's why we
teaching
want to have sex and
ladies-
robots.
People stop teaching women that the whole purpose of dating is to find a mate. Instead, they've taught them that it's exploration and things like that. Instead of just teaching them, hey, you know, you can jack off before you go here and you can get to know somebody and really think about that person as, is this a person I want to build and create with? As opposed to, this is just somebody I want to have fun with. They're teaching us that girls just want to have fun. And that's a big problem.
Well, there's that song, right?
And that song
Yeah, you got
slaps.
it.
That song slaps. But
Did I find it? I'm gonna find it.
we can't just have fun all the time. And we're not teaching women that. And so there we're having a whole other problem. So when you take away, we just want to have fun, then, or when you give the idea of just having fun, then, oh, well, we can have an abortion because we were just having fun. It wasn't anything serious. It's just a clump of cells. It's not going to do anything to my soul later or my body later. These choices aren't going to affect me or
Yeah.
my reproductive shit later. And I'm just having fun, bro. That's what they do. It's
Yep.
gross, and I don't agree with it, but bitches are gonna bitch, I guess. I don't.
Well, I think like what men have done is like we have given women reason not to be accountable for anything. You know, like, oh, you don't want to get pregnant? Take the pill. Oh, miss the pill? Take the morning after pill. Oh, guess what? We have this thing called abortions. You can avoid accountability here if you just, you know, just go do these things. Instead of saying, no, you know what? If you have sex and it wasn't, you know, grape, or if it wasn't, you know, something, if it's
So
not gonna,
why are these men just busting nuts in these hoes?
it goes both ways because like there's already
I
accountability.
mean, I just like, I'm not saying it's
parties.
anybody's, it's both parties' faults if you're going to be retarded and
Yeah.
let someone put their fluids in you and be all gross and have the possibility of baking a person in your body from some rando that just smells good and is kind of funny. Like that's a whole
But
whole
see here,
nother can of
society, we already hold men accountable for it.
damn.
Society, we have this thing called, we're gonna make you pay child support. We either, if you don't do that, we'll lock you up. You know, there's means to, I mean, there's guys that are paying child support for kids that are not even theirs, but
I
just
know, and
because
that's
the mom
fucked.
puts in
That
it.
is so
And
fucked.
we're
That is so
asking
fucked.
why men
So
we're
like
asking why men would have sex with robots.
So it's society. We do have mechanisms in place. They may not be perfect, they may not be flawless, but we do have mechanisms in place to hold men accountable for their reproductive choices. We don't have that for women.
Glenn, you know, I've never busted a load inside of a girl that didn't ask for it, but I
That's
have
good to know.
gotten a girl pregnant who asked for it, and she went off and got an abortion without my knowledge or without my consent. So, as a guy who's been through that, I don't ever want to live through that again. I think it was very traumatic, right? So, yeah, I want to have sex with a robot. That robot's never ever going to do that to me. It's impossible.
And that's that you have that freedom of that choice.
That's
You know?
fucked. I'm sorry that happened to you.
But it happens to a lot of guys.
I know, and
That's
that's
just me.
fucked. I'm
You know,
sorry
it's like-
that happened to you. That
Yeah.
sounds very traumatic. I
Yeah,
don't understand your
Shadow
robot.
Buddha comes in and goes, Apple Eater, Glenn, the only guys that are
That's right.
busting nuts are 20% of men who have a ton of options and don't feel the need, they don't need accountability. That's partially true. I think that's partially true. I mean, there's some ugly motherfuckers out there that are getting sex too. So it's they're just getting sex with ugly women.
Well, no, I've seen plenty of like ugly dudes get like attractive women too. Like I said, like I've seen some things, man. Like people
It's fine.
don't want to believe it, but yet people make it happen. You can still say they're outliers, but yet I've seen it happen, so I know it's at least possible.
You kind of, and you're correct in what you're saying, but you're talking about micro, like we're kind of more talking about macro, right? Like the damage that you're doing to this debauchery, I appreciate. But like we're talking about people not on Discords, people not part of the conversation, just like the whole globe. Okay, because again, I'm going to reiterate, this problem isn't only American, it's Chinese and Russian and all the rest of it. Okay, I know Israel fixed it with what did they do? Fucking forced, fucking repetitive in vitro bullshit. I don't know how many countries can do that. Israel can, or they found the money to. But I'm not a fucking tinfoil guy. But yeah, like the biggest problem when it comes to these discussions that I found from women, and I'm not saying the South, is that they view men as a single entity, which kind of explains the bear question. Like, no, there's two clear, distinct classes now between men. Those who are fucking on one end of the hockey stick, thanks to and those who are not on the other end of the hockey stick. And that's why no one's matching up, because we're not equally yoked in bed. Because if the chick's only fuck a dude, once he's at the finish line, he's going to get to the finish line, realize that he might even pick a chick and say, this is the one. She's going to get bored because he can't do her. And then he's going to find another one. He's going to make some more mistakes. And now he's going to go through the whole learning process. And girls call
Wasn't
it
that a person being immature? Because
yeah,
when
you got to be careful with that word. Because
So-
wait, you didn't hear me.
Wait, Casper Man, are you married? Have you ever been married? How old are you? And like, I just need a little bit of information if you don't mind. You can put it in private chat if you want.
It's okay. Most people here know who I am, but it's not really relevant to my argument. And I want to avoid that.
It's kind of a little bit
Is it?
because
Is it really? Can we
yeah,
just let the
because
argument sit on it?
you said we're not speaking for a whole, and then we are speaking for a whole, but you are not all, but you are all. So I'm just
No,
was
I'll
trying to
repeat
figure
myself.
out what was up
I
with
understand. Let me
you,
repeat
so I
myself.
can see where you fit
Don't
in
worry about
all.
me. Please,
Okay,
please don't
I'm
worry
sorry.
about me.
I won't.
No, that's okay. No, I hear you, but don't worry about me because I have the ability to disassociate myself from myself when I make an argument. Okay? I'm sucking my own dick. So what I'm saying is, right now, there's two clear, distinct classes of men. Those who are fucking and those who are not. Okay? And the gray area in between is getting pushed down on that graph. Okay? So instead of that graph being linear, it's a hockey stick. And that's what I appreciate Satane pushing this point over and over again. Okay? So probably, statistically, theoretically, I hate studies, let's say 20% of men are fucking. Okay? Not 5%, which is what angry MGTOW say. 20% of men are doing all the fucking girls between the ages of 20 and 30. Okay? Who's fucking girls after they run out of eggs? I don't care. Home maxing. Okay? I don't give a shit about that. I'm saying, who's fucking girls while they are capable of starting a healthy family with healthy pregnancies? Chats. Okay? So now, all these MGTOW cunts and incels and black belts, whatever you want to call them, they can't score a girl who's under 30. It's impossible. You're too old, you're too bald, you're too stupid, whatever. You're too fucking degenerate. You're too autistic. You're fucked. So now they're going to say, oh, fuck it. This money that I've been saving my whole life for a wedding ring, I'm going to spend on a fucking robot dog. Because all these cunts are telling me how to live my life. Clearly, I can't score. I can't get a woman. So fuck you. I'm not leaving anything behind. I'm going to invest in a robot. I'm just straw-manning them, man. This isn't me. I'm Orthodox Christian. Okay? If you want to know about me. So I wanted to say my point. So
Are you allowed to fuck a robot that way since
No.
you're spilling your seed and it's not in a belly of a
No,
whore?
no. I'm a completely, I'm a pretty unique individual when it comes to what I believe, and it's completely irrelevant to all these points. If you hear long enough, you'll hear it or you'll work it out. Like I'm a little bit different. Okay, but all I'm saying is like it doesn't go away from my point. Like I'm Christian. I have values. I'm never. I said this before, okay, and I'll say it again. I've never fucked a chick I wasn't willing to marry, and I'm not a virgin. Because I don't sound like one, okay? I've got the gift of the gab. Fuck all. I can impress a girl with my groove voice, okay? It doesn't matter. But all I'm saying is like,
You do got a groove voice.
I don't sport fuck. To me, that's stupid. My dick is clean, okay? But I can't find a girl now who's in her 20s who can give me healthy kids or the number of kids I want. So I'm gonna
Do
go
you
buy a
have
sex doll.
something to trade in return for?
Oh, see, that's the
that?
problem. Should it be trade
Yeah.
or should it be desire?
No, that's because you know more about me, Glenn, than I do. But we're gonna sidetrack the conversation.
Yeah.
That's the other reason these men are doing this. But all I'm saying is, like, me personally is not relevant to this conversation. I'm not buying a fucking sex robot.
What do
Okay?
you
I'm-
have to trade? Not you, you Gruber, but you, like I said, men. What are you trading for that? What are you
I've got 2
trading for
degrees
that
and then-
sacrifice?
Sure,
what do
I'll
you
tell you-
have of
you know,
value for
I'll
that
answer.
sacrifice?
I'll answer. So I grew up in 2 countries, and I've lived through a civil war, and I have 2 degrees, and I've held employment in the high level for many years. I have a CV. Okay.
Same.
That's it. Yeah, and that's good. That's good. congratulations, but it wasn't relevant to this because the boys like.
Why mention it then?
Because you asked me. But
No,
as I
I'm-
was saying,
okay.
yeah, you did, man.
It's
You were
whatever.
like,
You have 2 degrees and you're big brained and everything, and you have.
no, I'm
standards.
not. I'm not. I didn't. You asked me, madam. Like I remember distinctly you asking me personally about me, but I delivered my point, and then I
And you
started
told me you
speaking-
weren't going
I'm
to
not-
say me anything, and then you moved it to men as a whole. So I was.
Yeah,
just saying,
yeah. So
I
when I'm
was too.
speaking, sure. So when I'm speaking of men as a whole, there's 2 distinct things. Okay, there's
Right.
men who are fucking and men who are not. Men who are not
Mhm.
fucking are outnumbering the men who are fucking by 4-1. Super simple math. And these men, if they don't have the family and a wife to work for, they're not going to work as hard because work sucks.
Let me point this out.
Can I ask again? Are you guys trading? What is of value for that sacrifice? That's
Well,
what
So
my
like here's
I
the-
just
I want
said
to
you
answer
because
that.
I'm speaking to you.
I
No,
want to
that's
answer
okay.
that. I want to answer
I
that.
still hate you. Don't worry.
No, he doesn't.
You're gonna make me come talking like that.
See, it's not a trade. See, that right there. That's a transaction, right? What do you have to trade? So are women all prostitutes? Are all women
Sure.
prostitutes?
Yes, if on the notes that we are cum dumpsters and sandwich makers, yes.
Well,
Everything's transactional. We have to
you could
provide our
say-
virginity and our patience and our nurturing and all that is positive of woman. We are trading. What are you giving to
Or-
us? So
or-
well, I'm just saying, I'm not saying you and I'm not saying
but what
him.
I'm
I'm
saying
just
is
saying what are
the
we
mindset,
trading
like-
here? Everything
like
is
the mindset.
transactional.
The mindset is like it's different. It's like instead of like, oh, I'm trading this for you, I would rather have a woman say, I want to give you this rather than
I mean,
what do you
that's
have to trade?
ideal, yes.
That's the mindset. So if she has desire for you, she truly desires to be your wife, that woman is going to display that she's above.
Okay, can I
different than
change the
other ones.
language? Can I change? I'll
That'd be
change the
better.
language then.
Because I don't
Um,
want a prostitute. I mean, like
Okay, so what characteristics do you have that makes you
you
desirable?
desire a woman desire you enough to
For
want to.
what? What are you doing
Yeah.
for that desire? Are you
Well-
just being you? And if you're just being you, what does that mean?
Well,
And
it could
you
be
have
the
to be
guy.
doing something different, right?
Yeah, you have to be that guy, the guy that has his life in order. Like you have to be
And
the.
a life in
let me-
order isn't a
let me-
commodity.
Let me explain it.
to
You have to
trade?
be the guy that all the other guys want to be, and all the girls want to get with, kind of thing. Like,
No, you don't.
yeah, in a sense, like and I say that in
You
as
just
a-
have
as
to
an
get one
example.
person, one good
Well,
person.
No, I'm
to
not saying
fuck
that you have
You
to
gotta
get with all these
everyone.
people. I'm not saying that you should want to get with all these people or that you have to. It's that women like guys that other women tend to like. It's like girls ask each other, "Hey, is he cute? Oh yeah, he's cute. I'll get with him." Like that. Guys don't do that. We don't go, "Hey, bro, do you think she's hot? Okay, I won't get with her." Like guys don't do that. Like so, women have like this hive mind collective mentality thing. So that's where we say like
We
the
also
guy
like
that.
drama and theater, and we also like depth in our reality.
And you also
because
like
we're
cold
bored.
cases and murder
You also like
shows.
being lied to as well. A lot of these women that you get in
Oh, I
conversations
know
with,
they're delusional, and they want
yeah,
you to
yeah,
live
like
in
it's
their
weird. It's like
delusions. Trust
yeah,
me.
it's like you go to these bars and you start talking to a woman or something. They're like they really believe that you're interested in what they want to do. Like they really believe that you are interested in what they like doing, their favorite color. Also, guys don't care about that.
Dude, my
you know?
husband, second year into our marriage, he like totally faked me out about a hobby. And
Yeah.
then like 2 years into our marriage, he just looks at me with his little doe eyes and was like, I really hate this shit. And I kind of just would have told you anything to be around you. So can we not? And I
Yeah.
just accepted that
Hey,
because
yo.
I thought that was so cute. But at the same time, I was like, that's kind of fucked up.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah,
funny.
no, like so here's the thing. It comes down to this, like like Rollo writes this in his book, like men are success objects to women, and women are sex objects to men, right? When it come down to brass tacks, because women want to get with the guy that is able to provide, that can acquire resources and provide for her and her offspring. Like that's in deep down, that's like how they filter out guys first. Is this guy competent? Is he competent enough to do what needs to be done You know, can I trust him?
I asked that from everybody I have personal dealings with. Are you competent?
Well, I mean, that's like what women need in a guy, especially in a relationship. Is he competent? Can he acquire resources? How do you know? His track record. Oh, this guy's successful. He obviously has acquired resources. He's successfully completed this college degree, or he successfully has this business or this job, or you know what I'm saying? Like that's where it comes down to a guy being a success object to women, because that shows competency and the ability to acquire what they need to sustain their life, right? That's part of what women use to select a mate. It's not all looks. We know that for a fact.
And shouldn't we? We're making a person.
Absolutely.
Shouldn't we
And
be
that's
like,
exactly as you should be doing. That's the way God created you to do, right? Now, men look for the booty. Let's just be honest. Guys are visceral. They like, hey, she's hot. And that's where guys' problem is that they just don't get past.
So then why do you expect so much out of a pretty thing?
Well, no, they should have higher standards so then they
I know,
can
but
expect
there
more.
that's in there is the problem. If we're just pretty
can I jump
things,
in?
why do we have to have all these things then? Why do we have to do all these things?
I'm not allowed to yell. It's really late where I live.
He has a curfew. He has a loud voice curfew.
I'm polite to my to my neighbors. So have you seen those videos that I made Glenn driving his shop, because it's my shop, about women speaking how they should treat their men? Like, have you seen that? Were you here for that?
No, I would miss that.
I'm
actually.
curious what her take's gonna be, Glenn. Like, I wanted a woman's take. Just pick one.
I mean, I'll grab the one that you threw in the back chat, the 40-second one.
Yeah, if you want, that's a good one.
Okay, I want to welcome Richard to the set.
Peace
Good
and
morning,
respect,
Richard.
everybody. Good morning or good evening or wherever you are.
Just so you guys know this real quick, I will be wrapping things up in about 20 minutes max. I got to get ready to go on set and film a music video with Tom McDonald and Dax. So it will be.
Is that work or is that
Name
fun?
dropping asshole.
Oh, I have to make breakfast for my children in about 45 minutes.
Oh, perfect. So then we're all good on time. And Jess is waiting for you guys over at her channel anyways. But here is the clip that Casper wanted me to play.
This is one of the things that I learned because I fucked this up so much. For a man to feel fully in his power and in his masculine, if that is his power zone, the things that women can do to mess that up is you can criticize your man, you can control your man or try to control him, or you can close down your heart. If a man can't feel her softness, can't feel her vulnerability, no attraction.
Yeah.
And if a woman tries to control her man, because most men want to feel the ability to have total freedom, not good. And if a man feels criticized, if you're constantly trying to make him your project and this is what's wrong and let me make you better, ain't gonna do.
What's the question?
I think she was gonna say ain't gonna do shit.
No, this is when you say women have degrees, women have all this shit. I honestly don't care. And I kind of typed inside you, like, it's so easy for girls to be a decent woman. Like, I don't understand why girls fucking protect it so much. It's so stupid and counterproductive. Like, everyone's pretending that that's not somebody's son. You fucking, like, I don't get it. Like, there's heaps, like, it's so simple. It's not even difficult. Like, men don't ask for much, and it's not a lie. Like, it's fucking, we're yin and yang. It's like, but now every chick wants to be a boss babe. Yeah, fuck you. I'm not waiting for you to finish your fucking boss babe shit. It's not my sin. Blame the cunt that fucked you. Not you. I'm talking to the other one. Like, it's not my sin. I'm not saving anyone's leftovers. I worked way too fucking hard and my dick is clean. Like, and now we have super syphilis in America. And apparently it's only a gendered fucking disease because all the girls that fucking are sharing it with the same chads. Men are not fucking suffering from superbugs. Like, I don't know. We had a guy on here. Come on. It's like, I have a simple request. I just don't want to see your tits on the internet. And now you show me how many girls going to university don't have a picture with tits on the internet. But
I
everyone's
challenge
like,
you to find my tits on the internet, sir.
well, again, If you're
Yeah,
wondering
I
why men are buying sex robots, this is why. Because they
I'm
can't
not
do-
wondering. I know exactly why you're buying sex
fuck
robots.
you.
I
Then
just
you
don't
can't
think
have
we're
good
gonna.
stuff.
There's been
Men,
pocket
women have
pussies
to,
for
women
years.
have to, women have to come to the table too. Like this problem can't be fixed by men. Women have to come to the table too. Men can't resolve this issue. We can keep building ourselves, but if the average age of a woman getting married is 32, we can build ourselves, all become 6-foot chads. It's not going to do jack shit.
Hey, maybe we all should just stop fucking all these women then. Be
I'm
like,
not the one doing the fucking men.
okay, and
80%
with
of
that
them are wrong.
argument, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying
I know.
you because I am physically talking to you.
I get it. But chads are not here. They're too busy brooding a different girl every night. But I can't stop them, and they don't give a fuck. I
Then
could be
why-
them.
Okay,
Like,
then
I could
that
line
lady's
up
not
a whole
for
bunch of
you. You
single
need
moms,
to
but
find
I'm
you
not
an
doing it.
autistic 19-year-old then, and then mold her into what you
I'll
want
do it.
her to
I'll
be.
hold the
I know that sounds creepy, but that's
You know
what
what I mean?
you guys
Send them my
sound
way.
like. Y'all just need to get someone younger and then mold them into
Yeah,
what
real
you
dumb
want
one.
them to be.
Yeah.
Not
there's this
necessarily dumb, but just
I
one
need a
that
dumb
is
one.
willing to do that. And
I need
since
a dumb-
women are so scared, if you're good at talking, then it'll be really easy to
Yeah,
convince
see,
someone.
my
A woman.
personal. Okay, sure. I'll speak about.
Y'all
this
don't
in-
like that answer because it sounds
no, I do.
predatorial, but it's not.
Here's-
And why don't you just do that?
I hear you, but see, here's the problem I have personally. For a girl to discover me, she has to talk to me because I'm not that imposing looking. But the problem is, by the time I have that conversation with her and she becomes interested, I work out that she's a dumb cunt. And so,
Well, then if
I think you're pointing out.
don't get on me. I was just giving an analogy. Like
You're
what am I
leaving
gonna-
out a humongous factor with these women.
Motherfucker, you have a sec. You okay?
It's drugs.
It's too late
Drugs.
for this year. Okay, just don't.
Women love drugs. Women love cocaine.
Women love drugs. This is why I hate fucking
I do love
because some
drugs.
dude comes up here and says women love drugs. What's
They
wrong?
do. You're not talking about it, dude. I go to these bars all the time.
Too late for me to spit
I go to
the
these
fuck
bars
out.
all the time. I see these girls. They're
I'll
talking
let
to
you
these guys
have a
with
freak.
coke. That's
Please
just the
arrive
truth.
5 hours earlier.
Well, women are dead
love
inside
drugs.
because
Fuck you,
we have
dude.
been told the things that our hearts and our natural desires are enslaving us. So why wouldn't we do drugs?
Well, they're going out to party, right? I mean, they're going out to party and have sex.
We're told we're supposed to be ran through and done these things because in that we're finding our own self and we are free.
I hope she
It's
rips
the
a new
biggest
asshole out.
lie.
She's gonna rip me a new
It's
asshole
a
for
lie.
what? For telling the
Why
truth?
would I do that?
What for fucking saying women love drugs and you can
They
jump
do
on
love
I
drugs.
love drugs.
How
I
many-
love
Let
drugs.
me ask you a
I'm a
question. Let me
lady.
ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you do drugs?
Yeah, a lot of girls
No.
do love drugs.
You don't do
Please
drugs.
ask me
All right,
no.
have you done drugs?
No.
All right. Well, guess
I'm
what?
Christian.
You're
Muslim.
the minority. You're the
Yeah.
minority. So
I
not
can
everyone's
speak
like
to this.
you.
It's not
The
so
majority
easy.
of people are doing drugs. Women are doing drugs, and I'm telling you, you go to these bars, you go to these nightclubs. What do you think they're doing?
So what drugs do you feed
Don't
girls?
be
to
mad
fucking
at us
women
because
in
our
bed?
dicks still work when we take cocaine, okay?
No, no, no. What I'm saying, what I'm saying
I
is,
don't do
you're part of
cocaine,
the
but if I
fucking
had
problem,
cocaine,
John.
I guarantee you
shut
that I'd at
up.
least get a blowjob.
Oh my god, you're like these dudes just want to
It's
interrupt.
just that your mic is low and you have this stupid accent, and it's like
Oh
hard
wow,
to
you're
listen
gonna
to.
get personal.
Yeah,
Should put you on my hit
yeah,
list.
I am gonna get personal. I
Oh,
think you're a
please don't,
bore.
baby.
I think you're a very
Thanks.
boring fucking person. This
Thank-
woman at least is interesting to listen to.
Whoa.
Okay,
Whoa.
thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
What a fucking piece of shit.
I'm a
At least
piece
I
of
didn't
shit.
pull,
I'm a
at least
piece
I
of
didn't
shit.
pull up any fucking
Okay.
sex dolls on somebody else's
All
stream
right,
like
all
a
right, dude,
motherfucker.
whatever.
What was that? What flavor
I
was
don't
your
know what
fucking
you said.
stomach?
All right. We're gonna put an end to that. Okay. I am getting ready to wrap it up. Like not like fresh, but I'm actually gonna wrap it up. But I love the spirited conversation. I truly do. And I definitely want Apple to feel welcome to come back next time. Because I love having these conversations. I don't want an echo chamber. I never want an echo chamber here. I want to have people from different worldviews and to share these conversations, because it's these conversations that we actually learn. It's in these conversations that we understand each other's different worldview and experiences, and understand that like things are not always black or white. That we live in a gray world. We live in a really gray world. So these conversations are important to have, but as soon as we take them once we get to the point of diminishing returns, when we start playing like the name game and we start doing ad hominem attacks, and then we get to a point like, okay, nothing valuable is going to come from this conversation anymore. You know what I'm saying? So as long as we stay respectful, we can have these good conversations without the ad homs. And you know what I found was really hilarious though? Both Apple and Gru were both going back and saying, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. They're both are like individual. Like I was sitting here, I was like, really solipsistic right now. They're thinking about it's them. And if we're speaking
because we're talking to one another, and so it's hard to say a whole when you're just speaking to one person.
Yeah, no, but I thought it was funny because we're talking in generalities, right? And men, women generally do these type of behaviors, right? But then each of you guys are like, I'm not like that. I'm not like that.
Autism be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I'll give you that too. That too.
So I thought it was hilarious. I thought that was great. But you know, I do want to thank all of you for joining. I do got to get ready to go. But you guys are going to have a great conversation over at Jess's, where she's going to continue this conversation and probably dive into a little bit more with the parental alienation topic. So I want to say thank you, all of you, for joining, and thank you for the panel members that came. And you know, we're going to keep winning. Let's go. Let me get some dubs in the chat. And thank you to Apple. Thank you to Noodles. Thank you to Richard, Drew, Carl, Ace earlier. Thank you all for coming. Until next time. Peace.